Well, a very good morning to you all from Sebring International Raceway in Sebring, Florida, just about 2 hours from everywhere else in Florida. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Zach Johnson is on production this morning, the old ones and twos. And Ryan West will be joining us in a couple of moments' time, somewhere around the green flag at the conclusion of our two pace laps this morning around the 3.7-mile Sebring International Raceway circuit. Hello to you all. Trackside as well. Appreciate you being here this weekend. The final spectator event of the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. Plenty of you out there and enjoying the weather this weekend. Hopefully some more clouds today, keep things a little bit cooler, maybe a little bit less humid, and hope you all enjoy your day. Reminder that in addition to the PA, you can also tune us in on 100.9 FM around the circuit if you would like to keep abreast of all the action that we're following from our trackside cameras, as well as out of the booth up here on the third floor of the timing tower. If you're down in the pit lane or the paddock and you've got some free time today with any of our 60-plus entries, feel free to come up and say hi, chat, introduce yourselves, and we'll dive into the final event of the Eastern Region Championship for the 2023 WRL season. It's been a good one so far, the last 7 races for the Eastern Region. We already awarded the Midwest Championships last time out at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit about 3 weeks ago, and still a national championship to go at Circuit of the Americas in 3 weeks' time. But today, it is all about the East Region Championship and wrapping up what we saw yesterday, which actually turned out to be, I think what we thought had the potential to be kind of a runaway for the 111 Thunder Bunny Supra, and a late race full course yellow brought the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes back into the picture, not just for the second place that it took inside of the final 10 minutes, but a charge for the overall win as well, and but for a one-lap penalty, little unforced error under a yellow flag. Might actually have won the thing, but in the end, it was the 111 Thunder Bunny Supra that we saw take the win yesterday. NFC Motorsports second, and then newcomers, Barton Racing, the number 166 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra, there in third. Grid today, however, set by fastest laps from yesterday, which means we're going to see the 172 TLM USA Aston Martin on the pole alongside that NFC Mercedes. JT, we talk so frequently in the World Racing League about how it takes a perfect race these days to be competitive up at the top of GTO, especially when you've got 20 or 30 cars. And I think the NFC Mercedes kind of proof of that. They've had a couple of really strong and near perfect runs over the last couple of weekends, and that resulted in a couple of class victories. Looking for more of the same today and to kind of put yesterday behind them.
Yeah, they are generally one of the 3 quickest cars in GTO. We do see occasionally they do just, small mistakes that end up having larger consequences that, like yesterday, cost them a lap. Just, a minor thing as, passing, in a yellow flag zone ended up resulting in, a 2 and almost a half-minute loss of time. And, kind of really put them on a back foot in the last couple hours, where they really had to put in a very Herculean effort to make up that time.
Yeah. They just about did it as well. And again, some beneficial full course yellows, but the recovery, I think, from that little error was the most impressive thing for me yesterday. Some other recovery drives to come today. Most of the GTU field can be included in that. The number 59 from Stratus had a great day yesterday that saw it in the top 5 overall. But most of the rest of that field will be looking for a cleaner run today, some fewer mechanical issues out on circuit, and the hopes of taking the fight to that Stratus NPO1 at the top of the field. Additionally, the Hyundai Elantra N from Economy Motorsport, the number 16, was quick early on yesterday. Started to fade as the track warmed up, and being a front-wheel drive car, not really super surprising. The the front tires on that car being worked awfully hard through the course of the day yesterday. And eventually some contact took that car out of contention. You see just leaving the lower right corner of your screen, the Ligier GT4 from Off the Leash. Looks great, sounds great. Some teething problems yesterday. And the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin GT4 sitting in behind that car. We'll have an onboard from them today as well. Looking for a clean run up there, up towards the top of GTO. Back in the production classes, the other half of the grid, GP1, 2, and 3, these being road-going cars built out into proper endurance racing machines. 9-4 Motorsports is going to start on the pole in GP1. That Corvette C5 has all of the opportunity in front of it to go make a run at this and take the fight to the Moorhead number 147, the Airbnb-sponsored yellow and orange and black BMW in the battle for GP1 honors. PC Racing looking for a cleaner run today as well. Both of the round 3 cars inside of the top 6 on the GP1 grid. The 701 had a great run yesterday to second place. The 702 will be looking for something a little bit cleaner and more straightforward today. GP2, your class pole sitter, the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks, alongside yesterday's winner, the number 164 from Harrison Motorsports. RRT Racing starting third. Fuel pickup issues yesterday will hope to be resolved on that car, but we will wait and see. BSI Racing in the number 168, also looking for a better day today, but the car is quick, and they'll start fourth on the GP2 grid. Back in GP3, I think the unsung hero of yesterday's race as a class, maybe one of the tightest runs to the checkered flag we've ever seen out of the GP3 class. Not uncommon to see 8 to 10 lap margins there, and we got exactly the opposite of that yesterday. AOA Racing will start on the pole. Open Throttle Racing, the number 65, second place in class, and 3 fast guys in Denny, yesterday's second place finisher, will start there in third. AOA Racing, the number 75 in fourth. Rockwell Autosport Development in fifth place, and the number 114. The 2 Rockwell cars yesterday, we didn't get a chance to talk about them. The number 10 was involved in an incident down at turn number 1. I am not sure whether that car is on the grid this morning. And really up and down the 64 entries, I think we're going to see a handful of cars not on track on this fine Sunday morning to wrap up the Eastern Region Championship. The famed bumps around the 3.7-mile Sebring International Raceway taking their toll. Yellow flags are down at the corner stations on the Ullman Straight, and the safety car, which I think is a minivan. Looks like a Chrysler minivan. Sure it is.
It stands out a bit.
It does. GTR is back on the grid as well. That blue number 99 BMW M4 having to replace a wiring harness yesterday that took the car out of contention. You see it there in the mid-pack, 2x2 underneath the iconic Turn 17 bridge. This is a beautiful shot headed to the green flag at Sebring International Raceway. It does wave along the front straightaway, and it's a good jump from the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes against that number 172 TLM USA Aston Martin. The brightly colored number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW there to driver's right. The Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra up the inside of the TLM USA Aston Martin is going to jump up into second, and the fight we saw at the end of yesterday's 8 hours is exactly the fight we're going to get at the beginning of today's 8 hours on Sunday. The Economy Motorsport Hyundai Elantra N TCR files into fourth place there to take the fight up to the number 9 G82, I'm sorry, fifth place to take the fight to the number 9. The general production classes on the front straightaway take their green flag, and it's a good jump from the number 3 Corvette from 9-4 Motorsports alongside, well, it was alongside the 147, but as you say, JT, the PC Racing BMW M3 gets a fantastic start to jump up into second place and follow that Corvette through at turn number 1, 2, and 3 wide as the track narrows up on the exit of that incredibly bumpy turn number 1. And so far, so good. Little 3-wide action with one of the open throttle BMWs at the back of the production classes. We've got a stopped Aston Martin, I think, just past the bridge at turn number 5. I say it's an Aston Martin. That's either the 888 or the 979, and I just can't tell from where I sit here. It's outside of the zone of one of our cameras, but they've just come through, the production cars that we're watching now have just come through that area, and all is clean through the tail end of the 60 or so cars we were expecting to take the green flag today. Field stringing themselves out through the southeast corner of the circuit here, turns 15 and 16. GTU class leader looks to be the number 108. That's the red Sebico NP01 from Polecat Racing. Thank you, JT. Who's gotten the jump on the Stratus number 58. And as the field works their way into turn number 17, the expanses of the Ulman Straight lead into the old 1947 concrete. Down there at turn number 17, a long 180-degree right-hander. That's sort of the iconic corner here at Sebring. One of several, actually. I think it's fair to say. And the end of lap number 1, NFC Motorsports leads Thunder Bunny, leads TLM USA, leads BMW. So inside the top 5, Mercedes, Toyota, Aston Martin, BMW, Hyundai. Phenomenal stuff. Change for second place. TLM USA is through on the number 111. That stopped car is going to be, or was going to be, the 979 because the TLM Mona, number 888, is there in 8th, just tucked in behind the number 99 GTR BMW M4. On board that number 888 that we just referenced. Ryan isn't here yet, so I'm going to hold off on the Australian accent and homage to 888 engineering. But when he gets here, boy, are we in trouble. You heard me say it.
You gotta speak softly on that PA.
Waiting for Ryan to make himself known here. We'll have timing and scoring for you here in a second. Dear viewer, appreciate you being with us and appreciate your patience this morning as always. Scoring throwing us something of a curveball this morning that we've been dealing with since well before we came on air. So we'll see what we can do on that front. I'm sure we'll get there. But rest assured, what you see on racehero.io is exactly the information that we'd have up on the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Has Ryan West joined us this morning?
Sort of. I'm still trying to get Discord to do its thing, and
oh, okay.
It won't do the thing. It's very irritating. It did this yesterday, and I thought I had it fixed. It's not.
Well, who needs it anyway? We have race cars.
We certainly have more race cars here than we have in Northern California right now.
I forgot you went up there. We have scoring. We're going to try and get a countdown timer there for you, Zach, here in a second. Oh my gosh. I am inept at computers.
That could be a little bit of a problem, I reckon.
All right, should be up there in a minute. So,
All
fastest
right.
lap of the race currently belongs to that leading number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, pulling out only 1.4 seconds for all its troubles there at the front of the field. And such is the level of competition in GTO up at the top of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty class structure that I think the days of running out at the front of the field and making your escape are pretty numbered. You do see it on occasion, but the BOP-less rule set that we have here in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. No balance of performance. Everybody just runs to a power to weight number. Some very small modifiers taken into account for different engine power curves and whether or not you're running a production-based chassis. And the end result is a pretty even spread across the top of the field. Again, NFC Motorsports leading TLM USA and Thunder Bunny number 111. Economy Motorsport slotting there nicely into 4. Let's keep an eye on that car at the start this morning. Remember, yesterday they started to fall back with, I think, what we could maybe identify as some tire temperature issues or just general degradation of the front tires in the heat. But generally, that car super competitive. TCR entries work really nicely in the World Racing League GTO class, and that Costa Rica-based team of Economy Motorsport really quick in that Hyundai Elantra. Car in the pit lane, I think it's just been brought back here. Oh, well, there's two then. Off the leashes in, as well as the number 39 from Ageless Bio. And that's Sebico NP01 down in GTU. Fight on for third place at the moment. The 16, the Economy Motorsport Hyundai that we were just discussing, on the back bumper of the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. Slightly slower Porsche Cayman in the run between turns 5 and 7. That is the 979 of Black Forest Racing that I believe was a stop car over underneath the bridge at turn 6 a little earlier on. It did get going under its own power. And confirmed now it was the 979 that came to rest up there underneath the bridge. Contact all still listed, potentially for the number 44, which is the PC Racing BMW M3 down in GP1. Actually leads the class at the moment, having just taken the lead on the last lap from the number 3 94 Motorsports Corvette C5. They're somewhere around the turn, should be headed into turn 10 here momentarily. Nose to tail, actually. If we could pick that up, Zach, headed down towards the camera 7 area, you're going to see a blue and white BMW followed by a red and white Corvette C5 through the left-hander there at turn number 9 and into the braking zone at 10. Good start for the PC Racing number 44. That car's been hampered with issues of contact and therefore damage, and also some mechanical issues over the last couple of race weekends, but really quick thus far this morning. They'll come into the shot here at the exit of turn 13. That's Tower Turn, through the camber that's been created by the old concrete in that 90-degree right-hander, all the way out to the curb on the exit, and then the very fast flat-out run through the double left-hander at turn number 14 and straight on the brakes into the right-hander at Jean de Bien Bend, turn number 15. Set the car up for the left-hander there into turn number 16, which is the 90-ish degree right-hander that leads onto the Ullman Straight, the back straightaway here at Sebring International Raceway. Just past sunrise this morning, a little bit of fog still hanging in the air, just off to driver's left down that long run into turn number 17. Dab of the brakes, get the car turned in, as your GP1 leaders do. Kind of balance the car on the highly loaded outside tires there. See it in some of the fantastic onboard shots we've got this weekend with thanks to Sentinel and Candelaria Racing products. As out of the pit lane comes the 702 from round 3 racing, so not the clean start they would have been hoping for this morning. And it looks like they're going to come out just in front of the class leaders. On board the number 64, the GP1 BMW of Open Throttle Racing, into turn number 17. Up behind the Michael Moore Racing Ford Mustang. And back up to the north end of the circuit now on board the 89X. This is the first weekend for this Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4 out of the 89X Motorsports stables. This team having previously campaigned a road-going Chevy Camaro that was built out into GTO spec. If I'm honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that we've lost that car from the GTO ranks. Always love to see road-going cars built out to go run endurance racing in GTO, but the allure of running a GT4 car that's designed exactly for this kind of thing, I guess, is a little bit too much to give up. Yeah, especially with some of the issues that Camaro had over the year, JT.
That's the thing. We loved the car. It was just it had its teething issues, which can get a bit frustrating. And purchasing the GT4 option is a lot of more of a safer bet.
Yeah, especially at a place like Sebring, right? The car is going to be punished, and deciding to bring a car that isn't the most consistently reliable, just by nature of what it is and what it was designed to do, is an exercise in futility, some might say. Pit stop for the Hera flight number 247. That's the Honda S2000. And they bring a drip tray and an extinguisher over to the left rear corner of the car, and I'll begin filling the tank. I'm a little bit intrigued by this. Whether this is a fuel pickup issue or the car wasn't fueled before it went to grid this morning. Because we've only got 5 laps under our belts here. Oh, impact drivers left at turn 10
yeah,
number 160. That was your GP2 pole sitter.
Yeah, coming into 10 here, but continued. That's the important thing.
And now listed as slow at turn 11. Let's see if we can pick it up headed into 13 or 14 here. It's the silver BMW driver's right headed away from us here, Zach, down into the braking zone at turn number 14. Let's pick it up down there if we can. Just through shot there, but it did look to be much more up to speed. Very up to speed. It's like maybe the driver of that 160 just kind of feeling the car out in the first couple of corners after the spin up there at turn 10. And all looks healthy and well for that car. I can tell you on the pit lane, by the way, the number 39 from Ageless Bio is being put on a flatbed and driven away, well, about to be driven away from its pit stall up here in pit lane. It's covered in extinguishing.
Yeah, so Zach had mentioned in the chat at one point there was smoke in the pit lane. That was 5:06.
That's a good point.
So about 8 minutes ago. So something has happened then with the Ageless Bio GTU car.
Big damage on the 160. It's torn the front bumper away from the silver BMW 330, and all kinds of panel damage to the right-hand door, both right-hand doors, as well as the right front fender on that car. So all is not well with that number 160, and you can see some of the response vehicles making their way back into the paddock. The 160, I think, is going to follow suit there here in a little bit, and it's going to need a little bit of attention. Interesting to damage the right side of that car at turn 10.
Oversteer, driver's right, and then just trying to turn left to avoid the wall and just brushing it, maybe?
Maybe? They've recovered the number 39 now from pit lane. Also, on that note, want to just make a note. Yesterday, we also had a flash fire down in the pit lane with the number 82 Random Vandals Racing M4. Mo Dadka turned out to be the driver on that car, friend of DriversEye Live, and posted the onboard video of that scene from inside the car as it happened. And Mo, very happily all okay, and exceedingly complimentary, and rightly so, of the Random Vandals Racing pit crew. That is a professional level pit crew that runs all over the country. And very quick work to get Mo out of the car, make sure that he was okay, all the crew members were okay, and that the fire was put out exceptionally quickly. Slow Ford Mustang here into turn number 17. That's the Michael Moore Racing MMR number 25. That's now falling down the GP1 order. and will come to the attention of the crew down here in pit lane. The Honda S2000 of Heraflight has not left. Very, very slow fueling on that car to try and get it packed as full as they can, which would suggest to me that maybe there's a pickup issue on that car, but I don't know that they got more than 3 or 4 gallons into it. So maybe something else going on there with the yellow and black S2000, but it looks like it's headed back out on track. 3 wide here into turn number 1. That's the 888 Aston Martin. There we go. I knew we'd get there. One of the ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. I think that'll be the 52. Still side by side on the brakes into turn number 3. And that Aston Martin sneaks up the inside to... It's actually not a pass for position. Now that I look at it, I think we've had an issue for that number 52 BMW M4. Because it is not listed on inside the top 10 on racehero.io, which is your source for live timing this weekend. Scroll down, look for WRL Sebring Race 8+8, and you'll be able to follow along with all of the data and information, well, most of the data and information that we have up here in the commentary booth. Up the inside, Renegade Racing, the number 88 BMW M4. Just a little bit of traffic there. And now we catch back up with the battle for 7th. Currently led by the GTR 99 M4, the TLM Mona Aston Martin, the number 888, with a really strong run yesterday. Right now, the second of the TLM Aston Martins at 172. Really, really strong run straight out the gates this morning.
I did get word from the defending GP2 champions, North Loop Motorsport. They do plan to come back out today, but they ended up having an unforeseen issue getting the car fixed last night. So they will be out today, but much later, obviously. Couldn't quite make the start, but are, again, hopefully going to see them later on today. It's too bad, because it's a car that I think would have had the pace to be in contention for GP2. This afternoon, especially with the issues that the 160 has run into. That's one fewer car they would have had to battle with at the top of the field.
We did have that discussion with Chris Davis yesterday, didn't we? That even if it wasn't a guarantee that that car was going to make it to the start this morning after needing to both weld the front sway bar back into the car and replace the engine in the front of that BMW, that they were going to get back out and turn some laps this afternoon because, hey, you paid for the track time, you're at Sebring International Raceway, and you're 28 or whatever hours from home. Getting on the road earlier is going to get you that much.
Right.
So you might as well stay here and enjoy it. Plus, then the car's fixed. That's spec E46. Number 21. Hopefully to see that back out in our GP2 ranks a little bit later on. Not in contention for a race win at that point. But as Ryan says, we'll be out to turn some laps a little bit later on if everything goes as well as we hope it will. GTO at the moment, led by NFC Motorsports, TLM USA, and then the 111 from Thunder Bunny. Worth noting, as matters of the GTO East Region Championship are concerned, our focus today is going to be on the number 111 of Thunder Bunny Racing and the 99 GTR BMW. Currently sitting 1 point apart, Thunder Bunny leading the GTR 99 squad 81-80.
Now, does that include the drop?
This does include the drops.
Okay.
We have one more event to be scored, obviously. It's the best 7 finishes are the points rules.
Right.
So out of what I believe is 14... I'm sorry, it'll be 12 finishes.
Right.
Because, of course, Daytona counted double, being a 14-hour event. We've got one more to add, and we're taking the best 7 out of those 12. So GTR has had more than a handful of 0 or non-podium finishes that they've already dropped. Thunder Bunny by comparison, is almost exclusively podium finishes for that number 111. And so a 13 for a class win, a 14 for a class win, because of course we award the bonus point here, would, in theory, only award it an extra 4 points because it would drop another 10. So the ceiling isn't really that much higher for the 111 at this point. Whereas the GTR 99 is going to be able to drop a lower score here. We'll do the math a little bit later on because it's not immediately obvious just looking at the Speed Hive point standings. But keep an eye on both of those cars today as the race wears on, and particularly on that 99. 1 point is going to be the difference. Actually, 2 points, because I don't think they're going to have a tiebreaker.
Well, I think what's going to have ended up hurting Thunder Bunny here is their no-show at NJMP and Hallett.
Well, Hallett doesn't count towards the East point.
Oh, it's just the East, that's true. So at NJMP, though, the no-show.
They were at NJMP. They scored, yes, second places both days.
All right. I can't actually scroll that far over on the thing because there's not a scroll bar.
I highly recommend using gestures on your touchpad.
Well,
if you're on a laptop.
I don't have it.
Highly recommend. Your GP1 East Championship is sewn up. Moorhead Speedworks 92-69 over the PC Racing number 44. So that will have been awarded before we even got to yesterday. Very much sewn up in favor of Moorhead Speedworks in the number 147. The GP2 East Championship, which I have to move over to find, led 80-71 by Harrison Motorsports over the 721 of RR2 Racing. This is a substantially more complicated picture by virtue of drops and no-shows, and we're going to have to really sit down and do some work after yesterday's point scoring finishes to work out exactly what the situation is there. But 9 points is a lot to ask where you've got more than 7 finishes already based on the drop situation. And then in your GP3 East Championship, your players are going to be Open Throttle Racing 65 and AOA Racing 85, 76-67. And that will be kind of a similar scenario to GP2, where 9 points is not technically impossible, but it's going to take some math and some understanding of exactly what the drop situation is there to get an answer on whether or not 9 points is surmountable today. Again, yesterday's finishes are already included in the points tally, and we would have needed to wait on those to post last night in order to get an accurate impression of what the championship standings were. And I think everybody that was involved in yesterday's finishes passed tech as well. So no concerns about DQs or anything of the sort where our championship picture is concerned. Again, if you want to look at those points for yourself, head over to racewrl.com, RACEWRL.com, and across the header in the 2023 events tab, or I guess more accurately, event information, point standings will be where you can find the current points. 2023 points rules will also give you a picture of exactly how we're doing math on the Eastern Region Championship. Best 7 finishes count, of course, from 6 events and 2 points paying opportunities per event. NFC Motorsports resets fast lap of the race, 2:17.3 on lap number 10. And good to see that NFC car keeping the pace up this morning. And it's really had to, because the TLM USA car only allowing it to get away to the tune of 6 or 7 seconds at the moment. So we're getting just a little bit of separation in GTO, but it's not massive. Oh, happy to report the 160 has come back out.
Excellent.
Oh, waving yellow up here at turn number 3, which will be a car spun, I think, on corner exit. See one of the corner marshals there waiting to give the driver a point and an opportunity to rejoin. Now in a field that started 51 cars this morning, finding a gap in traffic for that car to get pointed in the right direction is going to be a challenge. It's reported now as the number 96, the Liberty Autosports Racing 1 Ford Mustang. Looks like he's got that gap now. Gets the car pointed in the right direction. And where that car came to rest, fortunately, I don't think it's hit anything. Does say far to driver's left here. Look in the mirror. A couple of GTO cars working their way through. I don't think all is well with this Liberty Autosports number 96. Yeah, accelerating up to speed now, but maybe just looking for a little bit of a gap there to get their feet under them. Quick replay. This is the red and white Ford Mustang. Yeah. Lost the car early.
Yeah, it's weird. It looks like it's definitely a later apex there, and it just looks like it started to over-rotate over the bumps.
And the corner's not as bumpy as it used to be, with a little bit of fresh concrete there, but it does constantly change surface. Not necessarily back and forth to asphalt, but there's a couple of oddly shaped blocks of concrete down there. So you're constantly running over the joints in the road, and then eventually you transition back over to asphalt. But it looked like it lost it in that, almost like that initial transition as he turned the car in to the left-hander. As you mentioned, JT, it's kind of a late apex, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. There is more than, I think, most other racetracks. There are some unique opportunities for differing racing lines through a couple of corners. Turn 1, Turn 3, Turn 5, and Turn 17 in particular. There isn't one immediately obvious answer in that regard. Stopped Aston Martin up at turn number 10. Looks like it's continued. It would have been the 909 Automatic Racing V8 Vantage. As we mentioned yesterday, that car did some pretty significant running last weekend at the Classic 24-hour at Daytona. Wasn't meant to be the same car and same chassis, but ended up working that way logistically. And car not quite up to pace here on the back straightaway. Looks like it's still under power. Yeah. Into the pit lane comes the 58 Stratus Racing NP01. So trouble here for Automatic Racing in the 909 Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Into the pit lane inside of the first half hour of racing here at Sebring. North Loop has made it out.
Woohoo!
The North Loop Motorsport number 21 BMW has just tripped timing, so they've only lost about half an hour here. 12 laps? I mean, we've seen podium finishers 12 laps off the class lead.
Yeah, and with 7.5 hours left in the race at Sebring, yeah, no, they're definitely still the shot for a podium.
Yeah, I mean, just go out and turn laps, right? Fresh-ish engine in the car, right? Yeah. Car's repaired. Go out there and just start reeling laps off and let the race come to you. You know, we talked yesterday about how GTR 99 never really lets the outside race affect what they're doing, right? I think the way we put it was they race zero other cars. They just go out, they turn laps, they run their race and run their strategy, and they let the race come to them. And I think if you're any of the drivers or crew in that North Loop Motorsport camp, that number 21 team, you just do exactly that. Go out, turn laps, run your race, run an efficient race, and eventually the positions will find you either by course of pace or course of attrition through the remaining 7.5 hours. So it'd be fun to watch that recovery there for North Loop this morning.
Yeah, that's the issues with the Moorhead 160 car allowed 164 to take the lead in that class, and it's got about a 7-second gap over the 721 of our RT Racing with their E36 BMW.
Yeah, some early troubles up and down GP2 this morning. Obviously, the 160 had the accident down there at turn number 10. It has rejoined and continued, and the pace is there, still doing laps in the 233s. So it looks a little worse for wear, but actually, it seems like everything is pointed in the right direction on that BMW 330. Heraflight, we know, had issues early on this morning, was in just getting the car absolutely packed full of fuel. With that Honda S2000 number 247. Neither of the no-lift racing cars have started the event this morning, either the 178 or the 35. So let's watch GP2 for a bit of recovery driving here. On board the 909 automatic Aston Martin again, and whatever they thought was the issue with that car is absolutely not resolved. I don't think this car is going to make it home. No, indeed. Pulls into the short course pit lane cut here at the exit at turn 9. And I think we've got EVs stationed down there. So they'll be able to pull that car backwards and, with any luck, tow it home without having to impact the race too much here.
Yeah, the report from turn 5 was that the 909 was dumping fuel.
We didn't mention this out loud, but I'm just catching up with the YouTube chat this morning now that things are settling in here. Black Forest Racing, 979 stoppage was due to a gearbox issue. Since yesterday midday, every race restart, the gearbox drops into emergency mode and the car has to be rebooted. I think they might have figured out a solution, which the 909 also apparently has, but it didn't work on the race start today. That's very intriguing. For that Porsche Cayman number 979.
Yeah, because remember, we did see them come to a stop, like, what was it, turn 6 or so?
Yeah, it was right under the bridge, the crossover bridge at turn 6.
Yeah, on the opening lap there. So that was them having to come to a stop and get out of emergency mode.
Interesting. This is it's not an issue I've noticed before on the Porsche Cayman, which is not a super well represented car at the top in GTO these days. Pretty much the only ones left running it.
We had a few more on the entry list that unfortunately just were unable to attend the event.
Yeah.
We're expected to have a few at Circuit of the Americas for our final race, so we'll see if we get to see those join the rest of the GT4 field here.
I certainly hope so. I think that's one of the previous generation Porsche Caymans that Black Forest is running. Not the current gen Porsche.
It is not the current gen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Thunder Bunny has one entered for the event, so we'll see.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the 170's entered as a 2021 Cayman.
That's right. Yeah. I haven't seen that car in a little while, actually.
Daytona was the last, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, good to get some of that variety back in the GT4 ranks. Well, the GTO ranks as another GT4 entry. The event of which we speak is the National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas in 3 weeks' time. Traditional season ender for the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, will wrap up the 2023 National Championships as well. 90 cars on the entry list for that event. And you get all kinds of variety at the top, all kinds of depth and variety in GP1, 2, and 3 as well for two really great 8-hour enduros. And, of course, the Peppermint Parkway go with it. I'm actually not sure whether that's returning for this year or not. You need to take a look at that. A highlight, I think some would say.
GP1, we still have a PC Racing leading over the 9 for Motorsports Corvette. About a 4-second gap between the two. And they've got a 24-second gap ahead of the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. We did have both the 701 and 702 fall back a bit at the very start. The 702 having to come onto pit road on the second lap. Both of those cars since have been starting to build a rhythm and starting to work their way back up the GP1 field. Currently the 701 sitting 6th and 702 in 8th. It's good to see splitting them, and just ahead of the 701 is the two big mission cars, the 777 and the 134. Both so far running pretty well. Unfortunately, the 199 has not joined us today. So hopefully they'll be able to concentrate efforts from that team car to the two sister cars to make sure they can see the checkered flag.
Yeah, let's just pay attention a little bit here to some of those cars that we don't have back with us this morning. 63 cars were on the entry list and would otherwise have been ready to go this morning. We started 52, and some of the cars we don't have either of the, as we jump on board the 63 open throttle car here in the pit lane. This is the GTO V8 BMW E92, and some concerned faces over there watching this car. Looks like maybe left side's in the air up on the jacks at the moment. So we'll come back to this, but neither of the Random Vandals cars have taken the green flag this morning. That's not so much a surprise for the number 82 that had the quick fire on pit lane yesterday. Getting a car sorted after a fire, especially if it's actually melted anything, can be a real problem. Especially when it comes to the electronics. That is usually the biggest struggle there in those situations. The 28 I'm a little more surprised by. Would have anticipated seeing that car on the grid this morning, but it's not the case. The 766 from Thunder Bunny, that's not a surprise. They've not taken the green flag today. They tend not to race on Sundays, that team in particular. So only two Thunder Bunny Supras on the grid this morning. 9-4 Motorsports, the number 45 GTO entered Ford Mustang. The 588 from Zealous Motorsport was definitely on the grid this morning. I can confirm with 100% certainty that that car was on the grid. So question marks there that we'll want to get to the bottom of. If you have any information on backwards number 96 up here. Is this at turn 10?
Yeah, 10 exit, I think. Oh,
13.
No, 13.
Yep, that is front wheels on the exit curb. They're just off of the racing line, finds a gap in traffic, and gets the car pointed in the right direction. Turn 13, also a tricky braking zone up there. It's flat, and you're moving the car to driver's left because the road is changing directions there. And so you're kind of braking in an arc to get the car tipped into 13 as the surface changes and you drop into like a 1 or 2 foot bowl at the apex area. You can actually see the road camber in towards the apex curb there. It's incredibly bumpy. It's actually a very satisfying corner to get right because of that additional camber. It allows you to come back to the throttle really early. But JT, I'm sure you and I have both done hundreds, if not thousands of laps in simulators here around Sebring. It's a very satisfying corner to get right, but man, is it a tricky approach. And if you end up even a foot or two offline, you can really be out in the weeds.
Yeah, for me, it's always been a very difficult corner to nail. It's one of those where you just kind of have to tiptoe through to get through efficiently, and it's difficult. I mean, as you said, it's technically a flat corner, but as a driver, you're constantly going up and down and up and down and up and down while trying to also rotate the car through the corner over the bumps that are just pretty bad at the apex.
I mean, it's true of a lot of Sebring, right? It's technically flat, right? Technically, on paper, Sebring is flat. That's true of all 3.7 miles. No elevation change here whatsoever. But all of the character of the circuit, all of the uniqueness of the circuit comes from the surface changes, the bumps, the sight lines, right, make a big difference here. The curbs, the exit curbs, the ruts on the backside of those curbs, as we see here up at turn number 5. It's not just a simple circuit the way it's painted on paper on a track map. There's so much more to it that makes it an iconic venue in American motorsports. And you're not just relying on the history either, right? So many other venues, you just kind of lean into the history of what that venue has meant over the years. And okay, maybe it's not the same when you put a modern prototype or a modern GT car on it. Sebring has remained Sebring since its inception. It's always been a car breaker. It's always been a challenge and a test in all of its variations over the years. I think as Joseph Mudrak has pointed out over the last couple of years, this is the longest span of time we've had the same layout here at Sebring. Right? This is, for all intents and purposes, kind of the permanent layout now.
Yeah.
There's no more temporary nature to the circuit. It's all self-contained here. And I don't see the nature of the circuit changing if the layout's not going to change. There's always Team Repave Sebring and Team Respect the Bumps. And I'm hopeful, because of all of the character that it has maintained over the years, that we get to keep Sebring as Sebring well into the future.
Yeah,
they'll have to do it at some point, right?
I don't know. If you haven't done it in 80 years, like, do you have to?
I don't know.
Just a quick update in GP2. RRT Racing has come onto pit road from second. That has promoted the two BSI Racing MX-5s that come across the line now into second, third, running nose to tail with the 158 leading over the 168 leading over the 167. Just a couple seconds back is the 558 MRG BMW.
Yeah, the BSI Racing pair of MX-5 Cup cars, that of course is a team run and managed by Shea Holbrook herself, a pretty experienced and competitive MX-5 driver over the years. Amongst other things, we've seen her around the 25 hour in the past as well. But those cars, the conjecture is that they're not fully in GP2 spec, that they are much closer to just being an ND MX-5 Global Cup car, rather than being a tricked out, absolutely, maximized and efficient GP2 prep car.
Yeah, more fitting into the class than actually being, built to the class specification.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily, I guess, add some weight, take some weight out, but you're not going to be able to do much with the engine there because I believe they're all sealed.
Yeah.
You could build the car out and take it out of the Cup spec, but now you're getting less value out of the cars and or having to change it backwards and forwards from a general production endurance spec into a sprint racing Cup spec. And I don't know that the folks at the Global MX-5 Cup would much appreciate having rear wing mounts drilled into their cars and all of that in a series that is as tightly technically controlled as the Global MX-5 Cup is. Which in some ways is a little bit of a shame, because I would like to see a properly tricked out ND Miata in the ranks. Really kind of, I'd love to see one in GP1, frankly. I don't know if that could ever happen, but it'd be fun as heck. Good battle at the back end of the screen here. It's the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, the G82 current spec BMW M4 GT4, just ahead of the number 166 from Barton Racing in association with Thunder Bunny Racing. They'll jump up the inside of the Rockwell Porsche Boxster on the brakes into turn number 7. And again, just a little bit of separation there. Pick them up here on the run into turn number 10 to the right side of your screen. And just that one Porsche Boxster actually allowed the BMW M4 to pull away 5 or 6 car lengths by the time they got to the other end of the straightaway. Pretty straightforward here thus far inside the first hour of racing at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We are DriversEye Live and appreciate you all being with us, whether you are with us on YouTube or Facebook, or you're joining us trackside as a spectator or on 100.9 FM around the circuit. As always, a thrill to be a part of the World Racing League paddock and here on site watching the final 8 hours of racing for the East Region Championship with our Sunday 8-hour enduro here. It's been good to catch up with everybody. A lot of dust up there at turn number 13. Sometimes all it takes is 2 wheels off there to create all of that.
Yeah, 13 and 5 are the dust makers.
Reported as the 588 from Zealous. Knew that car was here. Such a good angle here at turn number 13. Well, classic. I did want to talk about just how much these cars work over those bumps at 13. We mentioned earlier it's a tricky old corner if you end up even remotely offline, but the static shot up here just shows how much these cars work over the bumps, these low prototypes, those NPO1s, all the way down against the ground as they ride up over the surface change on corner exit. You see all the bumps for the 979 there, and then as soon as you get to corner exit, you're 2 wheels up on the curb trying to open the radius and pick up speed for this long run through turn 14 into the braking zone at 50. Some cars handle those bumps better than others. Cayman from 701, the car disappearing off into the distance there, looked incredibly planted. And riding those bumps really, really well. Some of the GT4 cars, the NPO1s, and even some of the BMWs, really working very hard by comparison. The inside goes the Economy Motorsport Hyundai, pushes the Rockwell Boxer out a little bit wide. We can move on from that. Yeah, it's just interesting to watch the way even a non, I'd say a non-race car, but that's not quite correct. A non-factory built race car, right? Mm-hmm. One that's not explicitly designed for this type of racing. How much work they're doing over the bumps there at turn number 13 and out on corner exit. The same applies under the bridge at turn number 17. Just pretty wild pictures, and even wilder from inside the car. And if you think that's something, get him behind the wheel of an open wheel car or a modern prototype or hypercar. And it is incredibly violent. Fun to watch, but I don't necessarily need to be in that same seat. 21 laps completed at the top of the field by the NFC Motorsports number 123 Mercedes AMG GT4. Likely headed for pit stops somewhere around laps 23 to 26, I would think. Probably more towards the beginning end of that range just because of our 2 pace laps this morning. It's been all clean and green so far. A couple of little minor spins out on circuit, and just 1 or 2 notes of contact with all of the traffic density this morning. Quite a bit of traffic headed down here into turn number 7. We've had ACP and Thunder Bunny number 166 do battle as they have for the last, 15 to 20 minutes. Otherwise, everybody just kind of finding their feet and settling in nicely here. As we mentioned yesterday, our first round of pit stops is where we start to get our initial separation up at the top of GTO. It's so interesting to me. I think it's become a topic of discussion over the last couple of events as the Supra, the Mercedes, and some of the newer GT4 cars have been more competitive or more regularly scoring podiums. But this first stint at the beginning of the race is kind of your opportunity to get a sense of just how evenly matched everybody is. I mean, we've got 8 cars inside of a minute still. We've got many more than that still on the lead lap. top 14 are all GTO cars. And what that suggests to me is it's actually much less about on-track pace than we all think. Right? If our first real opportunity for separation amongst all these cars and teams is this first round of pit stops, then actually maybe we need to be paying more attention to pit stop execution when it comes to how these races are decided.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, because there's a lot more time gained and lost on that, just because cars are out circulating while you are stationary on pit lane, and it seems like time.
Big incident in the braking zone for turn number 7. That's one of the
8 VSI.
Yes, it is. That's the ND Mazda MX-5. Driver hand out the window there. That's been a big impact. There's a wheel or something that's been torn off there to driver's left in the braking zone, and a really hard impact into the Armco there on driver's right.
That's going to be a red flag.
It might be. It's already a full course yellow. 7 hours and 7 minutes remaining. 52.5 minutes into the race. You see the waving yellow in the background, and everybody is responding appropriately, as does the response team, the Alan J. Safety Team here at Sebring International Raceway. It looks like there's actually pretty significant barrier damage there to the right-hand side. And from memory, I think we used to have tire barriers there on the approach, because this isn't that uncommon an accident on the approach there to turn number 7.
Yeah, I've just been wondering where this car was, because the MRG BMW had moved up to 3rd. And I was waiting to see if this had come on pit lane, and that was not the case. This is
an interesting one. In particular, because these incidents, actually there are tire barriers there. They're tucked in behind the timing tower. So I was correct. They just don't extend that far back. It's an interesting one because this is not normally a single car accident.
no.
Very, very rarely do you see a car get it wrong under braking or downshifting in the run into turn number 7 and spear off into the wall on the right-hand side. Much more often, it's a matter of cars moving around in the braking zone as they're lapping cars or trying to defend, or whatever the case might be. There's no notes of that being an issue here. Just listed in the race control log as a hard impact. No contact that would have preceded it. Pit stops at the front of GTO, and exactly what we would have expected here, right at the end of the first hour of racing, and therefore the first fuel run for most of these cars. It's already bunched the field up, so unfortunately, the margin that the number 123 would have had, and that being the leading Mercedes-AMG GT4, is kind of going to be wiped out here. The car is waved out of its pit stall, and it looks like it's going to retain the lead here. TLM USA was the Aston Martin in second place overall. Thunder Bunny is done fueling, but is going to get boxed in badly here by the number 99, who has to slot in between the 111 and the 979 Black Forest Porsche Cayman. Thunder Bunny is repositioned, pulled backwards, and pulls around that number 99 BMW M4. And so as far as we can tell anyway, it's going to be status quo at the top of GTO. Thus far, no hint of a red flag or anything of the sort. Particularly where the the barrier issues are concerned, has been mentioned. There is a pretty significant amount of barrier damage there on the run into turn number 7.
Yeah, it looks like I think both front wheels had been sheared off.
Yeah, that was the first piece of debris to be picked up, as a matter of fact, was
One of them.
one of the wheels on that car.
Yeah. So the L&J squad will inspect everything over there, and we may be able to stay yellow with a tire barrier placed in front. They're gonna make that call as they are the professionals, and we'll decide where to go from there. All right. As safety crews go ahead and take a look at this incident, we will go ahead and take our first ad break for today's Sunday 8 hours at Sebring. We will be right back.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty rolls on under our first full course yellow of the morning. Just over an hour completed. And And cleanup continues down here at the approach to turn number 7. The number 167 BSI Racing Mazda MX-5 competing in GP2 this morning is going to have to be put on a flatbed here and recovered back to the paddock. It's been a hard impact down there at turn number 7. You can see with the just in the gap there between the flatbed and where the car is now covered up by the flatbed, some pretty significant barrier damage to the Armco on driver's right in the braking zone for turn number 7. As we've already mentioned this morning, it's not an uncommon incident there, but it rarely happens just on as sort of a one car deal. And we just don't have any more information other than the end result here, which was a pretty significant impact and debris strewn all the way from the left-hand wall to the right-hand wall in the braking zone here.
Yeah, it looked like the driver was okay. Taken away in a medical vehicle. Hopefully just as a precaution.
Yeah, initial reports on the driver condition are positive here, so we'll wait for anything more official that comes from BSI Racing, but seems like everything's going to be all right up there at turn number 7. Just some work to be done in getting us back to a green flag racing condition here at Sebring. We got away without any real significant incident yesterday. For as many cars as we had, and for what Sebring is, actually a really clean race, all things considered. Yesterday, this morning, a little bit less so. We had the 160 in the wall up at turn number 10 earlier in a single car incident. And whatever the situation is down here at turn number 7, both inside the first hour here this morning. Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy and Ryan West. Zach Johnson is our producer. Of course, thanks for being with us, everybody. Appreciate your company this morning and throughout the 2023 World Racing League season. It's been a good one. It's our third year as a full season part of the WRL circus, for lack of a better word. I've done a handful of events here in person. Ryan West has done the other handful of events, particularly early on, and has been a pretty busy calendar year for DriversEye Live.
Been a good one. I've enjoyed it.
Oh, it's been great.
I'm really looking forward to covering the Nürburgring 24 next season.
Someday.
We gotta get JT to some events next season. JT, what's going on, man? How can we get you on a flight? Particularly a flight, probably the longest possible flight in the 48 states.
You just gotta tell me when and where, and I can do it. I'm good for Coda.
See Brendan on
that. Brendan's like, no.
We're sending JT across the country twice.
Yeah.
It's fun because Brendan is far more concerned with my time off availability than my actual job is.
Well, I don't know what you do, JT. I haven't known what you do since you worked at Denny's, frankly. Also, not everybody is as flexible with time off as your employer apparently is.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I'm not even gainfully employed at the moment, and Brendan always tells, I don't know if you're going to be able to get time off to go to that, so...
I mean, look, when you come from what my experience was in trying to get time off, I just kind of default to the belief that everybody is probably in the same boat as I was, and it's just going to be impossible.
You were able to get more time off way more readily than I was.
That's what we call sick leave.
Oh, gotcha.
The fact that you were able to get that time off as an ATC was quite impressive.
Again,
sick leave.
a lot of flexibility in how that leave was used.
Again, my immune system was horrible.
That's your tax dollars at work, everybody.
Well,
not anymore, obviously. Brendan wanted to be the difference he could see in the world, and in doing that, he made that particular tower run 3% more efficiently. And for that, we salute him.
Don't ask any more questions on that statement, please. It has been so for those who don't know, since I haven't really done this at any point this year, this is the first time DriversEye Live has been a full-time concern for any of us. Previously, the World Racing League was kind of all we did, and it did take some time off from a full-time job to actually get it done. But what that meant was any of the administrative work that had to be done on the side was put alongside a full-time job during the week, which was where my days off actually were, on a Wednesday and a Thursday. And then to go and actually cover the events, I was having to take paid time off on the weekends. And you can do that a couple times a year, but covering 8 or 10 races inside of a calendar year was becoming something of a challenge. And fortunately, some other organizations inside the amateur motorsports sphere found our work here and decided that their races were worth promoting as well. So we went from doing 8 to 10 races a year up to what was going to be about 25 and what has turned out to actually be 30, including some double headers, which has stretched DriversEye Live to the very bounds of modern consumer technology. And also
the cutting edge of consumer grade
allowed me to not have to work a job I enjoyed doing, but ultimately didn't allow for a whole lot of flexibility. And so now we've got a full-time concern in DriversEye Live LLC, and 30 more races than the world has ever been able to watch before. With our work here in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, the SCCA Super Tour, it's been a good year, all things considered, and still a couple of more weekends to go. First event with HSR last weekend out at Daytona International Speedway. One more World Racing League event to come at Circuit of the Americas, and then I think JT is headed back to Sebring, actually, at the end of December, just before Christmas. Back on the racetrack and back here at Sebring, a black flag is going to be deployed. We had concerns that this was going to end up being the case because of the barrier repair up there at turn number 7, and in fact, it's actually going to be a full segment of barrier that has to be replaced. Mm-hmm. The car has obviously been moved here, but whatever the impact was, right as the Armco ends and it transitions over to concrete, where there would ordinarily be some tires, or occasionally tires put in front of. So I think rather than it being that significant of an impact, it's right as that barrier ends, and so it's not quite as strong as having having an impact in a full length of Armco there, and so it's going to take some effort to get this Actually, they're not going to replace it with Armco. They're just going to replace it with concrete blocks, which is a pretty clever move, actually. But it's going to take a black flag all in order for us to be able to do that, and rather than have cars run through that scene, give everybody on the Sebring response and recovery team the chance to do what they need to do up there at the approach to turn number 7. Of course, barrier replacement after an incident where guardrail is concerned, not an uncommon sight. How many safety cars have we seen at Le Mans over the years that turn into 45-minute endeavors to try and get barriers replaced?
That would be a short safety car at this point because of the new process.
What are the French doing with their guardrails that makes them need to be replaced every time something hits them?
It's because you hit the guardrails on the back half of the track where they're all temporary. It's like the one actual temporary part of the track that does indeed get used most of the time.
Yeah.
It's over there.
That is fair.
No, they have plenty of time to do barrier repairs at this point because of their silly safety car rule.
Well, that's not entirely true because the silly safety car rules don't apply until after the work is done. So the work takes 40 to 50 minutes, and then you've got the silly pass around class split LMP2 pull off thing, whatever. That then tacks on another 15 to 20 minutes at the end of the basically hour-long full course yellow you've already had, or safety car that you've already had. We had plenty of time to watch those procedures in effect this year, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
That was the same weekend we were running the 14-hour at Daytona here in the World Racing League, and our typical Florida afternoon thunderstorms became Florida evening thunderstorms that parked itself within an 8-mile radius up at Daytona. And it kind of shut things down by the time we got to sunset.
No racing of note on this weekend, of course, for us to watch here during the red flag.
No, not in the same time window. Macau, I guess, would have ended last night without me having seen a minute of it.
That'll be the first Macau, potentially, that actually has foreign entrants in several years, or would that have been last year?
I don't remember.
I remember watching a Macau, and people had to do like a 30-day quarantine to get to do it, and so it ended up only being locals that were doing it.
That's right.
And so this might have been the first one that people actually went to. I'd have watched
for a while. They had, WTCR wasn't a thing there for a while. They had kind of axed the GT Cup concept, right?
Right. I can look and see if Thunder Hill has a new press release, which is their level of coverage for the race.
And are we going to talk about that again? Did you read the one from last night?
I did. I was there when they did the red flag. That's when I left.
Did their safety car break down again, or
no? That was Laguna Seca's safety car, obviously. But no, the one car had an engine explode and they spilled oil all over the track, so they red flagged the race to get the oil picked up. The E3 leader, in fact. Which
I remember one of the years I think just after we were there, they had the safety car run out of fuel or something like that.
No, the engine blew up. They blew up the car. Like, straight up. That's what happened. Actually, a very similar safety car to the ones that a lot of other tracks have, even in WRL. I think it was like my assumption is it was an IMSA/Mazda provided thing, and so they all ended up with these CX-7s. Because we'll go to some events and they'll still have them. Like Road America has one, or I'm sorry, Road Atlanta has one. There was somewhere else we went to that they had the same thing, that like the same livery, the same everything. The track logo on the side was different. But yeah, they exploded the engine of the CX-7. and then just had a safety truck be the pace car for the rest of the race.
Rest in peace, CX-7.
Yes. They had the lamest. So the 45. They had the lamest manufactured drama in a press release I've ever seen in my entire life. Where they're like, yeah, with the starter, like, oh, they were concerned the starter was going to need to be replaced, and they weren't sure if they were going to leave their car running or push start it. And then it was like, we didn't think we were allowed to push start it, but actually they said that we are.
Okay.
So we could have push started it, and it ended up not being a big deal, but actually when we went back over there, we hit the start button and it worked. And it was like, so that whole paragraph was a waste of time.
Not only was the paragraph useless, I wasn't going to mention this, but since we're there, whatever, I'll say it. It read like a 10th grade fluff essay that was trying to get to a 500 word count because it mentioned the same thing like 4 paragraphs in a row.
Oh
like,
my God.
Okay, we get it.
Because Brendan, that's because there's literally nothing else going on.
Yeah, I know.
Not a single other thing going on.
I know.
The lack of traffic means that turn at the top of the hill on the kind of the back half of the course. No, you can tell, like, if you're in traffic, people are pretty confident with it. But if you're out there by yourself, which, newsflash, when there's 18 cars circulating, you are out there by yourself, people have no clue where the apex is.
Yeah.
And so they come up to that turn so slow.
They did finally get some reflectors out there.
Not that I saw. So I don't know if they were removed or what. But and then they also don't have the light on the inside of the final turn coming into the pit lane anymore, which I thought was a little scary. So, yeah, it was a good time.
Just listening to the PA announcement that's overriding us here, we were told roughly 7 minutes as an estimate from Sebring.
Wow, that's pretty good.
If everything goes according to plan.
Excellent. I would say that's 7 minutes we can talk about Thunder Hill, but there's not 7 minutes worth of content about it. So there you go.
Yeah, again, just providing some context for all of that. DriversEye Live, previously Endurance Radio, the primary live content creator at the NASA 25 Hours of Thunder Hill many, many moons ago. Got us our start, at the very least.
Yes.
And it was for a time.
And it was a great event.
A great event, yeah.
Go ahead and tell them how you first covered that race.
Oh, I tell that story all the time.
Yeah, Ryan thought I was some schmuck with a laptop. Which,
look, man, it's like being in a relationship.
Completely accurate statement.
It's like being in a relationship. I've told the story so many times. I have the same, like, mini essay that I give. Like, it's the same every single time. And the funny part is opening up with, like, yeah, some idiot sitting there by the window.
And I was.
And I walked into the downstairs lobby and showed my wife. I said, that's where I saw Brendan sitting by himself like a loser. And she laughed.
I was having a great time.
I'm sure you were.
So the very first year I went, I don't know if I've ever said this to anyone, but the very first year I was there, I was between jobs, right? This is 2011, 21 years old. I just graduated college and was kind of waiting on the FAA to decide whether or not I was going to be hired. And
no pressure.
What ended up happening was that there was a hiring cycle just before I went out to do Thunderhill. I had gotten the agreement from the organization and everything was squared away. But they announced the results of the hiring cycle exactly as I got to Northern California. So I woke up on the Friday morning to drive up to from Chico up to Willows, and got a phone call that said that I was selected for employment. So here I am going out to cover, lifelong dream, go out and cover a race, kind of do it all on my own, put it all together, and at the same time find out, like, okay, you've got your dream job as well. And it was just like an amazing stamp in time of everything coming together kind of all at the same time. And then I proceeded to draw that stamp in timeout for 12 years, trying to balance two vague careers side by side. And now I only have one.
Perfect.
It's the better one, I think. Looks like all the emergency vehicles have pulled away from the scene up at turn number 7. And the black flag is withdrawn.
Before we get going green here, Brendan,
Yeah.
I do want to speak to the Thunder Grill.
Oh, gosh.
Which was, my food was as excellent as ever. My wife was served a freezing cold tri-tip sandwich, which I was very disappointed by.
Was it meant to be freezing cold?
No.
Oh.
No, it was not. One side of each piece of meat had been cooked on the griddle, but the other side was not.
Shouts to the track shack behind the timing tower here in the paddock. Their food is quite good.
Yeah, the Sebring one's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah. Actually, quite a fan.
The Road Atlanta food is also very tasty.
Yeah, I like Road Atlanta. Food's pretty good.
At one point, they were trying to, like one of the times I went, I think in February they were cooking everything like when you would order.
Yeah.
It was like very good. And then I don't know if it was just the breakfast or if it was all day. I went to Road Atlanta the second time, and the sandwiches were pre-made, and it was way less good. And it was super frustrating because it was like, no, I've had food here before, and it's very tasty, but you've decided to leave it out under a heat lamp. That was a little disappointing. Hoping for better things next season, obviously.
Highly recommend Hallett as well as track food goes.
All right.
Like highly recommend. Their breakfast burritos are second to none. And the nice thing about it is you can order one at like 8 o'clock in the morning and not have to eat again until the race is over.
Man, that was one thing I was disappointed about after returning to California post inflationary economy, is that all of the enormous burritos you used to get for like $12, they haven't raised the price. They've just made the burrito 20 to 30% smaller. It's like, that's disappointing.
I've heard the word for that is airflation.
I believe that.
Yeah, where, okay, your price isn't going up, but the quantity of what you get is smaller. But it's not because they're changing the packaging. They keep the packaging the same size. It's just considerably less content inside the package that you buy.
So I've been disappointed by that. Like, I would pay extra. Like, I understand inflation's the thing. I'll pay more. That's fine. I still want an enormous burrito.
Yeah, speaking of enormous sandwiches, yesterday, the Havana Restaurant and Bakery up along US 27, I think it's US 20, maybe it's US 98, Florida 27, I don't know, whatever it is, Highway 27, that runs up and down the main part of Sebring. Tremendous Cuban sandwich yesterday. I mean, just truly one of the best.
You didn't go to Dimitri's?
It hasn't made the 2-hour drive from everywhere else in Florida worth it, but it did make my night better. Also making my night better, the Oklahoma Sooners, 59-20.
That sounds like the score of the Stanford game yesterday.
Yeah, what happened, man?
I don't know, dude. That team is so up and down. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It happens. This is how they work. They're gonna go thump somebody they have no right to thump, and it's like mega embarrassing for them, and then they'll get blown out by 40 points. Like, that's just what happens. Like, it's not even surprising.
This keeps happening. And actually, there were some bizarre results yesterday, both in terms of ranked teams losing or almost losing, and then other teams just getting blown out in a way that doesn't make any sense. Like, there's really no reason that Illinois and Indiana should have ended with a total in the 90s. But somehow it did.
Yeah.
There's really no reason that, Kansas State and Baylor might be a different situation. But Washington, Utah was really close. Florida
No
State
reason
Miami
for,
was exceedingly close.
No reason for Purdue to blow out Minnesota.
Oklahoma State lost 45-3 to UCF.
Hey, there you go. That's a good one for the locals here.
Yeah, in Orlando, by the way, which I thought it was a game in Stillwater, but apparently not.
Brennan's like, I would have gone.
I mean, if I weren't here.
What time was it? Night game?
Yesterday.
Oh.
No, I think it was noon. Wow. We do have cars once again.
We do. We never
Sebring International Raceway.
We never didn't have cars, to be clear.
Ooh,
they haven't reappeared.
Faded is the best food in Sebring. Is that the beer hall or beer garden, like in the little town square? I think it is. I thought about going there the other night, but I didn't feel like driving it just I appreciate that recommendation. Next time I'm back, which should be in January, I'm going to try and get to Faded.
I'm going to clip that. I'm going to clip that. Next time I'm back in January, I'm going to get Faded. Boom!
It's not the first time I've disgraced myself with a road sentence. Live commentary.
Oh, man.
Scotty Elkins, big flex having a job, guys.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, Scotty, man, I'm making 30 trips a year to racetracks to try and make up a household income here. I don't know that we're all in the different boats here.
I was going to say, thank you for taking a massive pay cut, and thank you to Layla.
Yeah, no kidding.
Layla is the real MVP. Actually, to be fair, Layla was like the primary encourager. I don't know that I ever would have walked away from ATC if it weren't for the, hey, actually, we can have... Okay, yes, you're taking a pay cut, but the lifestyle is a substantial upgrade. Even leaving for 4 days at a time, 20 times a year, is still a massive upgrade over what the lifestyle of an air traffic controller was. So, things went the way that it did, and rightly so. Scotty, man, I mean, Scotty's got his hand in all kinds of projects, from what I understand.
Did you talk to him about our potential project?
I don't know which one that is.
The one that I specifically said we should have Scotty do that with us.
I don't remember what that was. I honestly don't. So...
It's in Nick Damon's favorite Spanish city.
I don't know what that is either.
Barcelona.
Barcelona. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. I haven't talked to anybody about that, frankly.
Oh, awkward.
Yeah.
I usually think that I'm the last to know on stuff.
No. In this case, you're one of the first. JT will have no idea what we're talking about.
Oh, well.
No idea.
All right.
Yeah. If you have recommendations for international 24-hour races that you'd like to see DriversEye Live cover for no reason, by all means.
JT, we're going to be the official circuit partner for English language commentary at Catalunya.
That's not entirely true. So the weekend before July 4th, there is a 24-hour motorcycle race at Barcelona. Which just feels ripe for some live streaming. And then the weekend after that is the VW Fun Cup 25 Hours of Spa.
See, I'll
back-to-back 24s, baby.
I was thinking Belgium, but I was thinking Zolder.
Would I rather go to Zolder than... I feel like Zolder would be easier to cover than Spa. With our equipment.
Alright, gotta go replace cabs. I'll see you in an hour and a half.
That's a good point, actually.
Put this one at the base of Eau Rouge. That's Radion, actually. And there's no service down here.
That's the move, Ryan. In the lower left corner of the screen, we've got our little track map. Occasionally, we also put the corner names there if it's not immediately obvious. I like that idea. Just the lower left corner, it says Radion, actually. This is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way. Our friend Erwin, being up in the Netherlands, there is a 24-hour event in the Netherlands. One of the events of all time, as a matter of fact. That is a 10-hour race at Assen. a 4-hour drive to Zandvoort and then a 10-hour race at Zandvoort.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That is my type of thing. Yes.
It's put on by DNRT, the Dutch National Racing Team. I have lots of ideas that have stemmed from this sort of concept. That is one of them.
I'll be sure to wear my Lewis Hamilton merch. That's a great concept. Why don't they do that here? I know they have that thing where they do the cross country thing here, but like it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying words at this point.
Sure. I mean, there is
one lap. They have one lap, but that's not the same.
No. Let's not talk anymore about one lap.
All right.
I love the idea. I think our setup is ideal for that type of thing. I do.
All right.
It sounds exhausting.
What sounds exhausting? Well, no. I don't want to dunk on Brendan again. Yeah, I do appreciate Brendan. The amount of jokes that I tell to Brendan and at his expense would maybe not suggest that. So I just want to be clear here on live TV with millions of people watching.
Millions.
Did you hear Joe Bradley say that to people in the paddock?
What?
We were doing the go around and talk to people who are watching the race thing.
Oh, the millions?
Yeah, there's millions of people watching on TV.
My favorite Joe Bradley moment from last weekend was him walking up to somebody on the grid walk and going, "And who are you, sir?" And he leans into the microphone and goes, "Mark Raffoff." And Joe goes, "Ah!"
I love how that person tried to give as little information as possible.
Right? Well, and he tried to introduce himself, like, former race director for IMSA, competition director. We're like, no, we all know who you are, Mark. We just didn't know what you look like.
The lights are out on the safety car here.
Yes, they are. And we are about to go back to green, which means I can turn us back up on the PA. It's the field rounds turn number 17. The Chevrolet Malibu safety car pulls off into the pit lane.
WRL needs better rental cars as well.
Hyundai Elantra. And the TLM USA Aston Martin gets a massive jump to driver's left as they come under the starters gantry and the green flag with 94 minutes gone this morning. They'll jump into the race, or actually maintain the race lead, as the 111 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra slots into second. NFC Motorsports at number 123. A couple of cars further back. Economy Motorsport. Actually, where's the Mercedes? It got nowhere.
It's right there.
Yeah, it got nowhere on the race start here. The Economy, Hyundai Elantra, and TCR has jumped up into third. A handful of GTO cars are tucked in there as well. The ACP Tangerine Associates number 9 slots itself into fourth. So I think that Mercedes GT4 has kind of been swamped there on the restart and dropped a couple of spots further back. Everybody's on the lead lap where that's concerned. 11 cars having completed 28 laps. So some shuffling at the top of the field. Some of that will have been due to the pit stop cycle just before our black flag and red flag procedure. The rest will have been on the restart there as we went back to green. So many GTU cars, basically the entire GTU field, mixed up in with the overall race leaders, the GTO race leaders, and all of that mixing up has allowed the number 172 TLM USA Aston Martin to make a little bit of an escape here at the front of the field, which is one of the first times we've had the opportunity to say that here this morning after what ended up being a pretty anonymous day for that 172 car in particular yesterday. Other than having set the fastest lap of the race, is resulting in having some time solo out at the front of the field in that red Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Does anybody see a stopped Porsche Cayman anywhere?
Oh.
No, I'm asking because I think
don't say it.
No, I think everybody's good. I think
I see a
Black
moving
Forest
Porsche
is all
Cayman.
good. That's
Yeah.
great. If we got one, then we have 100% success rate. We're in good shape. Congrats to Black Forest. You'll like to see it. Barton Racing TBR, the number 166. Yesterday's third place finisher runs in sixth place there at the moment. GTR 99 in seventh. If you are GTR 99 here, I think the move, I know the move. Oh, spun car at turn number 1. Is that looks like
the
an
Aston Martin.
Is that the 89X car?
Yes, it is.
Out in the concrete blocks there. We jump on board as the car recovers. Not immensely quickly, it has to be said. Now, it didn't look far enough off that it would have hit anything. I wonder if just taking it easy here and feeling the car out, letting traffic go by. The car just doesn't look immensely healthy. Hazards are on for that bright yellow Aston Martin GT4, and now starts to accelerate through Big Bend and down into the braking zone there at turn number 7. Possible contact noted at turn 1 with that Aston Martin. Here we go. We'll get a replay. Look up in the background.
Oh. So, I remember seeing going into the corner, they were side by side with the Economy Motorsports Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah, and that is the second number that's now listed in the race control log as, quote, possible contact.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm not sure how that'd work with the Elantra on the outside. Maybe just slight clip as the Aston was starting to pull ahead. Maybe was enough to upset it and send it around.
It is such a difficult corner if you're going through there too wide, particularly in cars that are roughly equivalent in performance, to try and haul the car away from the exit curb. Right, the car naturally tracks out there. It's a fast corner. You're out over the bumps, easy to lose grip as the 166 goes past the number 123 NFC Mercedes down into Sunset Bend. But if you're having to haul the car off of the normal trajectory towards that exit curve, it can be very easy to just lose the car a little bit and overcorrect and make contact with the car that's on the outside. It'd be tough to pin that on the car that's outside because you can very much go too wide through turn number 1, but everybody's got to kind of play nice and drive substantially under the limit of grip for those cars. Otherwise, you can end up with a scenario where two cars make contact. The interesting thing is that actually happened before the road narrows up with the grass on the exit of turn number 1. So we'll wait and see on that. 16 was involved in a little bit of contact yesterday as well that took it out of the running for the remainder of the day. Fifth place changes hands once again. NFC Motorsports was able to get the position back before they got to start-finish. So Mercedes leads Supra now in the battle for P5.
A little bit further back, the battle for GP1 is ongoing. The top 3 cars within 2 seconds. 86 of 3 Fast Guys and Denny had taken the lead after the pit stop cycle going into our full course yellow black flag situation.
This is for GP3, just to be clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was originally led by the 85 of Open Throttle Racing, who are currently sitting second. The 75 AOA Racing sits just behind them in third. 75 being the GP3 winner from yesterday, having a very clean run. So it's gonna be really good to watch this battle here.
The 65 is being reported as slow around the south end of the circuit, JT. Down at turn number 16. So likely headed down the Ullman Straight.
I think this is the 65 right here.
I think you're right, Ryan. I watched it get entered into the log there in real time, so maybe mistaken for one of the other open throttle BMWs, or maybe a slightly delayed call.
I don't know, man.
Frequently, particularly in multi-class events, the corner network will be held clear for anything that isn't an emergency call, and so after a restart, you do tend to get some held calls that are called into race control by the corner marshals. And a big thank you to all of the corner marshals who are with us this weekend. Appreciate everything you guys do in allowing us to go racing. On board the 63 Open Throttle Racing V8 BMW M3. Just up on the inside of the number 12 BMW M4. Through turn number 1, backs out of it on the exit, and allows that ACP Tangerine Associates M4 to scoot through. A little bit of disagreement from the car with what the driver was asking from it on the way into turn number 3.
Wow.
65 is reported to stopped at turn 8.
And continue, it's still there, driver's right. So we'll see that here from the onboard. Right there. Thank you, Sentinel, for pausing right there, so we could identify that is indeed stopped right there.
There is a noticeable dead spot over there in terms of cell reception. I tried to put a camera there back in January, and it was just not having any of it.
Recovery truck just entered the track at turn 3, as we see it leave turn 5 here.
Safety team has been earning their money this morning. Fantastic work. A couple of hot pulls, really quick work to get us cleaned up from the incident over at turn number 7, and now they've got to go retrieve another car, and are doing so without us having to go back to full course yellow, which we appreciate immensely here. GP1 leader, currently the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. They are your 2023 Eastern Region champions. As we mentioned a little earlier, that title has already been decided in favor of that BMW 330. 9-4 Motorsports, the number 3 Corvette, finds themselves in 3rd, and very gradually beginning to close the gap up to the number 147 in the battle for the GP1 class lead. So let's keep eyes on the 147 and on the number 3 Corvette over the next little while or so here.
Yeah, it's good to see PC leading up front right now.
Whoops. I missed the PC car. Very sorry. You can just call me out, man.
I want to be a bit more subtle on that.
Doofus. I really should be using Joseph's timing monitor.
Yeah, they've got a 28-second lead.
Yeah, okay, so I was 28 seconds wrong.
As you see the Corvette. Nice.
You can see, I mean, visually, just from our trackside cameras, how much slower that run through turn 1 is when you try and go through side by side.
Mm-hmm.
It really takes so much cooperation and backing away from the limit to make it work for everybody, just because of the nature of that corner.
And the nature of the tires, let's not forget.
Oh, very true. Very true. These are 200 treadwear DOT spec tires, or DOT grade tires in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. There is no spec tire. This is open formula, open format.
Full tire war.
Without the big... Well, I say without the big investment. Within the market, not necessarily within the series.
Right.
The money isn't being spent specifically on WRL, but as more and more series run a 200 treadwear spec tire, more and more tire companies are investing into that particular tire.
Absolutely.
As the 65 gets towed home by the Alan J safety team into the cut at the exit of turn 13. yeah, it's been interesting to see the tire situation change over the years, and we don't have data on tires, on who enters with what brand, and occasionally those brands can change even within a weekend. You're not required to run your declared tire for the whole weekend. Show up with basically whatever you want, as long as it's 200 tread wear. And give it a go. And usually you get about half a race if you're up in GTO, in a GT4 spec car. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. Hallett turned out to be a pretty abrasive circuit and wore out the right-hand tires pretty quickly. New Jersey, same thing, but for the left-hand sides.
And NOLA.
NOLA is the big one, yeah. Really wears on the left side tires, and it's a pretty abrasive surface to begin with. But that was beginning of 2022 when that all kind of came to its most interesting apex. I remember poor Chill Out Motorsports running the LS powered MX-5 with a set of, is it non-Kangs? Non-King?
Something like that,
yeah. That just, they could not keep alive. Surface flag down there at turn number 3. Now, remember that flag just reports a change in surface condition. Could be a solid, could be a liquid.
Not likely to be a liquid, I would say. Well, I mean, not likely to be water anyway.
No, water, I mean, it dissipates. Water and fuel both tend to dissipate very quickly. So more often than not, you won't see a surface flag for that, but oil and coolant stick around a little bit longer, and they tend to be your main contaminants for a surface flag. Otherwise, maybe a small piece of debris kicked up off one of the cars and left behind. Yesterday, was it yesterday or Friday? There was a plastic tray between the racing line and pit exit down at turn number 1. Like a gray plastic tray.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, that's nice.
An
Wonder
odd...
if it was a fuel tray, maybe?
Possibly, but I don't know how that would get carried from the pit lane all the way down that far.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Which led to
it's a true
most of my
mystery.
confusion.
A true mystery.
True mystery is the Video Ninja quality algorithm.
Yes. I mean, mine's been fantastic today.
Yeah. I think what's happening is more and more people are connecting to the Sebring Wi-Fi and or the WRL Wi-Fi here, and the connection quality goes up or down, and therefore Video Ninja just massively overreacts.
It just freaks out.
Yeah, crisis management from our video streaming infrastructure here, not the best.
Good scrap coming out of turn 10 in the battle for 6th in GTO between NFC Motorsports just leading over a pair of BMWs from GTR and PMW Motorsports.
Yeah, if we can pick that up actually, because the NFC Mercedes will have finally fallen to the number 166 Thunder Bunny Supra, and then dropped a couple of seconds into the clutches of the number 99 and the number 72. We'll wait for them to come into shot here at turn number 17.
Yep, just leaving 16 now.
So the headlights ablaze there in the distance down the... Is it 5/8 of a mile, the Ullman Straight? I used to know this off the top of my head. I believe it's a 5/8 of a mile straight, roughly the same length as a straightaway at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There is your trio, 6th, 7th, and 8th in GTO. The 123 swings it out wide just a little bit to open up the radius. The 99 showed the nose on the way into 17, but much too late to actually make a dive. And they'll proceed single file down the front straightaway into the braking zone at turn 1. I don't think 99 is going to be desperate to make a move here, as I'm told we have potentially a 99 on board for today.
No, usually the 99 at this point in the race is still relatively conservative, not really pushing to overtake cars so much as just trying to stay out of trouble and let the race kind of come to them.
We are much too early for GTR to be troubled with what their position is. Right, and at this point they are still keep the nose clean, stay out of trouble, don't make any mistakes, and we'll be in good shape a little bit later on. Don't see the 99 listed here. Approaching the end of the second hour of racing, well, second hour of clock anyway, here at Sebring. We obviously had the red flag a little bit earlier, which is going to change our fuel window calculus a little bit. 166 Thunder Bunny Super slides out wide. It's the Barton Racing car. Seemed genuinely shocked that they came out of yesterday with a podium. Did the boys and girls down at Barton Racing. Really nice appreciative post from them in the WRL Racers group this morning over on Facebook. That basically on debut, we're able to come away with the podium, which I think we have no data to go on when it comes to the Barton Racing drivers. However, we do have lots of data when it comes to the Thunder Bunny Racing crew, and I think even the Barton Racing folks would acknowledge that a big part of their success is both the preparation of the Supra and the in-race execution by the folks at TBR. Change for 7th. GTR has given up the spot to the number 72 PMW Motorsport, Precision Motor Works, M4, and then dropped a couple of extra seconds, actually. Look like anything other than a clean pass. A little bit of traffic that will have caused that position to change hands, but it's allowed the 123 a little bit of breathing room, just for the moment anyway, in that battle for 6th in GTO. I suspect that the 72 is going to continue to catch that Mercedes, however. And indeed, the margin is 2 or 3 car lengths as they bang down the gears into the safety pin up there at turn 7.
Showing PC Racing having come into pit lane.
That's out of the GP1 class lead.
And unscheduled.
Yes, quite unscheduled. They were in at the beginning of the full course yellow near the end of the first hour of racing. It's felt over the course of 2023 like PC Racing has taken more than its fair share of reliability issues. Like, the car has had the pace. They've taken the fight to the Moorhead Speedworks car, and they've been in the mix virtually every weekend, as you come to expect out of Peter Chang and the team. But just more often than not, have found themselves with unscheduled pit stops, mechanical issues out on track. We saw it back at Hallett as well last time out. Remember, too, that these general production cars are not purebred race cars. It's so easy, I think, to forget as the top of the World Racing League. The GTO class has moved in the direction of purpose-built race cars, and GT4 and TCR cars, that our production classes are still, cars that are being built by prep shops and by tuners or by interested parties in their garage. To answer the question of making a car last and go quickly, over an 8-hour span, a 14-hour span, 16 hours in a weekend. And that actually it's not uncommon for these cars to run into issues. But as the envelopes get pushed further, it still comes as something of a surprise to see cars that do frequently lead their classes on pace run into these little reliability issues and have issues with consistency. So it's going to drop the PC Racing number 44 down at least into the clutches of the 702 of round 3 racing, which itself had an issue very, very early on this morning. Inside the first handful of laps, that car was into the pit lane.
Yeah, the important thing, though, was the 702 had managed to stay on the lead lap. And both of the round 3 cars had been working their way up. And now promoted to 3rd and 5th. Unfortunately, PC Racing, I don't believe we're going to come out on the same lap here as they continue to drop down their GP1 order.
Yeah, I don't think they've come back out, actually. Their pit stall is after start-finish. So the 2:43 lap that you see on live timing is not reflective of having actually done anything to the car. It's just the trip down the pit lane. And they haven't reemerged as yet. Good start otherwise for round 3. And actually just noticed the 702 has jumped the 701 here. That may have been on pit stop rotation, now that I think about it.
That or right at the restart, when they were jumping, I think it was the 134? Yeah, the 134 at the time,
Yeah.
I believe, was splitting the 2 round 3 cars.
Nice to see Big Mission back out with both the 134 and the 777 today. Noticed earlier when I was looking for some onboards, the 199, the third of the Big Mission Motorsports BMWs, went out yesterday with a stud failure. Studs failure? Stud failures?
Yeah.
However you pluralize that. That car did not make the start this morning. And as such, it's left the 134 and the 777 to carry the flag for the Colorado-based Big Mission Motorsports. Took a couple of races off in the mid part of the season to get their cars refreshed and back up to speed to do battle up there in GP1. Those cars have been competitive over the years. Remember a particularly good scrap at the beginning of the Daytona 14 Hours in 2022 with Moorhead Speedworks that unfortunately ended in tears down at the bus stop chicane. Actually, at that point, it was probably the Le Mans chicane, but anyway. So the pace and the potential is absolutely there out of those cars. Plenty more racing to come today, but those cars at the moment sit 6th and 7th in GP1. Battle for the lead, TLM USA and number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra were a 1/10 of a second apart at start-finish. And as we pick them up here into turn number 3, still nose to tail, just 1 or 2 car lengths apart. Some of that will have been due to traffic, unquestionably. You see the FPRS Mustang back there, as well as the number 3 Corvette C5. And the long run through turn number 6, the fast right-hander, and into the braking zone at turn number 7. Thunder Bunny Racing has done well to manage this gap up to the TLM USA Aston Martin. Early on, at least for a little while, the red Vantage was able to build a 3 or 4 second cushion there, but slowly that 111 has reeled them back in, and all the while extended their gap back to the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4. So a good, well settled, I think, for that number 111 to kind of slowly build into the stint here after our stoppage. and get themselves onto the lead pace of that number 172. So little to choose between the top of GTO on pace at the moment. And again, just drives home this idea that actually we're super evenly matched on track all the way across the top of GTO. But that Thunder Bunny team just has such an edge in the pit lane and in execution. There's the number 9 M4 just coming into shot in the background as we cut to the view of the Ullman Straight here, down in the braking zone into turn 17. And more traffic to deal with for our two race leaders. 702 and 701 are both in there. There's an NPO1 a little bit further up the road as well. If you're the driver of that number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra, no panic here, right? There's no urgency. No reason to get desperate in traffic. No reason to try and force a maneuver, which is a pretty good place to be, all things considered. You'd love to have the clean air. But if you know that you've got a competitive advantage in other places, whether that's on strategy, pit stop execution, consistency across your driving lineup, whatever that happens to be, it really allows you to back off when you're out on track and let the race come to you and to the advantages and the cards that you hold. Report of a hanging exhaust on the number 10. Down at turn number 3. Number 10 will be the Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche Boxster. Nice to see that car back out, actually, after ending yesterday in the turn 1 tire barrier.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's already been hit once today, but it's still going.
That may be contributing to the hanging exhaust, actually.
89X Motorsports, Aston Martin takes position that last lap over the 250 Charlie Hayes Racing BMW.
BMW has gotten past the number 123 Mercedes as well, and that would have happened probably 2 laps ago. But they're coming into shot, it's that M4. And now the M4 of GTR 99 jumping up onto the back of the 123 Mercedes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see BMW Motorsports is able to reel in the Barton Racing Supra here, running similar lap times this past lap. But it looks like over the course of the stint so far, BMW's just been slightly quicker. Coming into turn 17, still the NFC Mercedes leads GTR BMW.
Yeah, again, no panic if you're GTR there. You don't need to force the issue, but the pace advantage is definitely there for the 99.
Mm-hmm.
The NFC car in the 22s and 23s at the moment. GTR in clearer is able to dip into the 20s. But the focus here will be to stay on the lead lap if you're in that 99. And you're not, at the moment, they're not in any danger of going a lap down.
No.
The 99 draws ever closer to the 123 here. Keeping in mind, the 99, how much time do they usually gain on a pit stop versus everybody else? It's like at least 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So, just all things equal, this is just pure conjecture at this point, they could potentially be up into, what would that be, 6th after the first pit cycle, even without this pass here. That's the expectation that I would have given the performance that they're able to put on in the pit stops. That ends up playing a pretty big role in the pace over the course of a race event here with WRL, at least for the GTR 99. Thunder Bunny also no slouches when it comes to pit stops. Thus my kind of 6th place prediction. I think the 166 won't lose that much time in the pits. But NFC, PMW, Economy, ACP, I've never just been astonished by their pit speed the same way I've been astonished by the GTR 99's pit speed. So I'm kind of waiting for that to transpire, because it happens after the first or second stint. Usually the GTR 99 has moved right up the field, and a lot of it's going to come down to the pit stop typically. So kind of waiting for that to play out. I also was kind of watching GP3 here. 3 Fast Guys and Denny have gone into the lead, but they are expected to pit in 8 laps, whereas the AOA car expected to pit in 9 laps. That has gone back and forth at the front. I think AOA was leading at one point prior to the yellow. The 86, of course, having a really, really good weekend here, I think, given that they're not really a full-time entrant anymore, and with the bad news for the 65 not running here, going toe-to-toe with the AOA Racing guys who, you know, make a season out of it. They're here every weekend, able to get the lead there in GP3 is absolutely fantastic.
Reports of the 63 dripping radiator fluid, possibly, as I believe it comes onto pit road here. That is the open throttle E90 BMW.
And that would be the GTO car, I believe. That car just not seeing the same level of success, I think, that we've seen from the other open throttle cars. When they ran the Miatas, those were pretty competitive. They run the 64 in BP1. That has really found its niche in that class. They're very rarely leading overall, but they're usually good for being in contention for a podium in the bright green with the red interior. I believe it's just a wrap on the outside of that car. BMW. So that car has gotten more and more competitive as the season has gone on. And the GP3 car, the 65, also usually a stellar entrant in that class. They've run into some trouble today, of course. So it's perplexing to me that they haven't found the pace in the 63, and I don't know if that's just that it's too hard of a car to drive, or if building a car in that way means that you're very compromised on setting up the car and drivability at that point. So I'd be happy to have an explanation from Mike Corbin on what he thinks what would make the difference here, I guess. What would get you into being a top 10, top 5 contender more frequently?
Yeah, if I remember, they looked pretty good at Road Atlanta.
They did. They looked pretty good at Road Atlanta, especially in the mixed conditions. Yeah. They did pretty well in that car.
The 63 did get a 10th place finish on a Sunday.
Yep. And they led the field to green on several occasions. Which was nice, and I think lots of other people in that class a little bit surprised that the 63 wasn't an easy car to get past on the restarts. Holding that lead around the first half of the lap pretty consistently.
Yeah, that car is now in the paddock, unfortunately. So
yeah,
they will. That's a team that will most likely try to repair whatever it is and get it back out to see the checkered.
Absolutely, it's all about track time there at Open Throttle. Not to say that nobody enjoys getting some trophies. Again, as we had spoken about yesterday, the 64 coming in 3rd position at HSR last weekend overall in their run group. And using their plate, because HSR's trophy for podium finishers is a medal and a plate, which I'm sure you can display quite easily in like a hutch. But they went ahead and used that as a charcuterie board. There's a really nice picture of that on their Facebook page.
I am fairly certain. Oh, standing yellow down here at turn 3. That's a
that's the 9-4.
80, well, number 84.
No, number 84, but it's a 9-4 motorsports, yeah.
The NPO1 in GTU.
Yeah.
Backwards there at the exit of turn number 5, and black BMW from, I think, Zealous.
Yep.
Yep, dropping wheels off there as well. So there was a report of a car dropping coolant. The 63.
Yeah, which is now in the paddock.
Okay. That this isn't related to that. Yeah, are we going to drop some wheels here too? Nope.
Not a new site, of course, this turn.
No, it's evidenced by on the dirt on the backside of the curb.
Brendan, did you get the Athletic update that I got?
Oh, about our boy Jimbo?
Yeah.
I can think of. Listen, if the Texas A&M Board of Regents would like to spend $75 million, like they're just itching for a reason to do that, I will very happily take 6 to 7 figures of that number.
Wasn't it like 2 years ago that they beat Alabama and it was like a big deal and they talked about how great he was?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Same guy.
I mean, to be fair, I think even that season he still ended up going 7-5.
Right.
Or 8-4 or something. And that's the best season he's had since he's been there. I don't know if there are any Texas A&M fans here.
Maybe.
I bet you there are. I mean, WRL.
Zach does have a replay here of the spun 9-4 Motorsports.
Oh, very good.
Just comes through. Oh, gets it loose on the entry, so no chance there.
Kind of.
More getting back on the throttle.
Yeah,
that could be that too.
Have you driven the LMP3 in iRacing yet?
I have not.
JT, you have, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It's fun as heck. But it has a very odd behavior that, based on what I've seen in real life, actually does reflect the way the car drives. If you break traction at the rear, it's almost impossible to get it back until you've had the chance to straighten the car out.
Yeah.
So like if you start to slide the rear end on corner entry because you're braking too late, or brake bias is too far rearwards or whatever, as you're banging down through the gearbox, if the back end breaks traction, you are going to be fighting the car for the next 2 to 3 corners, all the while building rear tire temperature and all of the bad things. And it almost looked like that was that kind of behavior. Like it wasn't that the car was being pushed or asking entirely too much of a car. Just
right.
It broke traction, and once it happened, it wasn't coming back.
Yeah, and I think that's also a bit of the nature of turn 5 itself.
Yeah.
Just because you cut 4 so aggressively to try to have a good wider entry in and to carry that speed out for a slightly later apex, to carry that speed onto that long straightaway.
It's not immediately obvious from our camera there, but 5 does tighten mid-corner. Like it's not a constant radius corner. So if you come in too shallow, which is kind of JT's point there, if you come in too shallow, you're having to haul the car off of the exit curb or tighten the wheel where you're already kind of at the limit of what the car will give you grip-wise. Or, as you say, you cut 4 really aggressively and you try and arc the car into the tightening radius in the middle of 5. And if you get that even slightly wrong, it can snap the car around as well. 3 kind of does something similar in the way that it tightens, but kind of doesn't. I don't know. It's just the lines of the corner are drawn very oddly to the way it's actually driven.
Yeah. Which, kind of circles back to the argument you guys were having yesterday about whether the bumps at Sebring, if they were to disappear, would change the track in terms of its likability or its drivability. And I'd say just in terms of the actual layout as the 65?
It's going to be the 62.
62.
62 has the black roof. That was my bad earlier, too.
Good call.
Nice. So as the 62 shows, it's not so much, the bumps definitely play a role in the experience of Sebring, but it's also how the corners are laid out and set up. 5 is an excellent example. Even if this was smooth, it's slightly unnatural in terms of how you set up for the corner and how you try to get that speed on the exit. So it's not your standard, 90-degree banking corner. So there's a lot of character in the corners, even without the bumps, and the bumps just heighten this experience.
I think it would be super fun to take Sebring in, let's say, Assetto Corsa and reimagine it as a Grade 1 circuit. Right? Let's do the paved runoff thing. Let's do the FIA curbs. Let's do all of that and draw it out as a thought experiment, as if it were not 80-year-old pavement, at least for half the track. Or, that we didn't have a wall on the inside of turn 1 that was right up against the racing line. And let's add the modern margin for error, and let's see what it does to the place. I really don't know. I don't. It would certainly lose a lot of its iconic nature.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, while you do that, let's also add some elevation.
No,
like exit of 5 goes downhill.
It's Florida.
That'd be fun.
You can't add elevation in Florida.
In AC, you can do whatever you want, though.
No, but this is the point: is it's got to be kept flat. So, like, if we're going to repave Sebring, let's repave Sebring. Let's see what it looks like. Right? And if you're going to repave it, you might as well make the other little tweaks you have to along the way, bring it up to safety spec, and just see what happens.
How much elevation did Coda have initially before they started building the track?
Yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that. Other than turn 1 being man-made, I actually don't know. I know they did a lot of grading, but I don't know if the run downhill out of 9 into turn 11 that looks natural. And I mean, once you get outside of the city limits of Austin, you are kind of in hill country. Mm-hmm. So it's not, the elevation changes aren't out of place. I just don't know exactly how much grading was done and how much of that was intentional.
Yeah.
I think if I remember, they banked the corners a little bit, but not a lot. Because I remember flyovers and stuff of them while they were building the track. And I don't think they added or subtracted a ton. I think they leveled how they wanted to get the turns to mimic other turns throughout the world, obviously.
Sure.
But I don't think they drastically modified the elevation changes of the
Speaking of banking, have you seen the shots of turn 3 from Flat Rock?
No.
That have been making the rounds lately?
No.
They claim 30 degrees in a carousel type corner. This is Flat Rock Motorsports Park, the new track outside of Nashville and Knoxville, and also kind of outside of Chattanooga, up in the northern part of Tennessee.
Would be cool if WRL got to run there.
My understanding is that the hope was that would happen in 2024, but that the circuit
won't be ready.
They can't guarantee it'll be ready.
Gotcha.
There is another American centric endurance series that had teased the idea of running at a track with rock in the name, but it turned out to be Rockingham Speedway in North Carolina.
Gotcha.
Which is not Flat Rock. I am confident that as soon as Flat Rock Motorsports Park is ready, WRL will be one of the first to be there. It's a Tennessee-based series at the best new track that the U.S. has seen in a little while.
People liked Ozarks. People liked Ozarks.
Oh, man. Are we going to have the Ozarks discussion?
Blunt racing people love Ozarks. Get Chris Davis back on the broadcast. Chris Davis loves Ozarks.
Real quick before you go into Ozarks, I just wanted to have a quick update. While I was discussing the Turn 5 corner, the 99 from Team GTR did get by the Mercedes of NFC Motorsports, but they are still running nose to tail around the track.
Interesting. That 123, it seems to actually do better sitting behind somebody, which is a valid... I mean,
strategy.
It's a valid strategy, and it's a great learning opportunity, right? We don't pretend in the World Racing League that these, teams aren't in a large way funded by people who just like to go racing. And yep, okay, you can hire your professionals and have your team, in some ways not carried by those professionals, but your development as a driver is aided by those professionals, right? But it can also be very valid and useful to, when you're out on track as an amateur driver, as an up-and-coming driver, to sit behind somebody who is quicker than you and try and stay with them. Learn where their braking points are. Learn where their turn-in points are. Look at how they're running the arc into Turn 3, the arc into Turn 5. Watch their line and their braking point going into 17. Because Sebring is such a technical track, you can actually learn a lot just from spending 2 or 3 laps behind somebody that... we haven't seen that Mercedes in the 21s here in a little, actually for most of the stint, they've been in the 22s and the 21s. Now all of a sudden they're tucked up behind the GTR car and immediately into the 21s and the 20s. Like, immediately. And that, to me, never mind what the pace is or isn't, is kind of, yes, it matters to the outcome of the race, but it's a little bit irrelevant to the purpose of what's going on here. We're all trying, if you're on track, you want to be getting better. You always want to be more competitive. And whatever information you can get out of the car that you're running around with, in this case, it's worth like a second.
Yeah,
what we're seeing on timing.
This is something I do myself in, my sim racing, doing the endurance races. I do. I'm not the fastest driver. I'm very clear about that. But I like to be consistent, and if I'm battling with somebody and there's still 4 hours to go, I'm not going to really fight them. I'm gonna show them an opportunity to overtake, and then I'm going to spend time staying behind them, learning what I'm doing wrong, where I'm stronger, and trying to build a new rhythm based on what I see so that I can improve what I'm doing and, over the course of the race, become more competitive.
Is that why you used to follow me so much?
No, that was because you wouldn't pit and change to another driver.
Oh, no. We didn't change drivers. The problem is we changed back.
Immediately after 1 lap.
Those of you who follow WRL in our commentary here at DriversEye Live will know that we all at one point or another have sim raced together. And Joseph Mudrock. Well, no, you're in it now.
Yeah, but not with each other.
Oh, I wasn't teammates with JT.
Oh, okay.
No. We were competitors in the same series. But in a couple of series, actually. Endurance and sprint series.
Yeah, VOR and CMS or ERL and whatever.
Ennis came and visited us a couple of weeks ago, and we were having discussions about some of the old VLMS days and talking specifically about the driver change issue, which you referenced. But you used a good word earlier, JT, and that's rhythm, right? So much of endurance racing is about getting into that rhythm, that sort of subconscious zone, right, where you are thinking less and less as the stint goes on, and more, you're doing more proactively and less reactively. And that comes with freeing up all of that mental processing power away from how you're just driving the circuit as a matter of, as a matter of course, pardon the pun, and doing more to be efficient in the way that you pass cars and set up passes and give away less time as our camera decides to do some things up at turn 13. But when you are learning out on track, and you're always trying to learn, as you find new braking points, new turn-in points, new downshift points, and everything that comes with actually taking into account the things that you're seeing in front of you, behind you, and around you, you have to settle yourself back into that new rhythm. And that can take 5 or 6 laps, sometimes longer, to where, okay, instead of having to think about, oh yeah, I got to brake at the 1.5 bar marker instead of all the way at the 2 marker, and that means I got to straighten the braking zone out a little bit further and then tighten the turn-in point, and that means I've got to change this. Eventually, you just stop thinking about that and you settle into that rhythm, and now it becomes about driving quickly and efficiently the new way that you've learned, based on what you're seeing out on track, and you can adapt your passing strategy, your lapping strategy appropriately. But that all takes time, and it takes repetition more than anything. Unfortunately, in the heat here, I think a lot of what we're going to see as we start to get some pit stops in the lower end of GTO, which means we'll be seeing some leader stops here momentarily.
Yeah.
I think we're likely to only see single stints. So whoever the driver of that 123 is, if this is going to be, single stint and then out, it's to be safe with all of the heat and everything we've got at the moment. Heat and humidity in Central Florida. Probably get out of the car and go over some data and chat with the 123 crew, turn that car over, and let them chase down the overall race leaders, who, one of whom anyway, finds themselves in the pit lane. The number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Toyota Supra is the first to jump at the top of GTO anyway. 979 is in just in front of them. The number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates is into the pit lane as well. Well, the number 172 from TLM USA continues out on track. Economy Motorsport continues out with their economy run. Back in it'll now be second. It was 4th in GTO, but it'll be inheriting second place here in a moment. Barton Racing TBR stays out, as well as the number 99 from GTR BMW, and the 123, who has stuck right with that M4 as they work lap traffic down the front straightaway. Notes that the number 52 has been in the wall at turn number 13. With an impact to drivers left up at Tower Turn. Eric cleared course drivers left as well. Now that's very interesting, because if you clear the course drivers left up there, you're just out on Airport Road.
That's fantastic.
Very difficult to get back from there without having to drive all the way around the public access road that circles the northern end of Sebring International Raceway, which, by the way, I did notice they were using yesterday to recover cars from turn 7. So instead of driving the car all the way around to turn 13, they would have a Sebring security staff member open up the gate at the old hairpin down in the runoff at turn 7, take them onto the road behind the hotel, and then drive them in down either at the main gate or gate 4 back into the speedway. I just got a text from Layla that said Airport Road is always terrible. There are no good airport roads. That may be true. How did my family at home? Layla watching from home, presumably with a pair of cats and a pair of dogs, who I'm sure are enjoying the race just as much as we all are.
Your other favorite ginger.
One of those dogs is very asleep in front of the television. Leaders into the pit lane. That's the 172 TLM USA Aston. So remember that the 111 and the 172 were fundamentally nose to tail out on track for the majority of the stint since we went back to green flag racing just past 90 minutes. So this will give us a good idea of actually what the pit stop delta is between these teams, if anything. Economy Motorsport is going to stay out and will inherit the lead, at least briefly, as a result. Slightly off pace, Michael Moore Racing Ford Mustang on the run into turn number 7 as we jump on board the second TLM Aston Martin. This is the TLM Mona entry. Thunder Bunny is back out of the pit lane, by the way, as is PMW Motorsports. GTR is in. NFC is not. Speaking of NFC, if anybody's down in the pit lane there, I know we've interviewed or had chats with them a couple of times. But it would be great to talk to whoever the driver of that 123 is at the conclusion of this stint. Feel free to pop up here or send them up here. Just because of what we observed with the lap times there and how quickly it adjusted. I'd love to hear what that experience is like from the first person point of view. Certainly just a big part of driver development here, and you rarely see it in such an obvious and marked way. Thunder Bunny just went through our shot there at turn number 10. The TLM Aston Martin is on the brakes into turn 7. So that's going to be something like 15 to 20 seconds, I think, here. .89X into the pit lane as well. And by the time we get through this pit stop cycle, I think we're going to see the Thunder Bunny Supra into the lead. Economy Motorsports is finally in, so about a lap or two better than the bulk of the GTO field. Oh, and NFC is in now as well. So they'll go to work. Driver change. Fuel going in the right-hand side. Driver goes in the left-hand side. Quick check under the splitter, left and right. Thunder Bunny comes through, having just put a lap on the number 88 Renegade Racing BMW M4. And arcs into turn number 1. No sign of movement from either NFC or Economy at the moment from where I stand up here. It's 31 seconds between Thunder Bunny and TLM USA. So that is what pit stop execution will get you. These are the kinds of differences we talk about so frequently. And at the top, I mean, there's not much to choose between your Thunder Bunnies, your GTRs, and your NFC Motorsports squads. And they do this with such repetition and such accuracy that it's pretty much, rinse and repeat.
Yep.
But do tend to drop a little bit of time as you go further down the grid. And that is the difference right now at the top of GTO. I think what we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is to quickly step aside on DriversEye Live, go say hi to our commercial partners, and with thanks to our sponsors, rejoin you on the other side once this pit stop cycle has shaken out, and we can speak a little more authoritatively on exactly what the standings are going to look like as we work into the third stint of our Sunday 8-hour enduro here at Sebring International Raceway. DriversEye Live will be back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back live at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Rolls on. Coming up to... Actually, we're not that close to the end of hour number 3, but we are making progress.
We're chugging
Towards
away.
the checkered flag at 4 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon. That's 1 o'clock Pacific time, isn't it, Ryan?
It is.
Yeah. It could not be a less useful time zone for the World Racing League.
The best time zone, though.
I mean, probably not, but sure.
You can watch college football all day.
That's
You
is
wake
very
up,
true.
football's on.
That is very true. I actually would prefer that, but it does make being a racing fan slightly more difficult.
It does.
Yeah.
That's okay, though, because the weather's free. They don't charge you
Weather
any
is
extra
free?
for that. The weather's free.
I mean, we don't charge. Oh,
trouble.
Car spun at the exit of turn number 1. My video feed
They're going to get going here, though.
has some feelings. Is that the RRT car?
It is.
721? Yep. It's the car recovered. Don't know that they've actually hit anything.
I think it was just a
They're
spin
on
there.
Driver's left.
The same spin that we had talked
Yeah, spin
about
and
people
continue.
making earlier.
Yes.
This is the turn. We got a nice replay here from your boy, Zach. Here it comes. Ooh, carries a little bit too much speed. You know, oh, man, almost caught it. Ooh, very lucky all the way around, and probably one wheel movement too slow. Could have caught it there. Would have been really impressive if they
Would
had.
you refer to that as a tank slapper?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
That is so you have to take on Gran Turismo to like get the top time for the weekly championships and stuff. That is the type of line you have to take into that type of corner.
Right.
Where you're going like enormously too fast and you slide it and like barely catch it. Like you have to do that on every corner. So I would have been really impressed if they had held on to that.
I wasn't actually able to see it because I have about 8 pixels on my screen.
Nice, that's good. Mine is very clear. Very, very clear.
Nice.
Is this 60 frames as well, Brendan?
That is a question for Zach. I don't believe so.
No, Zach says no.
Oh, are you talking about the track sides?
Yeah.
Nope.
Because Zach did a replay earlier. I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday, but Zach did a replay that was in slow motion. And I was like, oh, is this some 60 frame action? But I suppose not.
We used to have a producer that would do slow-mo replays.
Zach did one. It was there.
Of nothing.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Of a car running wide. I hope he's doing okay, though, you know?
I'm sure he is.
I'm sure he's working today.
You're a nice guy.
Yeah.
I bet he is.
Zach, would you rather be bad at your job in iRacing, but in exchange you get to work on the red zone? Would you rather be bad at producing racing broadcasts, but get to be on the NFL red zone instead? because that was a career path that played out.
Yeah, it would be like asking Joe Buck to cover WRL, which is the thing we all need in our lives, obviously.
No, it's not.
It is.
Car has spun on the way into turn 5. I don't know,
fun,
man.
actually.
No, it wouldn't.
I would enjoy working.
It would be insufferable.
Probably.
Because I get the feeling, and like maybe Joe Buck's a nice guy, I don't know. But I get the feeling he would still try to do the intonation thing that he does, pretending like every word he ever speaks is going to be played out on an NFL Network documentary.
I mean...
And pretend like he knows exactly what's going on when, like, I would know for certain that he does not have a clue because he doesn't watch this.
I think that this is a thing in professional commentary circles because Rick Allen does the same thing.
It's so frustrating. I absolutely hate it.
I told Joseph that I think Rick Allen speaks like he is a video game commentary algorithm.
Yes.
Like he'll separate the name from the action. Like he's got to pair 2 wave files together. I noticed it a couple of weeks ago for the first. I don't know how it took me this long, but I noticed it for the first time a couple weeks ago, and it has been infuriating to listen to ever since.
It's not like that. I agree that that's annoying. I still think that the trying to add unnecessary gravitas to talk about a 4th and 1 situation where the runner gets turned around at the line of scrimmage in the first 5 minutes of the game, as if it's like going to be this big important thing.
I mean,
that we're going to come back to, and we'll have a good soundbite to come back to when we talk about that being. But like trying to do that for every single play is like
that's the point.
Really,
really have a soundbite. That's the point.
It's really disingenuous.
I don't think it is.
The play is not that big of a deal, and you can't like pretend that you're anticipating that every single play is going to be that.
I mean,
that's crazy.
Me talking about an on-track battle inside the first hour of a WRL race is just as exciting as it is in the last part of the WRL race. Does it mean the same thing? No, of course not. The impact isn't going to be the same thing.
But you don't
add. Just as excited about it.
You don't add additional gravitas. There's a difference between being excited about it and like trying to add gravitas to it so that it sounds good on a documentary.
But again,
Zach Johnson does the exact perfect thing. If you look at the chat. Justin Allgaier makes the pass for 4th.
No, not enough.
On lap 3. Like
Justin Allgaier makes the pass for 4th.
Yeah, that's true.
It's that type of delivery. But I think that's intentional. Like I really believe that somebody is, and maybe somebody else can verify this. I really believe that somebody else is like coaching them to do this. And say, hey, we're going to need these sound bites in the future. Can you make it easy for us, to piece them together or to split them up as necessary?
Right, but I specifically tried to do that for Road America when the documentary crew was here, anticipating that they were going to use our broadcast as voiceover. And I actually consciously made an effort to do that, and it felt dirty and awful.
It is, but I think
it's terrible.
But I agree, and that's the whole discussion here. I think it is terrible, but they're being told to do it for other purposes. Like I think somebody at the network is coaching them and saying, hey, we need to use these sound bites other places. You're not just producing an 8-hour podcast of an amateur race. You're actually producing a library of sound bites for us to use in highlight clips for the next 3 years.
I hate
Just
that.
Remember that.
I hate it.
I totally agree.
And Joe Buck is still the worst defender on that.
No way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He has come so far and nobody will give him.
No, that's fine. But he's still the worst defender on trying to add. Like, he used to be bad and annoying. Now he's just the worst defender on, like, trying to big himself up like he's mega important.
Does Vince Welch not count anymore?
Hi. I'm just glad Joe Buck doesn't cover the baseball anymore. Couldn't stand it.
He was a good baseball guy.
Couldn't stand it.
Yeah.
Couldn't stand listening
I
to
think
Joe
people
Buck.
just like to hate Joe Buck, but, you know.
I don't think so. I think it's
if he ever
well-deserved.
loses his job, he'll have a job here.
Ugh.
So think and repent. I almost said think and repeat. I think in short racing, you have to have the drama. Murray Walker made me feel like F1 was more important than whatever was going on in my puny world. And that is fair, but I think Murray Walker was just genuinely excited to be doing what he was doing.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, I don't think he was adding gravitas to whatever the moment was.
No, he
that was
absolutely
just
was not.
him.
He was excited.
That was
And
just him, yeah.
Murray Walker didn't care if he was going to be used in documentaries or not. That wasn't part of his thinking when he's speaking. He's just happy to be there. That's not what goes on anymore.
Yeah.
I think Lee Diffie does it a little bit too.
I was
now,
just going to bring up Lee Diffie.
I think Lee Diffie does it. It's not as good as his F1 commentary used to be. His F1 commentary was outstanding,
so
I thought. And then now that he's done it more and more, it's like, come on, man, you don't have to do that.
For me, the gold standard of commentary in motorsports is Brendan Kazmarek and Ryan. Is the Supercars commentary team of Mark Scaife and Mark Scaife and Neil Crompton. Right?
Yeah.
They have always, I think, been the perfect balance between excited enthusiast and knowledgeable analyst and just genuinely enjoying the race for what it is.
So GTR has just lost a position.
Oh, so they have.
To the 9.
Yes, after a long-ish 225.2. That may just be the phase of race we're in at the moment with that car.
Right.
But the supercar...
Is that how we're saying that now?
What? Yeah. Well, yes.
Okay.
The race has its ups and downs, and occasionally... I mean, look, the 123...
That's fine.
The 123 was in the 222s and 23s and eventually found their footing. This may only last a couple of laps, and let's see what it means for the 99. Anyway,
here's the 9.
Is stay on the lead lap.
And then the 99 is right here, tucked in between the Porsche and the other BMW. There it is in the bright blue.
The PMW Motorsport number 72 there.
They've upgraded as well. They used to run a E46 in GP1, I think, or GP2, one of the two. PMW? Yeah.
PMW? No, they had a GTO M3 that was a monster on fuel mileage.
Okay, but it was still an E46.
It was, yes.
Yeah, okay, got it.
That car still runs in STU over in the SCCA.
My lovely wife.
Our friend Johan Schwartz drove to a new track record at Road America back in June.
My lovely wife, really on our way up to Thunderhill yesterday, wanted me to describe the differences between the series that we cover and the classes, and just had to hear me explain SCCA classing as it relates to WRL. And I was like, in the SCCA, I just can't, like, I don't even... So when you say STU, I'm always like, oh gosh, like that's, And then, does the SCCA also have GTS? Is that theirs too?
GTS, no.
No, okay, so that's a NASA thing. The NASA and SCCA entry really heavily overlaps in Northern California.
So, of course, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And for the regionals, they have goofy classes too, so that's part of that.
Well, yeah, and there's the whole, up and down with regional classes and national classes.
Yeah. So the Land O'Lakes region has a WRL / Lucky Dog like GP3 class where it's a power to weight thing.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I heard you guys, you and JT yesterday discussing the new club spec concept.
Yeah, I'm excited for that still. We talked about it enough yesterday, so I'm not going to talk about it again.
Has anybody drawn out what that spec of car is going to look exactly like in WRL? The Mustang in particular has me a little bit interested.
So it's going to look... So the Mustang is going to be the same stuff that was on my car, which is to say, very, very similar to what the spec Mustang class was for NASA. And then the NC is going to be like a watered-down NC Cup car. Like, it's the same stuff. So that NC is going to end up in GP3 with everything else, and I'm pretty sure that Mustang will end up in GP2 with all the other 4.6 Mustangs. Like, it's not that complicated of a formula. Like, it'll be...
No,
they're going to land in the same places they land now.
I just didn't know... Like, I haven't looked into it because I'm not a car builder.
Right.
But whenever a new... either type of car or spec of car comes out, I'm always intrigued to see where it lands if you do basically nothing else to it.
They will land exactly where you think they would land. I would be willing to bet, we're on board the 96 here in GP1, I'd be willing to bet that this car shares a substantial portion of the number of parts with the club spec car. Now this one's in GP1, which I wonder if that means they run it light, or if they have a little bit different, more sophisticated suspension setup. I haven't actually looked at this car. But the MMR car and then also the core car were very similar to my car. Like, very, very, very similar.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it'll slot in to GP2 and GP3, but none of those, of course, include a roll cage. They only have a roll bar specified for the Miata. There's no cage because it's for solo stuff, obviously.
Yeah, but isn't the point of Club Spec to run road racing and solo?
I don't think they've finalized the road racing component of the spec and like what specifically they will want changed.
Right, and the roll bar versus roll cage is.
And for a long time, one of the barriers to entry for the SCCA is they like mandated a fuel cell.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of expensive. With the proliferation of racing like WRL, etc., where they don't require a fuel cell, it's heavily recommended. They would like you to do that.
Of course, yeah.
But you don't have to have one. I think that's made the SCCA kind of rethink whether that's a thing that they really need to be asking for. Like I said, SCCA and Land O'Lakes, if you're in that power to weight class, they don't require it, for their region at least. So, yeah, I think that they're probably still tossing some things like that around in their head of whether or not they're going to mandate that. Which I hope not. I don't think I have ever seen in the entire amount of time I have watched, participated near, or scrutineered racing, seen a fuel tank fire.
No, I mean, the amount of energy traveling through the car is not. You saw it a lot in like NASCAR, right? Back when they were just welded tanks. But
yep.
the type of racing that we're doing here, the speed at which we're going racing, is fast enough to be dangerous, but because racing always isn't, I don't think, pushing the same amount of energy through a car. Also, cars are designed, or at least the build of the car is...
Sorry, Brendan, the 166 has just gone by the 172 as well.
Yes, they have. That's now a Thunder Bunny 1.2. And the 166 is one of the quickest cars on track as a result.
Hold on, guys. We may be going full course yellow here in a second. If we stay with this onboard...
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Not, never mind. Go back to the onboard, please, Zach. All right, so coming out of 16 here, I believe... Okay, no, the car is gone. The 134 from Big Mission had spun and hit the wall, the tire wall.
Double yellow.
And it was reported as the tire wall needed repair.
That's exactly, I think, what we're going to do here, JT. Either that or this 96 isn't going to continue on its... there it goes. I'm a little behind here.
They're fine.
Yeah, I'm behind here.
They just like to play in the dirt at turn 5. We're good.
So it does leave us under our second full course yellow now, which is going to throw what I thought was developing to be a pretty predictable race in terms of rotation here, now into complete chaos.
It was predictable on rotation, but nobody was super far apart in terms of gap. Like,
but it was going to be headed that way, and we all kind of understood, like, okay, this car is going to start pulling away, this car is going to start catching, we're going to see this position change. There was less chaos. Whereas I think interrupting a stint with a full course yellow is going to throw strategies into a blender. I don't know. I think we're going to see a lot of different things here all of a sudden. We may even see tires on this these pit stops.
We may. This might be a good time for an ad as well.
Oh, we just did.
I know, but we can bang them out.
That's true. Let's wait and see on that one. I would like to wait until we have a good idea of what's going to happen with the pit lane in the pit lane.
All right.
We just sent the safety car out to go pick up the 111. That Thunder Bunny team is usually on the button when it comes to strategy. So my guess here is they are now pretty committed to not pitting that number 111. As I said, though, we're throwing strategy into a blender here, and it split the two Thunder Bunny Racing Supras. The Barton Racing number 166 is in, doing fuel. The 9 is in. No tires on the Thunder Bunny Supra. And actually, now that I think about it, it probably doesn't make sense to do tires here, just because we had a stoppage earlier on.
Yeah, and we're still more than halfway to go.
Yeah. 123 is in. The 172 is not. Triple Eight is not. GTR stayed out. PMW has stayed out. And at least up at the top here, our last question mark is the Economy Motorsport Hyundai. So, what we thought was going to make a lot of sense and was pretty well determined, at least short-term future for our race, is now thrown the long-term into chaos, which we do love.
We do.
Ta-da!
Just like that. So as I mentioned, about 5 hours remaining here. We're going to go ahead and have the dryer move on and blow some of this dust off of the racing line.
Yeah, dryer and marbles as well.
Yo clag, David.
Yo clag, there's your clag, David. I don't think anybody can do a Steve Matchett impression. Like, I just don't think it's possible.
What do you think he's doing right now?
Steve Matchett?
What do you think Steve Matchett's up to?
He seems like a living his best life kind of guy.
He's on a beach with a Mai Tai right now.
Yeah, he always, like, I think he loved racing and engineering and in particular Formula One, but I think once the opportunity to stay in Formula One went away, I think he's just like, you know what, I'm just going to do the things I want to do.
Perfect.
Yeah, he always struck me as that guy.
Not being a dealer principal in the Wisconsin area?
No. David was here in January.
I believe that.
I don't remember why. I think he was also at June Sprints. And if he wasn't at June Sprints, he was at the WeatherTech International Challenge, along with Brian Redman.
Brian Redman.
Who could not have seemed less interested in being a part of an event with his name on it. I'm sure he's a very nice man, but...
We named it after you. He's like, great. I gotta go to Sheboygan for the week.
It was more people kept asking for the same stories.
Yeah.
And he was having to do the same thing Zach was a part of it. He was having to do the same thing in Victory Circle with the trophy presentations. It was just it was very interesting. It was, to be clear, great event. Like, as a whole, we helped produce some trackside cameras for that event alongside Road America's CCTV setup there, and super nice people, well attended. The spectator turnout for that event was phenomenal.
Not a whole lot to do in that part of Wisconsin. Well,
so it's funny, like, so WRL's date at Road America, and again next year, is traditionally the first the first event of the year for Road America, right? So they're getting their infrastructure back up and running. Oftentimes golf carts become a problem because they don't have the store of them that they would normally have for, like, the big spectator season. And I appreciate that we get the opportunity to go to Road America at all. It would be amazing to see WRL and spectator get up there and run more in the spring and the summer.
I have to imagine that the staffing to make that a spectator event must be just atrocious.
But here's the thing. They get spectators to turn out for literally anything up there.
That's
because it's an opportunity to go camp and hang out and listen to and watch race cars.
Yeah,
there's really not much more to it than eat good food, watch good cars, drink good beer, enjoy a weekend out in the sun. Or thunderstorms, as the case may or may not be. And I get that their spectator season is compressed and their track season is compressed because of where they are geographically. But that, more than most other opportunities that the WRL gets to get in front of eyeballs, in-person eyeballs, like we have this weekend at Sebring, frankly. I think just, if the opportunity ever came about to be a spectator event at Road America, it could be a really big thing for WRL, frankly. I'd love to see it. On the other hand, being up there before there are leaves on trees means we can actually get cell reception around the back half of the circuit. So
yes.
Maybe we take the little victories there.
I liked the Chicago road course for NASCAR. I hope they go back to Road America, though, at some point.
Man,
could we really have not
Chicago road course? I think.
Like, could we not have taken out one of these duplicate cookie cutter oval events and just ran both?
To be fair,
like done Chicago and Road America. Like
NASCAR is kind of doing that anyway. Like Chicagoland is gone, right?
I know, but we don't need to go to Michigan twice, or we don't need to go to Cal Club twice. Well, you can't do that now. Kansas, all those. Like, you don't have to go there twice.
No, Dover's okay. I like Dover. It's a high-banked mile oval. You don't get a lot of those.
According to my father, Dover's in a perpetual state of not existing. So,
as a city or as a track?
Well, no, that too, but like as a track.
Selfishly, I want the Cup Series to come to Portland because the Xfinity race is a bunch of fun.
That's a good point.
We do Streets of Seattle.
Only if it's the Gran Turismo 4 layout.
There we go.
Oh god, I gotta go back and revisit that.
Assetto Corsa has a version.
Really?
Yeah, Seattle Circuit. There it is, Zach. Yeah, they somebody rebuilt it using. There's a traditional layout that matches the Gran Turismo 4 layout, and there is a modern version that uses the streets and the access roads as they are now.
They're going slow to probably avoid whatever work is being done here.
Yeah, use of white flags and or waving yellows there is
and an accordion effect.
Yeah. To be clear here, we are under full course yellow, not to recover a car, but to repair the tire wall there on the inside of the exit of turn 16, leading on to the Ullman Straight.
I'm just going to check again here real quick. Wow.
What's that, Ryan?
No change.
In what?
The only other race going on right now.
Oh, yeah, no.
Surprise! We're now down to 12.
Man. I don't understand how the idea of 24-hour racing became a boom in, like, amateur motorsports. Like, I just don't understand how it was never just a sustainable, like, an event didn't become a sustainable thing. And that's true. I mean, even, us here, right? We've had the 24 at 50, 280 in the past at High Plains. That was, when WRL was more of a regional series, was well subscribed. We did the inaugural 24 hours of Sebring back in 2021 down here a little bit earlier in October.
That was awesome.
That was fun.
It was an amazing event.
We got the band back together.
It had the potential to be a sellout type parade. It ended up being, I think they started like high 40s, low 50s, which is still plenty of race cars for a 24-hour event. But I think teams ended up shying away from the idea of, grinding out 24 hours over everything that Sebring does to a race car. And nobody else just seems to want to host one.
I mean,
so as a concept, it's just super. People have never really latched onto it.
If you, Brendan, had listened to my calendar news, you would know that the event date for high planes is only Friday and Saturday. Listed on the schedule.
Yes, I believe it is listed as such in the email as well. That event will likely.
Is that a backdoor confirmation?
I think it's just this event is. We don't have format confirmation as such, but we have little hints and little clues, and my guess is that is one of them. Yes.
Is that an off the books confirmation?
I don't think it's off the books. No, if the event's listed as being a 2-day event, then it's probably just a 2-day event.
Man, if only there was somebody there nearby who would have some insight in this brand new schedule that just came out and had a few words about it.
I'm really just trying not to preempt announcements here, JT, right?
Okay, but that's not what journalism is, Brendan. That's not how journalism works.
My point is, grab your fishing rod, cast out, and reel in RJ for a moment.
Do you not recall the time we had Tim Myers in the booth, and he had made a big deal about how it's all secret what I'm doing next year, and I was like, hey, Tim, what are you doing next year? And then he just said it, because people like to tell journalists things.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to green here shortly with the 111 at the front of the field.
The series is paying us to be here is a little different. I'm going to let them make their announcements.
They're like, let's go green. Let's just go green.
We'll talk schedule again here in a minute. But we're going to go back to racing with the 111 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra leading the way by just a couple of tenths of a second from the number 172 TLM USA Aston Martin. So this battle that's dragged us through the last 90 minutes or so is going to lead us back to racing, and the lead will change hands by the time we get to turn number 1. Aston Martin up the inside of Toyota Supra, and the red 172 is going to start to build a margin here, I think, over that number 111. A couple of other cars there in the mix. GTR 99, having not pitted under the full course yellow, now sits in third ahead of the number 172. The 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin in fifth. And then the first of our pit stoppers, the red, white, and blue number 166 Barton Racing with TBR Toyota Supra in sixth place. NFC Motorsports and Mercedes down in seventh. So the top 5 are the cars that have not pitted under the most recent yellow and taken the opportunity to top off. Everybody else behind them, everybody else ahead of them, yes. Top 5 has not pitted. Everybody else behind them on the lead lap has. Including the Economy Motorsport number 10, who was kind of our last question mark as we were cycling into the full course yellow. On board the number 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin, who I think has given up the position to the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, and potentially also then to the number 166, but I can't see that Supra up the road here. As we go trackside, race leader followed by the number 111. There's the 99, 72, and then confirmation that the 166 has jumped into P5.
So the number 99, during a yellow cycle, in the pits, has jumped everybody.
They did not pit.
Oh, they didn't
99
pit, though.
Did not pit, yep.
Okay, so that's how they done.
And this
so
is
not
why
that impressive.
This is why this is so interesting to me, because my call there would have been, come in. You're, 10 laps, 11 laps into a fuel run for most of those cars. That's near on for half a fuel tank. You might as well come in and top off. And yet, the teams that you normally rely on to make the right strategy call, in particular the 111 and that number 99, did not pit.
They said, give me the track position.
For the first time in some time, my thought process has diverged with the top of the GTO field. And, GTR 99 looks at the inside of the 111. They're going to go 2 by 2.
And the 172 got by on that last lap.
Look at how it's bottled up, that gaggle of cars. at the apex of 1. The 99 ended up backing out of it, but the 72, as you say, around the outside of the 99, at least for a straightaway, before the blue M4 sneaks back up the inside at turn number 3. And in all of that, the 72 is going to lose a handful of spots here. Through goes 166, through goes Triple I, through goes the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. So PMW will fall from 4th to 7th, kind of in one shot here.
And the 172 is going to go back on the attack after leading over the line. They're now back running in 4th in this group.
No, that's a 72.
We're on board the 172 right here.
We're on board the 888.
This is the 888. The 172 scored is in the lead.
It is in the lead.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Way out front. It's
way out front. Okay, got it. That's why I'm like, what is this? Okay, I thought this was
happening.
The 172.
The car you're on board
got
with is about
it's the
4
888,
seconds
right?
behind the race leader. Yep.
You're right. All right. Copy.
Ryan's a little sleep deprived.
A little bit.
Real quick in GP2, RRT Racing on this restart has passed the 558 of MRG.
Oh, it's going to get squeezed.
Oh, man. That is such a difficult place to go too wide. Even in professional racing, never mind in...
Super's going to go down the inside of the 99 here.
Yeah.
Into 16. Not quite going to happen. No, they get it done. So, the 166 now up into 3rd.
Yeah, it compromised the 99 on the exit of turn 16.
And so now they're going to get swamped.
Yeah, well, at least by the 888 here, who's going to fade back to driver's left and go around the outside at 17.
Send it deep. Knows that they can't do it. Backs out of it.
Yeah, the problem with
isn't going to have the run here, I don't think.
The problem with being out that wide at turn 17 is that it's so bumpy that the traditional crossover concept doesn't work.
Oh, man.
We're going to go way up the inside here at turn 1.
Going to back out of it here, of course.
Yeah, but it's
the 111 plays it
safe.
The
166 offline, Ryan, and I think allow the 888 to get the move done on the brakes into turn 3. Indeed, it does. A little pinch of dust there from the 123 Mercedes.
The 111 way backed out.
Yeah, well,
yeah, they're behind the 123 now, and the 9.
Oh yeah,
they were 3 wide on the front straightaway, and they've dropped back to where the 99 is.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right, and that includes the 72 now in that battle as well. So
2 TLM cars out front.
The pace had changed a little bit in that number 111 before the full course yellow, but that car had a 30 to 35 second lead at the time, so we hadn't really noticed it. The full course yellow obviously compressed the field up, and as they all go back to green here.
If we stay on this shot, you can see the fight for GP3 right here between AOA and 3 Fast Guys Denny. Just lost the lead this past lap.
This was the, sorry, was it the 85 or the 75 that won the class yesterday? 75.
Oh,
so this is, won the battle, or this is the battle that ended the race yesterday. Now for the class lead down in GP3 again today. Nothing to choose between them. They do have a lap on the sister AOA car, the number 85, which is not quite what we saw at the end of the day yesterday. Also want to just note up in GP2, North Loop Motorsport now finds themselves 6th in class and only 11 laps off of the class leader. So they've gotten one of the laps that they missed at the start of the race back, and now only sit 5 laps behind the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks, who had a long lap last time around.
And RRT Racing passed the 558 at the beginning of this green flag cycle.
Yes, they did, to now sit 2nd in GP2. The 134 has just been towed down the pit lane. That was the big mission car that was in the tire barriers at turn 16 a little earlier. Has come back on a hook, and they'll drop that car off in the paddock. Meanwhile, Big Mission Motorsports, the 777 sits 4th at the moment, 13 seconds off the back of the 701 from round 3 racing, who unfortunately at some point over the last little while here has lost a lap, but is going substantially quicker than the number 3 94 Motorsports Corvette ahead of it. Those two cars are directly next to each other on track as they came across start-finish anyway. Maybe the two most recognizable engine notes in the field out of that round 3 Porsche Cayman and the number 3 Briggs-built 94 Motorsports Corvette. Either that Corvette is lacking a little straight line speed, or they've just let the 701 go around the outside into Big Bend there. And so that puts them technically on the same lap, although relative to both the overall and the class leader, it's not massively significant. We have a TLM 1-2, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. TLM USA leads TLM Mona, 172 leads AAA. And the Barton Racing TBR car, remember that car is a pit stop to the good on the cars surrounding it at the moment, or at least a half a tank to the good, let's say. That car now sits in the top 3 with the quiet number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates, excuse me. BMW M4 there in 4th. NFC Motorsports in 5th. So we have really shaken things up at the top of the field. 888 leads. What happened to the 172?
It lost several seconds. It did a 226.
4 spots in one go, or 4 spots in one lap.
My timing still shows them in the lead.
They are.
Oh, there
not.
we go.
No.
Yeah, 5.5 seconds now behind the sister car.
The 111 and the 99 have both plummeted down the order. And remember, that battle, very important for the championship here, for the East Coast at least. We still have one more race to settle at National. But the 99 right now ahead of Thunder Bunny.
Yeah, I'm not... excuse me. I'm not buying too much into that at the moment, just because of how Thunder Bunny's race almost always ends up. You know, the drop-off in pace is regular mid-race, and inevitably they still end up in the fight for the overall race win at the end of it all. So I'm not putting too much stock into it at the moment, unless they become, or unless they're at the risk of losing a lap.
Right.
Which, on one hand, is slightly less likely on a 3.5 mile track where we're doing 2 minutes 20s. On the other hand, remember that car did not pit. Right. And therefore is going to owe us a stop here in, according to our numbers, 6 laps. Whereas the 166, the 9, the 123, not for another 16 to 17 laps. So there's going to be a 10 lap or so window there, which is about 25 minutes, where we're going to be in old Tommy Kendall's danger zone. No, not Tommy Kendall, Townsend Bell. Excuse me. Townsend Bell's danger zone of having a yellow come out and potentially trapping them off or nearly off the lead lap, which is why I would have pitted when we had the opportunity about 10-15 minutes ago. But okay, we've all made our beds now, and this is going to be the situation. So let's keep eyes out for that as we move forward. The 172 has recovered well here.
Yeah, so I'm going back and I'm looking at what happened. So coming across the line, the 172 had been leading, I believe. And exiting turn 1, the sister car had gotten through. It was still holding second coming into turn 7, and by the time our cameras picked it up again in 14, it had fallen back to 4th.
Yeah, they actually have a YouTube-based onboard. And, oh, this isn't the long lap. This is No, this is a long lap. It just loses time. There's no obvious... They're out wide there at turn 1. As you say, the sister car goes through. Well, the 166 sneaks by up the inside at turn 10, and then it just kind of gets... it ended up wide out at turn 10 and had to come out of the throttle to allow the faster cars to go through. And then, for lack of a better phrase, it just got freight trained.
Yeah.
They got trapped drivers really far to drivers left between 10 and 11. And as various GTO and GTU cars snuck up the inside to drivers right, the driver of the 172 in I assume a self-preservation mode, just backed right out of it.
Which is a good call.
Yep, and let them all go past and said, I am just going to reset and give it another go. It's exactly what they've done.
We saw GTR do the exact same thing on the back straight there after the overtake in the 16. Cars were bunching up coming into 17, and they just really backed out, saying, you know what, we're just going to stay behind this for a little bit.
It's we've got a change for second as well now. The number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates G82 M4 is up into second now. 2:18.8 is a personal best for that car. And now hounding the AAA TLM Monocar on the run into turn number 1. Try and pick that up here on the brakes. Brightly colored M4 to the inside. Aston Martin to the outside. The round 3 Cayman is going to be in there as a pick. One of them is going to get shoved out wide, drop 2 wheels off. That's the AAA car, who is, as a result, going to have to give up the spot to the number 9. And ACP and BMW lead at Sebring.
Outstanding move for them. The 9, of course, going back to the lead after they had led briefly at Road Atlanta to start the season, rather. Great move for them to get that new car.
They led back at VIR for a while as well.
They did.
On debut with
right.
that G82.
I thought that car debuted at... Or no, it was the 12. I'm sorry, the 12 led at Road Atlanta. You're absolutely correct.
I mean, the 9 has been a car for them for some time, but the G82 specifically, I think, made its debut back at VIR in July. Uh, 166 from Barton Racing TBR still sits in third, with the 123 Mercedes back in P4. They're all tucked within about 5 seconds of each other. Watch the number 9 on this stint here. They were into the pits at the full course yellow, whereas the 888 was not, and they're going to have some clear track here, and they are the quickest car on track at the moment. So the chance here to make a real difference in the race, if you're on board the number 9 at the moment. It's very interesting too that with the split in strategy, we actually now have the majority of cars that pitted under the full course yellow at the top of the order anyway. With the number 9 having been in, the 166 was in, NFC was in, and that number 123. So I often, regular listeners will be tired of me saying this, but I often try and break these races down into who holds what cards. The closer you get to the end of the race, it becomes apparent who has what advantage in each of the little elements that make up a race victory, right? Is it fuel economy? Is it pace? Is it consistency? Is it traffic management? Is it an existing gap of maybe 30 seconds or a minute or a lap or whatever? And it's a little too early to start making those types of predictions. But you would identify those 3 cars, particularly the 9, the 166, and the 123, as cars that hold more of the cards, right? They hold the fuel card now, certainly. They hold the track position card as well, and at least for the time being, have a pace advantage to go with it. So this next stint is potentially race defining. As we inch ourselves towards halfway. And as Ryan mentioned, forget the top. You get down to 7th and 10th overall, 7th and 10th in GTO. You're looking at GTR 99 and Thunder Bunny number 111, which is your battle for the GTO East Region Championship.
Unfortunately, unscheduled pit stop, I'm going to assume, for the 94 Motorsports Corvette.
I think you're right, JT. That is the number 3. They were in under green a couple of laps before the full course yellow. That was a normal and scheduled pit stop. But remember, about 5 to 10 minutes ago, I mentioned that the 701 had unlapped themselves, either because the 3 wasn't at full pace down the straightaway, or they were letting the 701 go. And just begin to wonder there if actually they've been nursing something with that car. And that it wasn't at full strength there after the full course yellow. And actually, if you look at some of the lap times, 233, 231, 234 after the green flag are not anywhere near representative for that car or that driver, because the pace before the full course yellow is actually substantially better than that.
Yeah, good news for round 3 racing, though, that that promotes the 701 into 2nd place, big mission up into 3rd. Hopefully we'll see 94 Motorsports get back out there like they did yesterday. Yesterday they lost quite a bit of time getting the car repaired and back out, but we saw how GP1 played out, and getting back out there for them netted them a podium position.
Pit stop down at my underneath my feet here. The 250 is in, and
well, don't step on it.
Doing fuel. The 3 has trundled through the pit lane, and the number 25 from MMR also stationary. This time with the hood up. Just before start finish. So the 9.4 is actually coming back out, I think, based on what I read here on live timing. RaceHero.io for all your live timing needs. Worth just drawing attention to GTU at the moment. Stratus number 59 is your class leader in the Sebico NP01. Oh, I think we've had a change for the race lead. Slow lap from the number 9 Team ACP Tangerine Associates as we got a red flag.
Red flag, yeah.
It's possibly the 84 in turn 15.
Car stopped, drivers left at turn 15 is the call. And for the second time today, Sebring International Raceway goes silent. And we go to a red flag. I wonder if we've had something down there at 16.
Yeah, there was report of smoke from the 84.
Yeah, I mean, if to WRL's credit, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, we do not mess around with fire.
No.
That time and time again over the years, if there is any possibility of a fire that needs to be addressed by anything more than a corner worker or isn't happening on pit lane, the race is unquestionably halted, and we get people and equipment where it needs to go immediately. And that's exactly what you're seeing here. Cars come to a stop, and the safety trucks roll and pick their way through the stopped cars and get themselves where they need to be. So it looks like this is, rather than being at 15, we'll be on the exit of turn number 16, which is the last corner before the Ullman Straight. See the flashing lights off in the distance there. And now those safety vehicles moving away from turn 16, which is a good sight.
That's good.
Yeah. And immediately back to full course yellow. So,
wait.
Yeah. Excellent setup and recovery here to get whatever our situation is there down at turn 16 dealt with. The safety car has already come out and picked up your race leader. Your top three, actually, right in shot there. 166 Triple Light and the 123. Oh, the 9 in there as well. .172 is into the pit lane. So now, these two full course yellows in relatively quick succession. I think this is going to allow all of those cars that didn't pit last time around to make the equivalent stop. So forget everything I said earlier and just throw it right out the window. And we're going to do this again. Now the question is, did everybody get in time? So the 99 did. The 333 did. The 72 also did. Worth noting, the 84 is on a flat toe into the pit lane. And excellent news concern there. There's no extinguishing or anything splashing onto the car.
Good.
So it doesn't look like anything actually significantly occurred there. The 111 is in now as well. And they will fuel that car on the right-hand rear side. Driver change. Uh, 72 is already in and out. .99 also doing a driver change at the moment. And a tire change. So this is the opportunity we thought the last full course yellow was. We've had a little bit less green flag running than I think would be ideal, but 4 hours on a set of tires is probably not too much an ask or too big an ask here. So good work here from the 99 to make this call now, and at the very least they're going to do left sides. We'll wait and see whether or not they decide to do 4. Safety car at the moment is where, gentlemen?
I
don't have the multi-view pulled up here, so I don't...
Zach believes somewhere between turn 7 and turn 14.
Oh, I see the queue there up at turn 13. Yeah. 4 tires, it looks like, on the 99. And if it's not 4, it's fronts. That car is still stationary, which suggests to me they're going to do 4 tires there. Bruce Innovations in the number 333, which is not a name we've called yet today. Also in the pit lane doing 333. We'll work on that one. It's not as natural as Triple Light. They are in the pit lane stationary, also doing tires. Right now, the right front going on to that car. Had a nice little chat with the man behind the 333, not Devin Bruce, but Steve.
The man writing the
Steve
checks
Weber.
behind 333.
Yeah, Steve Weber, who is very complimentary, but not just of us, but of Devin Bruce and Bruce Innovations there, in getting that. That car up to speed. They've taken the drip tray with them. Underneath the left rear corner of that BMW M4, there is a. It's funny. I was asking the question earlier as to how something like that would end up at pit out. It's been hooked on the left rear fender of the car and is being dragged down pit lane with the car.
Weird. I thought you said that wasn't possible.
I didn't understand how it was. I had no idea how that would end up happening.
I love it.
And
I love it.
And now we have our answer. So I can sleep better now. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to be a penalty or a warning. I'm not really sure exactly what taking equipment with you and depositing on track constitutes in this regard. Whether it just falls in the same category as everything else on pit lane or not.
I think it would depend if you also bring lunch to a flag marshal.
That's called bribery. That is straight up bribing. So it's listed as an unsafe release, which I will honestly admit I didn't observe. But that's because I was distracted by.
Well, if you're picking up equipment as you're leaving the box, it is an unsafe release.
That is very true. It's just not the note I would have expected to go with dragging a tub of plastic with you when you leave. It is. Look, I mean, there are, in some cases, only so many things you can do on a pit stop that, you would anticipate you practice as much of that as you can. The tire change is an interesting one because you won't really only do it once a race, right? So you want it to be efficient, but you're not going to, kill yourselves trying to get it exactly perfect. If you're, especially not if you're not running every race in the calendar. You're going to focus on doing other things safely and intentionally, right? Make sure you're wearing your balaclava, visor down, extinguishers ready, all of that. It, I think, can be very easy to decide, it's time to do tires, we're going to do the tire change, and not run your mental checklist of where the rest of your equipment is. And if that drip tray didn't get picked up before they turn their attention to changing the tires on that number 333, I could see it being exceptionally easy to forget that you've left a little plastic tray there. And, gets dragged along when the bumper hooks it. Stop and continue for the number 58. That is the lower placed of the Stratus, Sepico, and PL1s at the moment.
It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out here once everyone comes across the line here. This is definitely going to close up the gap in GP3 for the lead again between AOA and 3 Fast Guys and Denny. Gonna have to see where they come out here. Doesn't look like either car is taken to the pits. So we're looking at about a 1.5 second gap between those cars. With the 55 from AOA Racing pitting out of 5th in GP3, that's going to promote the number 10 from Rockwell Auto Sport Development. Directly behind the sister car, the 114. to the tune of about 2 seconds right now. So we've had a pretty good fight for 4th and GP3 going on today between those 3 cars. Unfortunately, a couple laps down out of the lead. But they've got a nice safety margin over the 2 open throttle cars in GP3. Good to see, I believe the 65 has come back out.
Good news, JT.
I'll have to double check that once we do more laps, but it's no longer showing on pit lane.
Which car is this?
65 from open throttle.
Just come past start finish.
Sweet. So yeah, that's officially back out. So great job by them. Also coming back out, Hera Flight. They came back out previously after the last safety car. They came out for a lap, but unfortunately I went back in. But I'm showing them as coming back out once again. So hopefully they can stay out and start to get some good laps under their belt.
I am pretty certain that we have split the GTO field.
Ew. Yeah, I was trying to let everybody come back out across the line again so we can get an idea of the time.
How has this happened? I'm very interested in this.
Yeah, because this is also going to reset the battle in GP3 again for the lead as well.
We've got the blowers out on track by the moment, which is why we are still under full course yellow. As the 58 stops and continues again.
That's twice.
Yeah. Ugh. How do we reconstruct this? So the 9 came in, but it would have been in that lead bunch, which was picked up as we went back to full course yellow. That car was in the race lead at the time. Or was it in second?
The 99?
No, the 9. Was in the race lead when we went back to yellow, was it not? Or went back to, to yellow.
I'm showing it briefly lost the position.
Yeah, I think that will have been on the pit stop.
Well, yeah, maybe when they... Because did they immediately come in before we went full course yellow? Because I'm showing them on lap 74 have dropping down in the second.
They must have been picked up by the safety car. That must...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we did catch it on camera, in fairness, so we could get our answer there.
Oh, because Barton Racing had taken the lead on that lap.
Yes. Try and catch it here, because we did see the Malibu come out and...
Yeah, there we go.
You're absolutely right. Back to Green Flag Racing. It did pick up the 166, JT. That's a really good point. So we do go back to Green Flag Racing here at Sebring International Raceway. And it's going to be the number 9, Team ACP Tangerine Associates, with something nearing a lap margin. Will lead us back to green. Well, further back in the pack. But anyway, they're sitting P1 at the moment. PMW Motorsports second, Economy Motorsports in third. Big shakeup at the top of the grid. And we've kind of had the opportunity to reset things here and take another look at what the last half of the East Region Championship is going to hold for us. 3 wide headed into turn number 3 there. Number 16 making gains on the outside of Big Ben into the braking zone at turn number 7. And jumping on board here with the 888 from TLM Mona. My video quality up here is so bad.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I have, like I said earlier, I'm approximating like 8 pixels on screen at the moment.
Zach, enhance.
Dustin enhanced for us at Hallett. A little PTZ action.
Yeah.
Really quite something. Also, Pratt Miller just arrived.
Again?
Well, with another trailer this time.
No doubt that they will be testing their new GT3 car tomorrow.
I think that's what's going to happen here. Yep.
And comparing their lap times to WRL, of course.
I think that's of interest to just about everybody that's here with us. Yeah, the Corvette GT3R trailer is parked over in the skid pad. That'll be the new... It won't be a factory entry as such, I guess, but finally a proper GT3 car out of Corvette Racing. Having had a GT3 car previously out of Callaway Competition and one out of Cadillac. 4 wide into turn 1. GTR 99 is on the inside. There's, I think, a North Loop BMW somewhere in there as well. All happened very, very quickly across start finish here in front of me.
So unfortunately, we do need to note that the Red Aston of the 172 TLM USA has lost a lap due to passing under yellow. So they're now a lap down, even though they are mixing it with these cars right here, as they were previously fighting for position.
Yeah, that happened under the red, did it not?
That's what it's noted as, yeah.
Yeah.
.75 still holds off the Scion of 3 Fast Guys and Denny for the lead in GP3. Battles at a half second. The 114 still leads the 10 for 4th between the Rockwell Autosport Development boxers.
So JT, I stepped away to make myself a bold cut combo on Dutch Crunch with Tillamook cheddar, and I noticed that the entire GTO field is now 2 minutes behind the leader. What happened with that?
So we did have a red flag.
Yep, I was here for that. I was here for the rib.
Okay.
Were they not going to? Everybody was going to pit at the same time at that point because they went back to yellow.
I'm not entirely sure.
Like, did the 9 not stop and everybody else did? Like, is that basically what happened? Is that what I'm saying?
No, the 9 came in.
Interesting. All right then. Well, I've missed a trick there somehow. That's all right. 3 Fast Guys and Denny only 4 seconds behind the number 75. They had led early. The 75 now getting back up there into the lead of GP3 where they're used to being.
Looks like since the restart, the 701 from Round 3 Racing, second in GP1, has been able to hold off 777 and Big Mission Motorsports. Running quicker that last lap by. Gap at only 3.5 seconds there. Coming into turn 17 here, we saw the Thunder Bunny Racing 111 just in front of the Economy Motorsports Elantra. That is currently our battle for second in GTO. 4 seconds back, you'll see the Mercedes of NFC Motorsports, followed closely by the 888 from TLM Mona and the 72 PMW Motorsports. Thunder Bunny looks to be slightly being held up by this BMW in front, allowing the TCR to reel in just a little bit more of that gap. As we see 99 come through turn 3 there. GTR with getting through Renegade just behind. That was a fight for 8th in GTO right there.
Apologies, JT. We
No
made
worries.
it. We made it. Ryan is in sandwich mode apparently at the moment.
Ah, he came back.
Oh, Ryan's back.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out the lead for the 9.
It is being addressed.
Gotcha.
Perfect.
We'll move on.
We were equally confused, but we got there. In other news, Texas A&M fired Jimbo Fisher. And we've lost camera 6, apparently. It's actually not that hot out today. I thought it was going to be a lot warmer. It's not. It's really not that unpleasant, especially compared to yesterday. I was hoping for more cloud cover, but, you know.
Yeah, it's funny looking at the multi-view and saying, oh, good news. We won bingo with that row.
I can't handle multi-view here. I can barely handle the program feed on my screen. In that I really can't. Like, full stop. Yeah, you can, Zach. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
You want to see what we see here.
We're professionals. We believe in transparency.
Yeah, I mean, we like showing the weather. We like, Let's,
Zach
there we go.
Showing the multi-view that we're dealing with.
Everything at the north end of the circuit is gone.
They're on their mandatory 30-minute break.
It's a peek behind the curtain here in Oz for our boy Zach Johnson.
So in this analogy, is Zach going to be the one leaving us on a balloon for us to figure out if we can handle ourselves? Or
already happening, man. Zach's going to be flying that balloon back and forth across the country a few times next year.
Have we announced what Zach is doing?
That's for Zach to decide. I think we've intimated what it is, but
Zach refuses to talk regardless.
Zach might as well be a mythical creature to anybody.
Zach, if you want to ask that question, you have to ask, does anybody care about anything we say? To which the answer is no. Therefore, we may as well talk about it.
It's a fair assessment of where we're at. Yep. Man, this is unwatchable. I can't do this.
I disagree. This is very much watchable.
No.
Despite for GP3.
The race is. I'm into the race. The problem is I can't see it.
Oh, on your screen.
Thanks to my internet up here, yeah. You're opening the door. No.
Try moving it like...
3 is in and out again. 75 is reported as heavy damage to the right front at turn 13. That is the race leader in GP3, isn't it? Or it was.
Yes, that's the one that is currently battling with the 3 fast guys in Denny.
Yeah, heavy damage right front to car 75. Let's get some more details on that. Where would that have happened?
So it's still leading 3 fast guys in Denny as they come into 15 and approaching 16. Looks like, yeah, it's still leading the cars. They come onto the back straight. So
let's pick them up here on the, I guess 17 has probably already come through the shot, but
yeah, so they're going to be coming on the front straight here.
got my eyes out the window underneath the Mobile One bridge at the beginning of the front straightaway.
Here they come.
Heavy damage is a bit of it's a bit excessive. It almost looks like, you know when like a cup car hits a bouncing tire on pit lane and it just like touches a hole? That's almost what it looks like. It's directly in front of the right front wheel well, and it almost looks like it's just punched a big concave
dent or something.
In front of the right front tire. Nothing's rubbing. There's no smoke there.
That's also similar to the shape of the dent that the 48 teams, when Jimmy Johnson drove with Chad Knaus. It's similar to the dents that the crew members would like accidentally run into the car.
That is, I'm fairly confident not what is happening here.
Oh no, I'm certain it's not, but it looks an awful lot like that too.
It's sizable. I mean, it is the kind of thing that it would be difficult to form by anything that isn't the size and weight of a tire.
What's curious to me is I know for certain that front bumper is plastic. Which means if it's retained that shape, like, it had to be something really big and blunt.
Is it plastic?
Yes. JT, back me up on that. Front bumper on an NC is plastic.
NC Cup.
I would assume like an ABS like plastic.
Yeah.
Polyurethane or whatever.
Huh. Well,
Brendan thinks they upgraded the steel bumper for...
I don't know. I just want to be,
lightweight and efficient.
Every camera is dying.
If you take off the front bumper on my Miata, you'll find a nice large piece of foam block that sits right underneath, just to support the shape in those.
I was gonna say, did yours still have that? Because mine absolutely did not.
Mine did, yes.
Brendan, have you used the umbrellas today?
No.
Huh.
I
went to great pains.
I understand
to develop that solution.
The problem is there's nothing here to mount them to.
Got it.
Because Road Atlanta has all those very nice spectator adjacent fences, and permanent or semi-permanent structures. Those just kind of don't exist here.
Got it.
Yeah, unfortunately. Also, most of our cameras are pointed south, which means to get the umbrella over the phone itself, you have to like angle it towards the sun, which means putting it in front of or nearly in front of the camera. Yeah, so I haven't.
Well, this one could have an umbrella right here.
It can't. It's in a photo mode.
Yeah, there's a way. Come on, we need some gear ties too. If we had gear ties, we could absolutely umbrella
gear ties.
Everything.
I could do it. We can talk about that.
No, to gear tie the umbrella.
No, I understand.
To the
we can figure that out.
All right. Gear ties, of course, a Minnesota invention.
If only there were a member of our team that taught high schoolers and could weasel them into some type of competitive project to come up with a solution for us.
If only somebody like that existed, maybe they could for the last 9 months have not participated and just
and
continue to talk nonsense.
Rest in peace, Scott Michaels. We've killed off Joseph. We've killed off Scott.
Who's next? Randy. Christian.
Randy. I forgot about Randy.
Tim.
Yeah, Tim. Well, we killed off Tim Stoll a long time ago.
Yeah.
This is the worst. These are the worst character development arcs.
I did a BMW 12.0 race with Tim Stoll.
Did you really?
Whenever BMW 12.0 was a year ago or whatever.
Was it the Tim Stoll?
Yes.
You're not going to like this, but there's a Tim Stoll and a Timothy Stoll.
I asked Joseph when it occurred, and Joseph said, yes, that's the right one.
Our boy is Timothy.
Oh, trouble.
Oh, yep. Black Forest off.
Going wide.
Back on. Up at turn 5.
They're just testing the gearbox. We're good.
Sure.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of testing the gearbox, I'm hoping we get down to single digits.
They have noted that they're going to change tires the next yellow or around 1220, whichever comes first.
This is Black Forest.
Black Forest, yeah, that came in.
Dang it.
I guess 1220 is going to be their next scheduled stop?
Yeah, I guess. Or maybe
Yes,
driver
it is.
switch for...
They were last in at lap 59. This is 81.
Okay. Ooh. 52 came back out.
It is ACP Tangerine Associates, one of 3. Gentlemen, are you good up here for some moments?
For all the moments.
Okay.
Are we ever, though, is the thing? Like, do you ever really trust me to be left alone without adult supervision? I guess JT is the adult supervision at this point.
I just wanted to make sure that nobody else was going to leave. And that I could
No, I have finished my sandwich. It was delicious.
Some cameras. Yeah, I'm going to grab it on my way back from the old shack.
So there's a safety truck.
Ooh. That is...
He missed the apex.
The 52 took the gate.
What?
Turn 7, apparently.
At full speed?
I don't know what that means exactly.
They probably pulled off, I would imagine.
Yes. The full speed is a slightly concerning note.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look, man, I've played video games. Those gates, if you hit them at more than like 10 or 15 miles an hour, they like disintegrate. They just come right down.
Everybody... I think the gate's open.
Well, I was going to say, isn't there a guard there?
Yeah. But yesterday there was a guard there and it was open. So
Okay.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of that shortly.
Yeah, very intrigued.
Three hours and 54 minutes remaining here.
Looks like Barton Racing Supra moved into 5th place over Economy Motorsports there. That is a recent change for position. Renegade is still holding on to GTR after GTR made the pass for 8th shortly after we went back to Green Flag Racing.
The TLM, the Triple Light, is about to pass the NFC car, the 123. In fact, we might have already missed it, but they're less than a second apart, it would look like.
Yeah, so yeah, a lot of these GTOs, since going back to the green, they've continued to be relatively close to each other and are, you know, fighting for these positions.
No, there it is right there on screen. We see the 888 right behind the 123. They're going to go down into turn 17. Come back up the front straightaway. We're going to go on board here. Here's the first bridge on the front straightaway. So the 888 is going to pull in behind the 123. I don't think close enough to make any moves. The 123, just like we saw at Road Atlanta, has the legs on a lot of the other GTO cars here. Going to run a nice, easy line right up against the wall there. The 888 closes up on the brakes and mid-turn. The 888 is going to show the nose, but not make the move here. Not enough space. A little bit tighter part of the track here. Come here. Neither's going to run wide. And we'll just see. So it looks like the 888, because of the lack of straight line speed, is going to have a hard time trying to get past the 123 until we come up on some traffic, I reckon. That'll put the 888 in a little bit better position, I think, to get past the 123. Mercedes ahead. As the 123 just starts to eke out the advantage here on the back half of the lap. Now that we're back in some of these sections where you can really get a lot of full throttle time, the 123 shows its legs. We're going to brake up here, and the 888's going to make up some of that time. There is one lap traffic car ahead. Should be easily dispatched by both vehicles here as we come along onto the one of the many straightaways here. They're just going to take care of the Big Mission Motorsports BMW. And here we'll see, yeah, we can see that gap right there. So that's the 123 coming through first, followed by the 888. The Barton Racing Thunder Bunny car is right behind the 888 as well. So the 888 now, I think, having to play a little bit of defense here to make sure that the Thunder Bunny Barton Racing 166 can't get by, as they both set off in pursuit of the 123. The 123 only 8 seconds behind the 111, which is the second place car, the white and purple one right there. Just a little bit of a gap here. And then we see the 123, followed by the 888, followed by the 166. So it's Mercedes-Benz, Aston Martin, and Toyota running 3rd, 4th, and 5th right now. Hanami Motorsports a little bit further behind, back here. Also saw the PMW car go through. There's the 99. We've spoken about the 99 a lot. They've yo-yoed up and down through the field quite a lot today. So I don't think I was fully aware. Did Brendan say there's going to be an explanation and or a solution to the 9 being a lap up on everybody, or what's the deal with that?
It sounds like Race Control is taking a look at it.
Okay. There's the 99 and the 88. They're locked in a battle. That's going to be the battle for 8th position on track, I believe. 2 of the last of the old-style BMW M4s in the series, as that chassis starts to wind its way down. In much the same way that the Porsche did quite some time ago. Of course, talking about the Cayman GT4 car. Those BMWs really were the solution. I mean, you had a bunch of these Caymans that had not as much torque coming out of the 4-liter naturally aspirated flat 6 versus these 3-liter straight 6s with the turbochargers in the BMWs. That really proved to be the solution for quite some time. Until a Supra sporting the same engine in a little bit better chassis and also better electronics. Here comes the safety truck. That one did manage to clip the apex.
So this, I believe, is going to turn 10 to collect the 55 AOA Miata, which has been reported as stopped driver's right.
All right.
Meanwhile, the sister car, 75, still leads by a quarter of a second over the Scion of 3 Fast Guys and Denny.
3 FGAD.
As they come into turn 1 here. It's this yellow Miata here with a slightly modified front bumper.
Indeed. Don't think it would pass NASCAR Tech at the end of the race. I, of course, tell my favorite story of watching the Spec Racer Ford race wherein the entire body was somehow removed from the car through a combination of accident and wind, etc. And then that car ended up going on to place third, I believe, and was subsequently protested for being under the minimum weight, which it was. But they went ahead and waited until the very end of the protest window to actually file the protest. Instead of doing it right after the race, they waited the full 30 or 45 minutes, whatever it was, and then insisted that the car be weighed, which, of course, everybody knew it would not weigh out correctly.
Yeah, that may have been a questioning of morals at that point.
Yeah, I think so, too. That car was in really good contention to win the race, and then ended up falling through the field after having lost its body because it's lost all of the aerodynamic efficiency. But apparently we had to add some insult to the injury as well.
Well, this modified bodywork is not really holding up the 75 at the moment.
No, it's not. And we've seen these Miatas be run with modified bodywork in the past. It's not uncommon. And I think AOA is very content to leave them out there so long as it's not going to pop off and create a hazard, which it hasn't. And the bumper is still attached in the middle and on the left side at a minimum. Here's the 111 just kind of chasing down the 9.
So
it shows the 9 as having gone missing. So I believe they are in the process of making the change. I'm going to just make...
They already have, yes.
They have.
So
okay, cool.
About that, the 9 did pass, I believe, 3 cars under red flag. So they have now lost 3 laps. So that has promoted the 111 to the lead.
Okay.
The Thunder Bunny Supra. That, of course, moves NFC Motorsports to second now. And the 888 from TLM Mona is third.
So that battle for third place is now a battle for... Oh, hold up. Is now a battle for second, third, and fourth, as opposed to a battle for third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah.
Now, that's going to move the ACP car because we've managed to keep everybody on the same lap for the most part with all these yellows. They're going to be moved very firmly down the order and really not have a shot at making it up. Whereas, traditionally, if the race runs green, we end up with a kind of more stratified field at sort of this time of day on a Sunday. But because they're going to lose 3 laps here, they're absolutely going to be out of contention for anything remotely resembling a points finish.
Mm-hmm.
So, the 111 is now the leader. That's the purple and white Toyota Supra. They are in the lead of GTO, and I would imagine they are in the lead overall, although I don't have that on this particular... Oh. I don't have that on this particular chart. There it is.
They are.
And it's going to come around and put another lap on the number 9 here shortly, I would anticipate. Those 2 cars separated by the number 21, having got that car going after a long night. They ended up missing the start this morning because they were asleep, is my understanding.
Who was asleep?
The crew of the 21, having spent until the late hours replacing the motor and having to solve an issue with the motor, is my understanding. Then decided to get some sleep, I reckon, and then came back a little bit later in the race. Just happy to get some track time in, I reckon.
Yeah. Oh, coming across the line, TLM moving up to second. You can see him here coming into turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
Barton Racing's defending the inside just a little bit into 3. doesn't want to get held up a bit going through 3, 4, and 5 here. So I believe that's the 58 Stratus NP01 behind.
MMR Mustang still circulating out there. Harrison Motorsports just goes by. That is the leader in GP2. And there comes through the 62 of Open Throttle. With the issues on the 55, I think the 62 stands to gain a position here. They'll move up into 6th. But they'll have the 2 cars at the front, the 75 and the 86, who are a full lap ahead of the 85, and then 2 Rockwell Autosport Development Porsches to get by. So they're just about at their ceiling for what they can accomplish on pure pace right now. They're basically looking for other cars to have issues in class in order to move up the field in GP3. 3 fast guys in Denny, and the 86 is only 1 second behind the number 75 right now on track. So that is very much still an active battle for the lead in GP3. Big gaglow cars moves through there. Harrison Motorsports has now put a lap on RRT. So they're in a pretty comfortable position there. You can't quite slow down too much, but I think they'll be happy with where they're sitting with a double victory on the cards here this weekend for Harrison Motorsports. Typically the class of the GP2 field at this point. Chattanooga Touring Wagon often available as well to give a nice bit of competition at the front of that class. I think that GP2 class ends up being decided on attrition more times than not. But from time to time, when the 21's on its pace, the 164 is on good pace, the Chattanooga Touring Wagon car has good pace. Occasionally we have regional entrants that come in and are pretty good in that class as well. So a good class, I think. Very happy to see Harrison continue their commitment to the World Racing League. GP1, of course, Moorhead Speedworks out in the lead by 2 laps over the 701. A bummer weekend for PC Racing, I think, and I think a lot of their weekends have gone that direction this year for PC Racing. Just not quite able to find the reliability out of that car this season. An issue that a late move by the 888 on the 123. We had talked about the 888. Oh, and the 123 is going to come back. Could there have been a mild touch there, JT?
Possible, yeah. But very difficult to tell from the onboard. Yeah, because it looked like the Mercedes got back around in second. Mm-hmm. The 888 going for the overtake into turn 10, running a little bit deep, allowing the Mercedes and NSC Motorsports to do the undercut out of the corner and retake that position.
The 888 now, having not quite pulled off that move, will have lost some pace here and is now back in the clutches of the 166, the Barton Racing TBR Supra. The 888 is going to pick a little bit different line. They think they've got a run here, but I think as they pull out of line, the legs on the 123 are going to start to pull away. Indeed, they do. Such an unfortunate situation. They're going to go back to the outside as the 123 tries to take the inside line. The 188 has the room. They're going to try to go up and under. The 123 leaving plenty of space there. The 888 gets a good run off the corner, but again, the legs on the 123 do not allow the 888. But the 888 is going to go deep on the brakes into turn 1. They're going to be right up against the wall. We can't quite see to the right of the car. In theory, we're going to see Aston Martin emerge ahead of the NFC Motorsports car, and indeed we do. The Aston Martin has made the move stick. The 123 is right behind, the 166 right behind it. 166 playing it very patient here, not getting involved in this dramatic fight. A Sebico NP01, I believe the 58, right up the back of this group as well.
Might be the 59 with yellow trim. But yeah, unfortunately that MP01 has been stuck behind this group for a couple laps here, just trying not to interfere with these 3 cars battling for second. Ooh, some slow general production cars here approaching turn 10 as these 4 cars come up on them.
Right.
Gotta say, looked a little like coming into turn 1. NFC kind of lifted a little bit before the braking zone to help the TLM car to pass on the inside.
Right.
So in the shot we just saw when the AOA Miatas come through, I believe that was the 75. I'm showing that both the 86 from 3 Fast Guys and Denny and the 75 from AOA Racing have pitted together from their battle in GP3 for the lead. So we're going to see where they all cycle out here. Here we see 3 Fast Guys and Denny exiting turn 1 as that battle for second in GTO passes by.
The NFC car still stuck behind. I think my timing monitor is not updating nicely. There we go. Now, the 888 starting to put a little bit of a gap because the 123 held up, I think, a little bit by the Round 3 Racing Porsche there. A slower class car, of course, is now going to be firmly in the clutches of the 166, at least for now. Stratus car also staying very patient behind the Toyota. The NPO1s do not quite have the pace of the GTO cars, but I think in traffic, let's see, so that's the 58, and of course they're running about the same lap times because they're in that battle, but the 58 was setting 217s, 218, 216 at one point, whereas this group is only in the 221-ish range. So that 58 is very much being held up right now, but it's an even bigger example of the problem that they currently have, which is that the 123 has a lot more pace on the straights, and indeed, the GTO cars have much more pace on the straights than a GTU car. So that GTU car capable of running a few seconds faster, as the 123 runs a little bit wide there, but cannot do anything to get past them because the only passing spots that they have open to them are the straights because of all the congestion in the turns, and that isn't enough for them right now. And they've got a substantial disadvantage on the straights here. So they really have to pick and choose their spots and be careful. They're going to give a little bit more space. Indeed, they have to. That just illustrates the lack of straight line pace that 58 has. But as we go into turn 1 and turn 3, we'll see that 58 close the gap right back up onto the rear bumper of the 166.
We also saw in the background there a couple of these shots that the 86 from 3 Fast Guys and Denny did beat the 75 from AOA Racing out of the pit lane and have taken the lead in GP3. To about 6.5 seconds, I believe. About a foot distance between those two cars coming out of turn 5, the Mercedes and the Supra, as they come into turn 7 here.
Cars all sound lovely as they go through.
Looks like Polecat Racing is pit from P2 in GTU. Unfortunately, collecting a warning due to too many people over the wall. I believe we're also seeing the 58 for Stratus pit as well. So even though the 59 is just stuck behind these 3 GTOs here, battling for position and losing a little bit of time in terms of what they're capable of, it's not substantial, and they've got enough of a safety margin over second that it's not a horrible thing to just, you know, kick back here and just let these cars in front just set the pace and stay out of the fight.
Absolutely.
The FPRS Motorsports Ford Mustang pit at a 14th GTO, having a relatively quiet day, which is a very good thing at Sebring.
Absolutely. Sebring, as we've discussed, a little bit of a higher risk option here as far as the wall proximity and lack of runoff.
Yeah, they had a pretty decent day yesterday, managing 13th.
Yep.
Unfortunately, just the pace of that car is just not quite there yet to run at the front end of the field.
I do wonder how much of that is an interim operation until they get the new car going. Or speaking, of course, of the new generation Mustang, which is supposed to have a WRL-friendly specification in addition to the GT4 car. I was surprised to see that not many people have signed on for that. It seems like it would be an easy button solution, in much the same way the much vaunted GR86 might be.
Oh, the Mustang?
It could be, yeah, the Mustang. And it could be that there just isn't availability for it yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a little surprised we haven't heard more from that.
I mean, if you can't buy it, it's hard to really set a program around it.
Right. I thought it would be more available by now, given that this was a series mentioned by name in the launch of that car.
Looks like the 166 has fallen back just a little bit here, and the 59 has gotten through. Yeah, even though the AAA did get by the Mercedes for second, it has not been able to pull away, unfortunately.
No, it has not.
So good on the Mercedes driver to make sure that is going to be an issue throughout this Aston Martin stint.
Right.
I see from timing that the 702 of round 3 racing had come back pits. Wonder if they are having continued fuel pickup issues from yesterday, because they had hit right, I believe. Once.
Oh, the 58. I'm sorry, JT. The 58 just trying to look to the inside. I think coming down into 16. Looks like they could have had a run. I'm guessing they had backed out of it because it was a little late. There you can see the 58 has pulled out of line. And yeah, they're just losing way too much time.
So
they're just going to get around the 166 there.
Yeah, so to be clear about this is it's not the 58, it's actually the 59.
Oh, that is the 59, so that's the leader. Okay.
Yeah, leader of GTU, and is technically fighting these cars for position for the overall position
overall
fight.
win. Yeah.
Yeah. So currently, for example, this the TLM Aston Martin leading this group right here second, the Mercedes third, that 59 Stratus NP01 sits fourth overall as it attempts to move forward here.
Well, it would be a great result for a GTU car to come out on top. I think they're, well, the 58 had the pace. I wasn't looking at the 59, but they've been caught in that traffic the whole time. So they're not going to have any remarkable laps. That 59 is capable of teens. They haven't done it frequently, but they are usually in the 20 or 19 range, especially earlier on in the race when they weren't caught behind someone. The 58 also dipping into the teens, 216 at one point. So they have the pace to potentially catch the Thunder Bunny 111, but they're going to have to be really, really on top of it in order to get that done.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind the 59's best lap is just 2 times shy of the triple one.
Right.
So
looking through the lap chart, the 59 I think is more consistently able to dip into that low range.
Yeah. It's also, the fact that much of their pace this stint has been dictated by the cars in front.
Right. But now one fewer car in front that they have to worry about making the move on. Unfortunately, they're now going to have to be looking at the 123, which does have a big front straight line advantage, as I mentioned earlier. On board the 96 here. Mustang. Can't quite see 130 going into turn 17. Are moving a little bit more slowly than I would think. Potentially a pit in here? No. I think that they can hold a little bit more speed than that, but what do I know? And they'll see in excess of 100 miles an hour here on the main straightaway in front of pit lane. They're going to have to bring the car all the way over to the left here, just near the wall. They're going to give it a wide berth. And then start to widen back out for the rest of the front half of the lap. Yesterday, you could... Oh, go ahead, JT.
I was just saying, it's good to see that Renegade Racing is still holding on to GTR. After GTR had moved up to 8th place at the start of this green flag run here. That gap is now down to a half second. So they're still running very close together.
Absolutely. A tight battle between two very, very similarly prepped cars here. Two teams that really know how to set up a car and get it going. There's also the 86. That is the front of the GP3 battle there that we're seeing just behind the two BMWs. Three fast guys and Denny leading GP3. And then the second place GP3 car, the 75 of AOA with the misshapen bumper, just pulling through the shot there now. A little 2 for 1 on that battle there.
Yeah, it looks like the 86 just has a slight edge in pace this stint so far over the 75. Initially, coming across out of the pit stop with about a 6-second gap that they had won that pit stop race, and now with just a slight edge in terms of a lap differential. They've managed to build that gap just a little bit to 7.5 seconds.
There's the 88 just starting to create a little bit of a gap here, or letting away a little bit of a gap here between them and the 99. These two cars, of course, have been joined at the hip since we came back from yellow. Fighting down here near the bottom of the GTO runners. Something I found I've really enjoyed, JT, since I started doing iRacing. It's, of course, well publicized that I am terrible at it. But what I quite enjoy is the idea that even in 10th or 11th place, after I've inevitably made some spin mistake at some point, which has put me right down the order, I can typically find in the closing phases of the race somebody who's the same pace as me. And that somebody, the 88, has dived to the pit lane here. Or they've lost a ton of time. I'm going to assume they went to the pit lane. I'm able to find somebody who runs about the same pace as myself in the closing phases of a race, and we're having a great battle for 10th position. And I contend that that is just as fun as if I had been battling for 3rd or 4th, and that it doesn't really matter so much that I am all the way down the field, other than I know I need to be more consistent when I'm having the amount of fun I'm having. And really that's kind of what I'm seeing between the 88 and the 99, or I was until the pit cycle kind of raised its head here. The 166 is trying a move on the 888. And I think they had got it done last time, so that's two cars still locked tight into a battle. We'll see them come down the front straightaway here.
Yeah, more importantly, it's allowing the 123 to build a little bit of a safety margin.
Escape, yeah, and so then the 166 has still... See, my timing just does not update at a reasonable time. I don't like that. So we're on board the TLM 888 here, and things are back to the way they were probably 5 or 6 laps ago, JT, with the 123 out front, the 888 in the middle, and the 166 behind. So after all that, the 888 had tried very hard to come by the 123, had got it done. The 166 then made the move momentarily, and it's let the 123 back through, and now we're back to square one, effectively.
Yep. And all this has basically done is allowed the 111 from Thunder Bunny to just pull away just bit by bit each lap. They're now almost 20 seconds up the road.
Yes, they are.
Right, good to see that the 134 from Big Mission had come back out. I had not noticed that.
Excellent. More cars on track is always good. That's always what I'm here for. I love to see it.
Well, yeah, that was the one that had the spin in turn 16 into the wall.
Yep.
With our second full course yellow.
So the number 21, when they came out, I want to say were like 5 to 7 laps behind the next car in class. And then there's been some attrition since then, so it's been kind of hard to keep track of. But they are now within 2 laps of the 160. So they've made up a ton of time. They're still showing us 28 minutes behind the leader, according to this chart, which is not nearly as bad as it had started, I think. I think the first time I saw it, it showed something closer to 30-something. So they've made up at least 2 minutes on the 164. Again, the race rapidly winding down here as we get just towards 3 hours remaining. So, again, no illusions that I think they might get onto the podium here, but they've made up a ton of time, which means they had the pace in the car to really do something today. And so that's kind of been an unfortunate turn of events for them, having towed all the way down from Minnesota. But they still have a shot here, I think, at taking the fight to the 160. We've seen the 160 in the past not run all day on the Sunday, in spite of it usually having good pace on the Sunday as well. So the 21 could potentially be racing Tooth Autosport, who they are 10 minutes behind, or about 4 laps, give or take. And that would be for 4th position. So a top 5 is definitely on here for North Loop if they can keep chasing down the 160.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the 160 does this stint after just pitting a few laps ago. Previously, they were, it looks like the last stint, quite similar in terms of pace. Mostly 35s to 37s for both cars.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, that might be in response to a reported impact in turn 17. You see a waving yellow here.
Oh, yep.
The 250 was noted as slow, but I don't think that was the car. Not sure. We'll have to find out here.
Yeah, no number on that impact there at 17. You may be right, JT. Though we're pushing fuel. We're pushing fuel ranges here for most of these cars.
We just missed the 96 on board coming through, which might have shown us who it is.
And there's the double yellow as a result.
Yep, seeing it waved in turn 3, so.
So I don't think this is this pit stop is in response to the yellow flag for Thunder Bunny. It is incredibly fortuitous.
Yeah, definitely.
They were in before the yellow came out. They've got their stop done and are going to cycle through in the queue. GTR 99 presumably also is going to have to make a stop here, like be forced to based on fuel range. No, they've just pitted. Is that right?
The 88 had pitted. I don't know if the 99 had gone.
Oh, 99 had just pitted. Just pitted.
Right.
So this is going to trap the 99 basically a lap down. Because I think the queue is going to... Ooh, now I don't know who the queue is going to pick up. should be the 123. Also, the 134 from Big Mission has just come by with the rear bumper cover hanging off on the right rear side. I wonder if that might be identified as our culprit down there at turn 17.
Well, it looks like we're bringing a flatbed.
Still no ID on the number.
Yeah, I tried to see through somebody else's on board, but the LNJ truck was blocking the view. Ooh. So I think we're missing the 250 of Charlie Hayes Racing. That
was the car that was slow at 17.
Yeah.
But my guess is that is because the car was slow and not because of anything that happened further. My guess is they just ground to a halt, basically, or ducked it right into the pit lane.
So, I'm trying to see who else we're missing on timing here.
I think whatever off has been had there at turn 17 is a sizable one. But you're right, JT. I don't see anybody else that... Polecat 108 maybe is missing at the moment. 62 Open Throttle Racing is missing. I haven't admittedly kept up with a lot of this.
So
it's not the 134, by the way.
But Polecat has been on lap 87 for a while.
Okay.
So I think they're possibly in the paddock doing repairs. 55 just tripped timing on pit lane. Looking for the 62. Also just tripped timing on pit lane. Yeah, I think it's the 250.
While we try and identify whatever's going on down here at turn number 17, I'm happy to welcome to the booth owner of RRT Racing, friend of DriversEye Live, driver in RRT Racing?
Driver, co-owner, all the good things.
All of the things. Kelsey Hill
Hello, everybody.
has joined us. It's been a minute since we've had you up here, Kelsey.
I know. We're always so busy in the pit.
Doing what exactly?
I know, driving, crewing. It's very hot, so we have lots of ice runs. But yeah, it's been great race. Everyone's doing really good driving out there.
Yeah.
We've been in a very tight GP2 battle all weekend with our good friends over at Harrison Motorsport and Moorhead. So it's really fun when you have your other teams that you're really battling with that you also are good friends with, and makes it quite interesting.
The 721 that you guys are campaigning this weekend has kind of turned out to be your flag bearer this season. You guys had a second car there. That,
we've been repairing the 362. It had a horrible death. One of them, I'll say 362.2.1, I guess we're at. Here at Sebring last year, and so that car.
The car, to be clear.
Yeah, the car.
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
the car.
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Sorry, the car had a little incident, and it, that one's still the body. We just haven't even dealt with it, and so then we built a whole new car in time for COTA last year. Got that out there. One of our drivers made a poor decision at the back straight at the hairpin, and crashed that one pretty bad. So that one just took a lot longer for the body shop and everybody to get back together. From a chassis standpoint, and we got all the parts and pieces in thanks to a lot of our good friends, especially our friends over at Bimmer World and MCS with shocks and CFS for radiators, all sorts of good stuff. So got that car right back together. We actually tested it this weekend, which is awesome. Ran great. It was good to have the old girl back. It's like, long lost friend. You're like, oh, hello, it's so good to be back with you. And we're going to run it at COTA, actually. So,
awesome.
Yeah, so we'll be...
Both cars?
Yep, both cars
Very
there.
cool.
So, yeah, it's actually been really interesting this year in particular. We focused and kind of hunkered down. Last year we did as many races as we could, within reason, our schedules. None of us do this well, Billy is with RRT. He's our lead mechanic and race engineer.
Okay.
The rest of us do other stuff. So working in racing is always tough with schedules. So we kind of just hunker down and pick 5-6 races and said, let's try to get these in there and really make them count and execute a plan. And we've done pretty well with that here on the East Coast, the national championship scale. And when you only run one car, it's amazing. All your teammates and friends, you miss it. You miss all your people that we run with. You miss your friends in the paddock. And so we're excited to get back to racing with both cars again.
It's funny you say that. Ryan West covered the bulk of the WRL schedule early on in the season, and then covered the GP only event down at Road Atlanta back in July. And by the time I finally made it back to the paddock, it had been almost 3 months when we got to JMP. It was like, I actually missed this.
Yeah.
Like, I missed a lot of the people. I missed a lot of the relationships. And it takes a minute to kind of sink back into that routine. But once you're there, it feels great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, everyone's kind of got families and spouses and stuff like that, too.
Yeah.
So poor Billy last year, he had, pretty much it was like anniversary, wife's birthday, kids' birthdays, Father's Day, Mother's Day, you name it. We had a race weekend. So Christy's our wonderful race spouse of the team, and we really thank the fact that everybody's willing to pitch in on that aspect and help support us do this.
It's wild to think how fast the season has gone by. I feel like we had this discussion about your cars back in February, March. We obviously had the event up at VIR in May, and then next thing you know, I think this is the first time, maybe since Daytona, that you and I have caught up since then. And the whole season has gone by.
I know. Even us, we were like, well, I was reading through and I'm like, oh man, it's already November. This is nuts. Yeah.
So you guys will be back at RRT. Will be back at COTA.
Yeah, we'll be there, both cars. Yep. And so hopefully have a strong rest of the day, which is great. Post a good position for going into COTA with the 721 and 362. We're excited to have her back and have some of our core drivers back in her and just keep going.
I hate to ask about next season, right? 2024, because now it feels like we've all gotten our feet under us in 2023.
Right.
Are there plans for next season? More of the same, less of the same?
Yeah, I think what's really fun, RRT runs a great shop, and we have a lot of friends there that do a lot of sprint racing, and I think I've seen how much fun we've had doing endurance racing, especially in WRL. So many of them are really excited to kind of get into this, and kind of start out this way. So we're doing the whole thing, put the season in a big spreadsheet and see who can do what. And
awesome.
Who wants to commit and how many people and that kind of thing. Again, for us, it's really just comes down to schedules and life, what we've got going on. So the schedule's looking good so far for WRL. We're actually pretty happy about it. It was sad to lose VIR. Obviously, it's our home track, so that was a little bit of a bummer, but we're excited for the pickups and do some other races, and it gets us back out to other tracks again. So
you go to Watkins Glen?
I love Watkins Glen. I'm so excited. I personally have had traumatic time at Watkins Glen.
Oh.
A couple of times I've gotten booted, had some rain stuff. So, but
booted did you get kicked out of Watkins Glen?
Oh no, like someone bumped me into the wall. Yeah, sorry. I wish. I know. I'm such a troublemaker, right? I know. No, I'm not. I personally, us as a team, have not gotten kicked out.
I think Watkins Glen would be the most hilarious place to get kicked out of, because what are you going to do? You're just going to spend the rest of your time in the Finger Lake. Exactly.
Yeah. The waterfalls are beautiful. Actually,
some kind of punishment, guys.
I know, right? Make it worse. But yeah, we're super excited about Watkins Glen. It's one of our favorite tracks as a team. I think we've had a lot of time there with other series and racing, so we're pumped about that. I just think that track's so fun. When you get in a good rhythm and kind of cruise through it, it just feels so good.
It's quick too. You like
Very
going
quick.
fast.
Yeah, one's always a little bit like, ooh, okay, I'm in the right place. But yeah, we're very excited about that. So yeah, we're definitely gonna be back. We're pumped. Yeah.
What does Kelsey Hill have going on in 2024?
Kelsey Hill has so much going on.
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
That's why I asked.
Oh, thanks. Well, we've got all of our great stuff with WRL, obviously, and then Hyperfest, big event that I help run and plan and everything like that. So if anyone's heard, that's a great weekend. DriversEye Live comes out and helps us out with that.
And drones.
And drones, yeah.
We're trying to get drones on for WRL. Has been successful so far. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, so we definitely, any sponsors out there listening, we could love some more angles here.
We have a guy. We just don't have the dollars.
Yes. So we got everything ready. We tested it, obviously, with the Hyperfest, that event. And so that's a great one in May. If anyone's interested in coming, 19th through the 21st, sorry. There's off-road rally stuff, drifting, ride-alongs, race car stuff. It's really, really great. So check out the website, hyper-fest.com. We should be there again based on schedules. Brandon and everybody here with DriversEye Live will be there. And hopefully NASA Nationals as well. I was the on-air person for that, so that was super fun last year. Yeah,
Pit race, right?
Anchor lady, yeah. So that's on the calendar, and then working with a couple other groups and series to kind of get more fan engagement and things like that. So if we're not friends on Facebook, for those out there, and on social, follow along. I would do a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of different really cool groups, and love having people out there to check it out. So
I didn't mean to spill the beans yesterday with regards to your fuel.
We don't know
pickup
what's
issue.
going on.
So would it be a question too far if I asked you if it was resolved yet? Did you find the problem?
I think, we had the same thing. The BMW stock chain, the way it works, the fuel pickups on one side, it's on the bottom. In the 362, we have a surge in there that, according to the rules, got that all figured out. And the big reason we put it in was more so it gave us access to those last few gallons. And so that's something we're looking at for 721 for next year and kind of thinking that through. It's just one of those things, every time you do something in the car, you're like, oh, is it the right choice? Things aren't that bad right now, but looking at, our competition and the laps everyone's getting, we are pitting a little bit sooner than we'd like to. And we know there's gas to be had in the tank. It's stock. So it's 16.4, I think, gallons. Like, we're not putting 16.4 back in. So, we know there's fuel left behind in there. So that's one thing we're going to look at, between the seasons, if you will. But yeah, we love the E36 platform. I think it's been so nice for us. It's very easy. We can fix most everything here at the track. The biggest part is just finding, we got to bring all this stuff with us because not that many people running them. And so, just hauling parts and going through the parts bins before every race is so important for us. But other E36, drivers out there, it's a great platform. It is excellent here, whether GP1, GP2, GP3. It's awesome. We've had a great time with it.
Is GP2 kind of the sweet spot for that platform, you think, or is there the opportunity to build that out?
Yeah, well, our 362 is a GP1 car.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it's got SG4 in it, and that one's been great in there. And we did that basically to have continuity between the two cars. Again, we're just friends doing this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
If you only bring half the stuff with you, it's better. So that's really why we've done it. We've really tried to make the cars as conglomerate as we can between the two of them. And so it's been really fun for us. Whenever an E36 shows up, we're like, yes, like we've got a buddy out there that should something be needed. Either way, we've got him here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up, Kelsey.
Of course. I would never miss a chance to hang out.
You're a little quiet, but that's okay.
Oh, Zach says, "Where's my Hyperfest shirt?" Zach,
He
I'll
did.
send it to you.
Yeah, Zach, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow up your spot, but the Discord is front and center on the laptop here. So,
sorry. Zach, email me your address. I'll get it over. To you.
Zach.
I may or may not also have a hand in that. I'm pretty sure I sent it, but also I'm
That's
not
okay.
sure.
I had that box.
I'm not even sure I sent mine, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't even know. Send me your addresses. Anyone else listening? If
you want a Hyperfest shirt?
Want a Hyperfest shirt? Hit me up. Slide into my DMs. I'll hook you up.
Are you going to Coda?
I will be a Coda. I could
just give them away a Coda.
That's
no problem.
True. I could bring
Sell them a Coda.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't do that, but yeah, maybe I'll bring some little fun package stuff.
We'll sell them a Coda. Give them to us. And
you know what we should do is give away our magnets.
We got a fundraiser somewhere.
We got magnets that we can give away at Coda.
Oh yeah,
we do have tiny magnets. Yeah.
Why have you not given those away yet? I bought.
Why
those.
haven't you given them away?
Because you're the one who has them. I shipped them to you.
Sounds
That's
like
a good point. I thought they went in the toolbox. They've gone in my backpack the whole season.
Sounds like a very familiar story in racing.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Amazing how this keeps happening.
Every week we're like, all right, who has this? Who has that? Let's pack the trailer.
Nobody
Let's go
knows.
back through it. Check the lists. So.
Yeah. Well, Kelsey, thank you. I appreciate
of course. Always a pleasure. I will. We'll hopefully have a great end of the day and
I think so.
Keep rolling strong. So hopefully whatever's going on track gets cleared up and everyone's okay. And
come see us again at Coda.
I will be there. It's a long walk depending where you set up, but we'll figure out how to get there.
I actually don't know where we're going to be. Anyway, it'll be near finish.
There may be the ability to talk to Kelsey without her coming to the
roaming reporter.
Whoa! Oh,
there could be. I heard a rumor.
Joe Radio Lama's Joe Bradley's personal cameraman.
Oh,
may be there.
It might be there.
I would love to help go down the paddock, especially on Friday. We can make some great driver content.
See,
talk to teams.
I've been saying this.
Yes.
You didn't have to convince me.
I had to convince you. I had to convince you to convince RJ, and as soon as you thought it was a good idea, you felt good about convincing RJ about it.
We'll have some enhanced coverage.
Well, I think the people at home should put in the comments, blow them up. Let there be an anchor.
Or the people at track.
Yeah, there we go.
That's true.
Yeah.
If only we had an influential person who was the head of a different racing organization putting comments in the ear of RJ. Maybe that would help too.
Maybe we'll just have to all come together as a group and write love notes to RJ. Dear RJ, you're the best.
This is an open letter.
You guys are like 20 feet away from RJ now. I'm just saying.
JT, the problem is it's 20 feet vertically.
I know. I was like, it's up. I'm scared.
That's so many more steps than you think it is.
As a driver, we don't like to go to the steward's office, so I'm just stay down here.
Do not invite yourself.
That's right.
No good things happen.
You only go in trouble when you go up there.
Kelsey Hill from RRT Racing and like 100 other things.
Oh, well, thank you.
On DriversEye Live. Thank you very much for coming up and joining us.
Stay
cool.
Zach, I'll get you your shirt. Promise.
Go stay cool and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. All right, bye guys. And
bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining.
Might this be a good time for an ad, gentlemen, as we wait for this yellow to kind of sort itself out? The problem is we have to have buy-in from Brendan on that, and if he's not responding, then we can't do it. So that was a bit pointless. 2 hours and 56 minutes remaining here at Sebring, the Sunday 8-hour. As we have alluded to, the next race is going to be at COTA, the Circuit of the Americas, home of the United States Grand Prix. The only one that matters, anyway.
Door slam.
Oh, loud door slams.
Yeah.
Brendan, how do we feel about
door?
How do we feel about an ad?
Yeah, we can do that. Let's step away briefly here at Sebring International Raceway.
Let's gather our thoughts.
We're going to run several ads, and we'll circle back, see if we can move the needle in the ad break, and we'll put the pedal to the metal when we come back from Sebring on DriversEye Live.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty just crested the 5-hour mark. Under 3 hours remaining in the 2023 Eastern Region Championship. Still a national championship event to go, but there are titles to be awarded this afternoon once we clear tech and get everything squared away. title's still very much up for grabs in GTO, which was my primary concern when I came back from lunch. It's going to take... It's not quite as simple as the 99 needs to beat the 111, but it would help.
Lots of permutations here. The 99 needs help.
If it kind of, but not really. There's a 1 point difference between them. The problem is that the 111's next dropped result is a third place finish. That's how many good finishes they've had today or this year. If they score a second or a first, they will be dropping a 10-point result, which means they're only gaining 2. Actually, a third place would drop another third as well because of the bonus point for being a championship event. So they stand to gain only 1, 2, or 3 points, whereas GTR, by comparison, would be dropping I believe it's an 8-point result. And as a result, actually stands to gain quite a bit more from a decent finish today. There's still a long way to go, obviously, but this stuff needs to be written out because trying to make sense of it all as we get a secondary pit stop here from the number 111 of Thunder Bunny Racing. Presumably just to top off. And also possibly because this puts him in the window to do this on 2 more stops, which I like the idea of.
No, that is almost certainly not the case.
72. No. Turn around. Bad 702. Bad.
Yeah, this is the second round 3 Porsche Cayman.
Poor Zach. He just got this on board.
Oh, I didn't realize that's what was happening. Oh, no. Well, that's a shame.
We're going to pull it in here. They got fans going. They have the yellow bins from Costco. I also use those. So still under full course yellow here at Sebring International Raceway.
Tractor's coming back right now.
SIR,
back
if you will.
to home, to be clear.
Yes.
Oh, somebody's G650 just took off.
Wow. You mean a G6? Like the song?
I mean, maybe. Do I? I don't know. Probably not.
No, it doesn't.
Looks like it's 650.
The
Lights off on the safety
G6
car?
isn't a thing. Safety car coming in.
63 will lead us back to green, I believe. Woohoo, green flag.
Yeah, we're going to be side by side of the line here. 89X alongside the number 64. Did we actually acknowledge the fact that a GTU car is leading overall at the moment?
Not yet. The 59 was following that battle for second for quite a while and has inherited the lead.
Yes, it has. So those cars run not nearly as long on fuel as the top GTO cars, but it is worth acknowledging, at least for the moment, if we can get some decent pace, sustained pace out of that 59. This could still go their way overall. The NFC Motorsports number 123 leads GTO, but obviously now second overall as a result of that change. And they are all mired in some pretty significant traffic about halfway through this 40 or 50 car queue that we've got at the moment. We're 3 wide through Big Bend, involving the number 99 GTR, who sneaks past the number 172. Not a pass for position. That 99's next car of concern is going to be the number 72 of PMW Motorsport, who I think it's actually already gone past. It has. There are 2 or 3 cars ahead of them already at this point.
Brennan, we're on board the 888 here that's about to swallow up the 16 of Economy Motorsports, the TCR car, I think.
Yep, battle for 5th overall, 4th in GTO. Sentinel's having about the same look in the heat as our tracksides, apparently.
Unfortunately, the 888 not able to stay in the same phase of the race as the 123 and the 166. They're now 4 minutes behind, supposedly. We'll have to wait for timing to update on that. Here we are on board the round 3 racing car. I'm sorry, this is the 888. I'm sorry, this is the 88. It's the 88 of Renegade Racing.
I think I need to give timing a nudge here.
Rena 3 gate. Oh yeah, it does still say full course yellow. That's why. Yeah. Gotta hit refresh here. It does that from time to time.
Yeah, I did prompt a refresh, but it doesn't seem to have
still not doing the thing.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well,
it's green when I bring up the overlay.
Oh, there we go.
Hey!
Lovely.
I love it when things work. Just should do that more often.
The first time.
Well, to be fair, all the track sides worked the first time.
I mean, so here's my thought, and it's that to me it was always fire and forget. Like, we turned on the script and it worked perfectly. But apparently it didn't work perfectly, and Joseph just, like, actively made it work.
That's exactly it, Ryan. It never worked perfectly. Joseph was just always sitting there like, well, I guess I got to fix something else. And it is only now at a point where we can go hours and hours and hours without having to ever touch it. And it just turns out that he's now just built in enough outside features that we can fix it ourselves without having to bother him.
Excellent.
Yeah, so
truly the correct operation for him.
He was sitting there watching last weekend. He was pushing updates to the timing overlay.
Well, I imagine that last weekend might have been a good time to have that service available, given the 8,000 classes that we had to deal with.
That's true. Yeah. The dashboard worked perfectly. What are you talking about?
Guys, we have this cool system. We can oh, no, don't show them that. Here we are back on board Zach's favorite onboard, the 96 of Liberty Autosports, the Mustang.
Down in GP1. I guess I have to go fix cameras again.
Yes.
I may.
Such is your lot in life.
I may have. I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm running a little low on gas. I'm a little. I can't. A little bit concerned.
I can't believe it.
Concerned that if I don't do anything about it now, I'm not going to be able to get cameras tonight.
Brendan makes this whole scene about how he picks a fuel-efficient car.
No, I didn't pick it. That was the problem, Ryan.
I don't like getting good cars. I like cars that get good gas mileage. That's why I get boxes.
If I had a choice, I would not have walked out of Avis with a Hyundai Elantra to run a 12-camera broadcast. That would not have happened.
I think your Avis loyalty has not paid dividends because
no kidding, man.
There is always always whatever SUV I want, whatever pickup I want, whatever baller sports car I want is always available at National. I always get to like walk up and down the aisles and be like, interesting. Let me break out my copy of Car and Driver and see which of these I would prefer. Like I have this option all the time, and then Brendan's like, yeah, this is all I have.
Man.
What a move by the 86.
Way out wide for the 65. Who's sporting a little bit of pink paint on the right front fender of that car.
Indeed.
Yeah, you can
his Elantra.
You can really see that is a fantastic fight right there between the 75 AOA Racing, which has retaken the GP3 lead during the pit stop sequence, and then right behind that white car is the Scion FRS of Three Fast Guys and Denny, just ducking to the inside of the 85, the third place car of AOA Racing.
The 86 very serious about winning GP3 today, taking no prisoners.
Not contention for the championship.
No,
correct. No, they're going for the win. They've They've already sent Denny away. It's just the Three Fast Guys.
Just Three Fast Guys.
Yes.
Mr. Stripling has been cast away.
JFGs. Just Fast Guys. Maybe the 86 could invest
back to back and built one fast guy out of two already pretty fast guys.
And then instead of putting them in a really lightweight sports racer, we should put them in a heavier professional size.
900 kilogram sports prototype. That is going to get to like 4th gear at Thunderhill.
And it's okay, because those engines in a lighter car by themselves already broke. But 1 + 1 = 2, therefore 500 kilograms plus 500 kilograms equals 1,000.
I mean, even if
TLDR, it should still be the same amount of time we get out of one engine.
even if you double up the
highly stressed Hayabusa motor.
Well, I was going to say, even if you double up the lifetime of that engine, it
still
only
not
lasted
enough.
7 hours in the back of the Radical. Like, as forming the basis for a V8, which, to be clear, I am
It's a
in
cool
favor
idea.
of doing just because you want to. Very in favor of that. As a general solution, didn't ever really seem to have the legs. Like, I don't know, man. Exception class, JFC Lola in WRL.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know if that car still exists. Like, did he sell it for parts and it's now like bits of it are hanging in people's garages? Like,
that'd be fun. Sold that to Lola. Although Lola's not a thing anymore.
What do you think is the most outlandish exception class car you think you could run at WRL before RJ was like, okay, listen.
I mean, you'd have to have an exception class, I guess, to begin with.
Well,
like,
as Tim pointed out the other day,
Garage 56.
As Tim pointed out the other day, if you can come and not dyno and run as the double star GTO.
That's true.
But how crazy of a car could you bring before RJ was like, no, I don't want your money? GT3 car, I think, is going to be the line.
A school bus.
No.
Yeah, I don't think a GT3 would be welcome. Even if you just phoned it in on even remotely trying to get it down to spec, it wouldn't happen.
We took the wing off. We're going to see.
I could see, like, if you ballasted the heck out of, like, a modern Porsche Cup car, and you'd be like, well, it weighs 4,000 pounds now, so it's probably pretty close. But you can only put 200 in it, so, like, you'd have to make a good faith effort to get it down. And the 9971 got there at the hands of Round 3 racing.
You get there. So I think a 991
I think
with
the
a lot of ballast.
991s and definitely the 992s now just make way too much power.
Yeah.
If you were to hide how much ballast you actually put in the car, and you're like, oh yeah, there is only 200 pounds in it, and there's actually
No, that doesn't
600.
happen. That doesn't happen.
No, exactly. But that's my point. Like, I think it would take that sort of action to get a non in the zone already type of car down to GTO, and then just not dyno it and run it as a star. To be clear, I'm not condoning this. RJ's probably ripping his hair out. Like, what are you talking about?
Why are
I'm
you
not
talking
condoning
about
this. I don't think WRL would be condoning it. But I think that would be the limit of, like, oh yeah, we made a good faith effort, but actually, it kind of wasn't.
Like that
not
Supra
very
that
happy
ran that one
sounding.
time at Road America.
Not very happy sounding red car down the front straightaway.
No.
Here.
Not at all.
Just a moment
Is that
ago.
the
Did you hear it?
The
I think it's
558?
No, I think it's the 172. I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right.
Because it's not like off pace. It just almost sounded like it was down a cylinder, but it's pulling away from the Supra. So, lots more questions than answers at this point.
Yes, absolutely.
I suppose I have to go reset cameras again.
You do.
We have
right?
a battle for the lead on our hands here.
Yes, we do. This has already gone the way of GTO. The Stratus 59 has been disposed of by those two race leaders.
Absolutely thrown by the wayside. Remember when we used to have a Thunder Bunny on board? That was cool.
Yeah, JT keeps posting links to YouTube onboards that we can't use anymore.
Yeah, JT, YouTube
Really?
is
Yeah.
dead.
Huh.
Oh, 4 off in the background. That is
Rockwell?
Wow.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I've been running in formation now for a while.
Makes for good pictures.
Sure. Yeah. So, just to clean this up here with regards to the championship. I'm going to put this out there for you all to take notes on and keep an eye on over the next little while here.
The mole.
The Thunder Bunny, number 111, if it wins today, the best it can do is 85 points. Right? So that's plus 14 and drop a 10 on top of the 81. So that gets it to 85. If the 99 wins today, the best it can do is to go from 80 plus 14 is 94, and minus the next result would be an 8. So 94 and 8 gets you to 88. Right? So that's the potential for each car.
Wait, I'm sorry. Run that by again?
So Thunder Bunny.
No, 94 minus 8?
94 minus 8 is 86, I'm sorry.
There you
86. Go. Yep, sorry. Yep. We're in endurance math here. As if we've been at this for 13 hours. No, you're absolutely right, JT. The 94 minus the 8 is going to get you to 86. So that's 1 point difference, but that requires the GTR 99 to come home with a win, which right now leaves it with some work to do, including, I think, getting itself back onto the lead lap. And if not, it's close to that.
Yeah, I believe they're just over 2 minutes behind NFC at the moment.
Okay, so they're just on the lead lap.
Correct.
So they would need a full
half
course
hours to go.
Here. Yes, they would need some full course yellow assistance here in that number 99. As you move away from those 14-point hauls for class victories, you start to you obviously change the math pretty substantially. Thunder Bunny will gain a point with anything third placed or higher. If they finish off the podium, they stay on 81. If they finish on the podium, they go 82, 83, or 85 as you go up the steps. For
so
GTR,
how is it?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. How is it possible that Thunder Bunny's total amount of maximum points is lower than the 99's?
Because the 99 has 3 wins to Thunder Bunny's 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess for the East. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
that's the thing.
Got it. Okay. That's why I'm like,
Not
I'm sitting here like racking my. I'm like, how is that even possible?
Thunder Bunny's
But it's
win
just the
yesterday was only their second Eastern Championship win of the season.
Okay.
They won the Saturday at VAR and they won Saturday at Sebring, which is crazy because I just feel like they've been cleaning up through most of the season. But
right.
I guess early on that wasn't really the case. The 99 would take 14 and get itself up to 86 for a win. It would get itself to 84 for second with Thunder Bunny on 85, right? So that wouldn't be enough. Third place would get it to 91, and 8 gets it to 83. Fourth place would be 82. Fifth place would be 81. Right, so if it finishes below 5th, it's out regardless of what happens to Thunder Bunny.
Oof.
Regardless. So it needs a top 5 at a bare minimum. Realistically, it's probably going to need a podium.
It's going to need a podium and for Thunder Bunny to finish no higher than...
Right, yeah. Because the second place only nets it the 12 for 92, and then take away the 8, gets it to 84, where Thunder Bunny sits on 85. So yeah, if it's in the top 5 and Thunder Bunny finishes ahead, it's over. But we still have a long way to go where the East Region Championship is concerned. We're just slightly bringing that picture into a little bit sharper focus here.
Yes.
It's looking to be a rough lap for the 111. Coming into turn 7, the 123 Mercedes was able to slip by the Renegade BMW, but unfortunately Thunder Bunny had to back out on the exit as the BMW cut across to the the secondary apex exiting the corner as you start to go through turn 8. That killed the momentum for the 111 and allowed the 9 to make a pass into turn 10. So now we're going to be seeing about a 1.5 to a 2-second gap here coming across the line this time by.
Down in the production classes, I am confident the East Championship for GP3 that the way this goes, open throttle 65 is on 76 points, even if they score 0 for not having completed enough laps, which they are on the positive side of at the moment, but they only have 66 to the leader's 107. So keep eyes on that if they have any further problems. The 85, if best case scenario, the 85 won today, they would gain 14 for the win today and drop a 7. So 67 plus a net 7 gets them to 74, with open throttle 65 stuck on 76 in the worst case scenario. So by my math, the 65 will have locked up the East Region Championship yesterday with its 3rd place result. Barring, this is all with the caveat that nobody disqualifies today, that nobody fails tech post race, because if that happens, you have to take the 0 for the DQ. And that's not eligible for a drop. So just keep that in the back of your minds for post checkered flag today. In GP2, Harrison leads RRT 80 to 71. And Harrison has more than a handful of points finishes here. Their 7 best would allow them, if they won today, well, they're in the lead actually by 9 points, so let's not worry about Harrison. They could score 0 and still be stuck on 80.
Brendan trying desperately to avoid going to reset cameras.
I'm actually just trying to wait for a little bit more cloud cover to come over the area.
Got it.
Oh my, where's that?
That is turn 15 into
That
16.
is an arty shot. Look at the soft focus on that.
No idea what's happened there.
Look at that. That's lovely.
Something's blocking it.
So the camera's up.
I think your
Is that a
spring-loaded.
bird?
I think your spring-loaded thing has moved.
I don't have the spring-loaded thing on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's bizarre. Well, thanks for this, Zach. I'm going to just guide myself through the championship here, and then I'll head out. I was hoping that we would get a little bit more cloud cover before I did that, and therefore allow the cameras to stay up longer, but I don't think that's going to happen anyway. RRT, if they came away with a class win today, would gain 14 and drop a 7, which is a net 7, and doesn't get them to where they need to be to catch Harrison. So I think Harrison will have locked up the GP2 championship yesterday as well. And obviously GP1 has been sewn up in favor of Moorhead for some time. So really we've got eyes on GTO at the moment, and that stands firmly in favor of Thunder Bunny should things not change before the end, but we have 2.5 hours left to go before we get there. In the meantime, I'm going to step away and go chase a bird off of camera 10, I guess? Is 9 down as well? Is that a problem?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I have some walking to do. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll leave you in the capable hands of JT Tammy and Ryan West once again.
Yep, down to 4 trackside cameras.
That's all right. We're doing what we can here. Watching some lovely racing here at Sebring International Raceway with 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining.
Oh, that is so. Last time by 75 had their fastest lap and just did another 34 this time by, and they've closed that gap to the Scion of the 86. So there's definitely still a fight on for the GP3 lead, as there has been for I don't know the last couple hours. It's like MRG running a little wide on the exit of turn 1.
as the gentle thrum of six-cylinder engines fills the air.
Ooh, and that pass has been... Nope. It has not been done. Sorry, wrong me out of there.
That's all right. That battle at GTO is still reasonably close on track, especially the 123 and the 111. The 16 is a minute 40 behind.
Yeah,
but
we
the
just
top three are separated by less than 20 seconds. We did see them come through the shot.
And more importantly, it was the 9 that got around the 123.
That is correct, and that puts them back on the lead lap, question mark?
I believe they're actually still one down.
Okay. Which is impressive that they've been able to do that after having lost 3 laps.
Oh, nope. Sorry. They are back on the lead lap. They ended up losing 2 laps. One of them was overturned.
Okay, got it. That makes a lot more sense. Glad to see that the appeals process still working as intended. Don't want to unfairly penalize people for things that haven't occurred.
Yeah, that's why all cameras have, or all cars have cameras for just this sort of thing.
Exactly. As James Candelaria mentioned last race session, which would have been yesterday, if you spend that $12 a month, because I understand a lot of people do use the Candelaria system, if you spend that $12 a month, it automatically puts all of your stuff into James Candelaria's system and then provides it to us to use as an onboard. So if you would love to see your car represented on the big screen here, and you've got a stable connection, which is, I think, has a lot to do with how you place the system in your car as well. If you want to be on the broadcast, please spend that $12 a month so we can get direct access to your camera and then be able to bring you nice, clear pictures with almost no time delay to the broadcast as Zach just clicks through the few that we have working right now. Unfortunately, the YouTube link pull-through that we once did is no longer an option because of the way YouTube has decided to send the video data across effectively. I have a rather impressive computer for 2021 standards anyway, and that could not stand to hold more than about 2 or 3 YouTube links at a time, and I'm also not the person running the entire broadcast. So we're attempting to switch over to an SRT-only future, but RTMP is also appreciated as well.
Good last lap from 3 fast guys. Denny, 34.7, allowing them to build a 2-second gap from the 75. You can see it on your screen here coming into turn 17. The white car and then 2 cars back are yellow MX-5. That is your battle for the GP3 lead.
A home race, as it were, for the Miami Dolphins colored Scion FRS. There goes the 9, which we have been talking about. If we go by Joseph's script, JT, it shows the 9 is only 2 minutes and 21 seconds down. which I think, given that they are around the 123 and the 111, would mean that they're now in the lead lap.
Yes, that is correct. What's also correct is, yeah, because they've I was trying to see what happened there on exit of turn 1. We saw it in the background of the turn 3 camera that we had, but the 123 on exiting turn 1 put a wheel way too much on the curb and almost lost control of the car. Luckily, the driver, very quick hands, managed to save the car. However, it did lose momentum, and that did allow the 111 to slip by before approaching turn 3.
I see.
I don't know if Zach has a replay, but
my understanding is that the replay system is very much in flux when we have the camera situation that we have.
That's why he's the producer and I'm not. Good point by from Liberty Autosports.
Yeah, this 96 car has been doing the point buys effectively all weekend.
I was noticing that the driver wears OMP First Evo gloves.
Is that what you wear as well?
Yep.
See, I have mine is a pair of clearance stand 21s. They're the old style.
So, very top of the screen in a moment, you're going to see the 123 come through. Get the next gaggle of cars here. Just runs a bit wide.
Oh, yep. And that's enough to lose some time. The 111 jumps way to the left side and takes the position away. The 123 right back on the hammer, though, able to get back to the rear bumper of the 111.
Yeah, it looks like it just it started to track out over the bumps there, and the rear end just started to snap out before it got to the exit curb. But great job holding on to that thing.
Outstanding efforts all the way around. Heads up driving by the driver of the 111, able to see the danger, avoid it, and still capitalize on the reduced pace. Because again, the 123 did not lose that much time relative to the back bumper of the 111. It's still right there. Thank you for the replay, Zach. Much appreciated. We have word from our producer, Zach, that the 702 may be returning to the track, which will be good news, because that means we're about to have a lovely onboard.
Oh, no.
Oh, maybe. Hopefully they're not pushing this onto the trailer. Yeah, exactly. Zach mentions maybe they're loading it on the truck, which is also possible. That center speaker there in the middle of the Cayman. JT, I just can't decide. I can't decide what I'm going to do with regards to new vehicle. I look at these Caymans and I think, yes, that's a good call. I like a Porsche. Every Porsche I've driven drives fantastic. Cayman should be no different. I look at 86s and go, wow, I could get one with a warranty, which apparently you need because the engines explode. I look at Miatas and I'm frustrated by how expensive they are because I couldn't give mine away. I look at E46s and realize that they're all beat and there's no parts, or the parts are starting to dry up anyway. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, it doesn't look like the engine's expired on the 3 Fast Guys in Denny.
No, it's the new one that has the engine issue, JT.
Ah.
But that's the thing, is the 3 Fast Guys in Denny generation of that car, here in California anyway, and I have to start looking further afield, they're all like 18 to 25 grand, and you can buy a new one for 32. That's like, well, why would I not just buy a new one at that point? But then it has a 2.4 liter, so it's got a lot more torque, and that's what they use in the 86 Cup. But they have this oil pressure issue on right-hand turns that Toyota has publicly not supported owners in replacing engines until they faced scrutiny from the wider public, which is irritating.
So maybe look at a CPO from the previous gen?
Yeah, but that's the thing. The CPO from the previous gen are still in the mid to high 20s.
Well, yeah.
But it just doesn't seem like good value. I mean, value is not having your engine explode, obviously, but like, it just seems like you're missing out on a lot for, not that much discount. And the Cayman at this point is like a good call, but I'm concerned that if I get one that's been beat on and the engine expires, replacing the engine in a Cayman is not a cheap process by any stretch of the imagination. The motors themselves are a high four-figure situation from what I've seen, if not more. Trouble. That's for the 89X. And it's used in Escape Road here.
Yeah, this is turn 7 here. This had been reported as having a loose exhaust, followed by a little bit of smoke from the front end here.
Oh, I see. And you can just see wisps of something on the front right. Oftentimes that's brakes. Hopefully this is vehicle coming around to recover the 89. The safety crew is already there. They're going to open the hood.
Yeah, probably just a quick check to make sure it's okay.
And not actively on fire, presumably. Yeah. I'm obviously aware that this is a little bit different situation, but my father always told me that if you suspect there's a car fire, not to open the hood.
Generally, yes. Usually at that point, you would still see quite a bit of smoking, whereas this seems to have dissipated quite a bit.
Right.
And so this is, I assume, just them ensuring that it is no longer an ongoing thing so that they can move it.
Yeah, safely. You don't want to burn down the entire track, obviously. Now being pushed. So not a great outing for the 89X in their debut in WRL with the Aston Martin Vantage. Probably wished it had gone a little bit better, given that I imagine they were getting away from the unreliability associated with their Camaro.
Well, they had a good day yesterday.
That's
they
true.
finished 6th.
They did finish 6th yesterday. After, I would imagine, hoping that they could have broken the top 5 or even the podium in the car. It's a car that has good enough pace. But still a disappointing end to your weekend to have to push a car onto a race hauler rather than the option of driving it onto the ramp and then having it be lifted.
Yeah.
So, we stay green here at Sebring International Raceway. SIR. I'm going to start calling it that.
Sir.
Black Forest Porsche coming through here. Don't see a whole lot of the Porsche anymore. We've spoken about that at length, so I won't rehash that, but I'm always excited to see a Cayman GT4 car back in the field. There's the 702, a lovely onboard provided by Brad and Buzz McCall there at Round 3 Racing. There are 2 Porsche Caymans. You got the 58 right up the behind. Oh my goodness, the 58 commits to the inside. Oh, it's mirrored. Okay, whew.
Oh.
That was pretty close. I'm looking in the mirror and not realizing that it's not technically a mirror.
Yeah.
Or it is technically, you know what I'm saying. I had my sights all backwards. Yeah.
Kind of.
Right.
Yeah, that was a close call there when the 123 was trying to get by.
Yes, it was. So that 58 now stuck on the back bumper of the 123 again. And as I mentioned before, the 123 can be probably the most difficult car for the 58 to get around, given that the 123 has some of the best speeds available. Brendan, I know you're out there and listening to the broadcast. Is there any chance of us getting a speed gun and then subsequently being able to post that speed gun in front of one of our cameras so we can have like a live speed trap situation? I think that would be quite fun.
Brendan, we want to spend more of your money.
Yeah, Brendan, more money, please. I know you had all that money saved up for the brewery, and let's start spending some more of that on cool stuff.
Just a good note from GTU that the 9.4 Motorsports had come back out.
Yeah.
They've been managing to stay out and just, put in some good laps this past stint and a half, and that has allowed them to move back into third in GTU.
Great result for them after kind of a lackluster, I think, outing at HSR. I think they might have been hoping for more out of the heavily souped-up version of the NPO1 that they brought to HSR. Talked that car up, of course. It was a lovely car to look at, but did not quite have the pace of some of the other cars in its class. JT, I'm not sure how much of that race you watched, but did you see that a IMSA prototype lights car is in fact faster than a second-gen DP?
Was it I'm assuming it was not having to run to its former spec, though.
There's no way it could have. There's no way, because I don't know how else that would have been possible. Like, part of me was like, okay, maybe Continental Tire's still on the DP, and the prototype lights car getting to use whatever they want, potentially. But I never got confirmation either way, but it was quite a funny sight to behold.
Nice. So, kind of good news that the 702 had come back out, as the 25 from MMRs has not. That's going to put the Cayman up into 6th place in GP1.
Mm. Happy to see that.
Yep. Sister car still holding ground at 2nd place.
Yep.
They've managed to pull away from the 777 from Big Mission Motorsports, but still 2 laps out of the lead from the 147 in Moorhead.
I mean, who does have the speed of the 147 Moorhead in GP1? Let's really ask ourselves that question.
Well, PC Racing and 9.4 Motorsports did, but both of them ran into issues today.
Right.
And we haven't seen them come back out since. But they were the only ones that really matched that sub 25 minute pace. Sorry, 2 minute 25 second pace.
One of the best in the country, of course, at setting up the E46 chassis, Chad Moorhead. I see him pop up from time to time on all these pages that I follow, investigating whether a race car is a good idea or not. Chad did very effectively convince me the time that I asked him. It might have been earlier this year or indeed last year when I asked if it would be worthwhile to get an E36 instead because it's cheaper. And he pretty compellingly argued that that would not be the best move, and that if I was going to do it, I should do it with an E46. So I appreciated that. Of course, looking down here at turn 1 and the front straightaway. Happy to have everybody along here at WRL this weekend. The last spectator event of the season as well. We did have a fair bit of spectator turnout at the beginning of the year in February at Road Atlanta. I was pretty pleased with that in spite of the cooler, wetter weather. Very much had many people in attendance. I tried to shout at people over the PA to ask them if they wanted free things, and ask them to wave, and they wouldn't do it, which was a little bit disappointing. Evidently, they didn't either care or weren't listening to the PA. And we know that the PA system is very powerful at Road Atlanta. JT, of course, will be at Sebring later in December.
Ugh.
How's that going to be? Are you excited?
Somewhat.
Somewhat?
Yeah. I've never done setup before, so that's going to be a whole new thing for me.
It's a blast. You just do the same thing over and over 12 times in a row. It's fun.
Well, cameras are one thing, but setting up the other equipment is something I've never done.
Oh, gotcha. That, yeah. I think that we should get colored tape and indicate which things should be plugged into which, because even for the first few times, I had to ask Brendan, am I doing this correctly? And, like, I finally have a pretty good handle on it. It's not tremendously difficult. You just have to remember the wrinkle with plugging the headphone jack receiver into the mixer, which is the only weird thing. Everything else is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, my thought was colored electrical tape with like a sticking number on it or letter or something like that, and then a small thing of written instructions saying, okay, well, green 3 plugs into this port or whatever.
Right. We'll be able to get something going for you. Worst case scenario, I'm sure I will be available for a video call and I can walk you through.
Yeah.
My understanding is you may have a guest commentator, a special guest commentator for that event as well.
Really?
There's potential. That's wild. The same special guest commentator who may be joining us at COTA as well. Virtually, of course. The best part, JT, the best part of setting up the trackside stuff is when you've woken up way too early to be able to do it, fought with the track to be able to have access that early in the morning, and then you do it, and then the people who had only gotten out of bed 15 minutes prior suddenly decide that they're unhappy with your level of work and want you to fix stuff. That is the best part of setting up the track.
Oh, yeah.
I'm mostly joking, of course. Mostly.
So I've been keeping an eye on the GTR this stint. We'd previously mentioned they were about 2 minutes 5 seconds behind Thunder Bunny, so still on the lead lap, but bit of ways but still 2.5 hours were remaining at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Since we talked about that, we've lost a half hour, and GTR's only lost about 10 seconds. So they're still on the lead lap, about 6 seconds or so up the road from the 111.
There it is right here. So you see the GTR has now found another M4 to race with. And then this is the leader, the purple and white 111.
Yeah, and it sounds like the 99's being held up by the 12 just a bit. And it's kind of important that GTR stays on the lead lap here. We're getting to the point where we're getting close to the final 2 stints for GTO.
Well, not only is it important that they stay on the lead lap here, but they're now again approaching the danger zone with regards to a yellow flag. No, I'm sorry, I have that backwards. They would want a yellow flag here because then everybody would stop.
Yeah,
and then they'd get their track position back. Yeah.
Yeah, because the safety car would be picking up the leader.
The leader, right. But I assume that the leader would pit. See, that would be another one of these strategy calls that we'd have to look and see with Thunder Bunny. They are expected in 5 laps, so they have to pit if there's a yellow here.
Mm-hmm. And this is usually when your final driver is going to start to get into the car.
Yes, and we know that late stage in the race, the 111 has excellent pace. So does the 99. The 99 having some of the most consistent pace in the field. And of course, we know that they're excellent in the pits. But I think as far as the championship's concerned, we decided that if Thunder Bunny wins, there's not really anything the GTR can do. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
But at any rate, you're gonna be fighting to the very end for whatever points you can get.
So Zach is telling us that he has news.
But he wants to.
Oh my!
Wants us to tell you about it.
Oh my, Brendan, you're never gonna believe it. There are some green flecks on the radar for the weather. Now, I don't think this is going to result in any rain at the track. Oh my goodness! But look to the right. Yeah, look to the right. Look at that. There's rain right there.
Right where Brendan's getting more gas.
Oh my goodness me. So, a wrinkle yet still to be played out. We have 2 hours to go. Can we go back to the radar, Zach, that's paid for by you and me? Excellent, thank you. Big shout out to AccuWeather, who sued to make sure that the National Weather Service couldn't provide their own app. I'm really not convinced, unless something develops immediately north of us, like instantly. I'm not mega convinced that this is going to be a severe rainstorm, if at all.
No.
Now, the flip side is, JT, we're at the end of the weekend on 200 treadwear street tires. If the tires were new, I wouldn't be that concerned about it. But if we get into the last hour and it starts to rain, I think there will be a lot of people out there on tires that have been worn down that will now be wishing they had a fresher tire on.
Yeah, there has been quite a bit of rubber down, but I don't think we're gonna see much. I mean, it might get the track just slightly greasy, but I don't really see it impacting our race.
Yeah,
just because it's developing more to the east.
It is. And it looks like there was some starting to develop immediately north, which indeed I believe we're looking at here to the right of the shop. It didn't seem like there was going to be enough, though.
GTR into the pits.
All right, so they have blinked first on the pit cycle here. This is going to cause them to go a lap down, because the Thunder Bunny car will have immediately stormed past the pit lane here. Now we wait and see if Thunder Bunny takes to the pits, which they almost certainly need to. They're expected in 3 laps, which makes sense. And if they can stretch that entire 3 laps, they can go the rest of the distance, I think, on 1 more stop. That is sort of the mode that we're into right now, in GTO at least, is that we're looking for 1 more stop here.
Little bit of fun for the 888, navigating some of the general production cars.
Indeed.
If we stay on this camera, actually, reports of the 84 stop drivers right in turn 14. So we're actually 13 here. So if we keep our eyes to the right.
Oh, maybe.
Right there on the inside, off the track, is the 84 of 94 Motorsports, currently sitting 3rd in GTU. I think it's going to be safe enough for a hot pull there.
I think so too. And I believe there's a cutout rather close to there as well.
And we just saw the 111 Thunder Bunny come through the shot there. We are going full course yellow.
Okay, so everything we've just said, completely worthless. We are going to go full course yellow here. Thunder Bunny needs to pit.
Yes.
Because they could potentially... we'll have to see. Could they pin the 99 a lap down here? If they're able to take to the pit lane at the right time. Like, I think that's in play. They might not be able to.
I think they could.
I think they could, too. So the danger zone indeed has stricken. There's the AAA.
Ooh, and this... I'm not sure. I've seen that the 75 has come on pit road, according to timing. If they're on their outlap now, no big deal. But if they were to just be coming out now, they may be able to jump 3 fast guys in Denny. So I'm gonna need to see where they are on track and where that Scion is.
So the pace car has picked up the 96, which would mean that the 111 has pitted in, and indeed they have.
Oh, that looks close. I think coming across the line in the next 5 seconds is going to be 3 fast guys in Denny with the 75 directly behind.
Let's see. Yes.
We're going red flag?
Red flag here. So we are waving the red on the flag stand. So all the cars are going to come to a stop on the circuit. As we wait to see what the situation holds. We're in the middle of the pit cycle here for most of the field. So we're going to have to wait and see what the situation is going to pan out for as far as people being pinned a lap down. This yellow comes at a really inconvenient time as far as breaking up parts of the race. It's the kind of thing that you hope doesn't happen, but unfortunately seems to have happened here. And we're just in the middle of trying to see how that was going to shake out. And we've been stopped by a red flag, usually for safety concerns with regards to recovering a vehicle on track. Or indeed, it can be a medical emergency as well. I haven't seen anything that indicates that. So it could be that there's a damaged wall, or indeed the safety crew isn't comfortable extracting a car from where it currently resides.
Well, considering the location of where the 84 is, that in itself I don't think would be cause for red flag. So I'm hoping the driver's okay. Because that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange to go to red flag after the safety car is already out. One would think that if it was a red flag situation, the safety car would lead everybody into the pit lane. But maybe not wanting to wait that additional lap. I'm going to avoid speculation and just try to get to the bottom of it here. Unfortunately, the party that can provide me with the information that I desire is typically intimately involved in the decision-making process behind said red flag, and is usually busy. So I'm going to try to get an answer on that. This does give Brendan the opportunity to set up some cameras without on-track action unfolding. So you don't miss a moment of the action here on DriversEye Live, bringing you flag-to-flag coverage of the World Racing League 2023 season, which will continue into the 2024 season. And if you are... No, I'm not going to do that bit, because then that's actually potentially not accurate. So there is a track maintenance vehicle, like a scrubber type thing, being brought around. That would typically indicate that there's something down on track, like an oil spill of some variety, and so potentially the oil spill has been deemed to be too large and unsafe, and they would like to get that cleaned up before they have more cars circulate around. Again, I don't know. But the signs of that vehicle being rushed to the scene versus an ambulance, I would say, is a positive step. Here we have the nice view of turn 17.
I'm thinking this is definitely going to hurt GTR here.
I think so too. I think if they could have stood to stay out longer, they would have, but I imagine they thought they were close. Or indeed had a situation where at 2 hours they have to change drivers. That could have been the case as well. But they probably would have really hoped that they could have pitted with the Thunder Bunny car, just to at least stay on the lead lap.
So unfortunately, things are a little bit unclear at the moment in terms of where everybody is time-wise. Some were on pit road, some are out on track. We can see from this shot the 111 is all the way to the left of the screen, to the left of our track map, just barely in view, in front of one of the round 3 Porsche Caymans here. Not sure where GTR is. But at the time, according to timing, we still have the...
Okay, and we are back to double yellow, JT.
Okay.
The red flag has been pulled in, so all the cars are now going to refire and rejoin behind the safety car. Oh, there was a lot of cars waiting on pit lane.
Yes.
Now the dryer truck is being seen moving in the paddock here. Yep, and the dryer truck is going to come out.
Alright, so at the time of this full course yellow, we had the 111 leading over the 166 Barton Racing, both Thunder Bunny Run Supras. The 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes was sitting third, and the number 16 of Economy Motorsports, the Hyundai TCR, was sitting fourth in GTO. It was, and as I say that, the 888 is now fourth. I'm not sure what's going on.
No, we're going to have to definitely wait to see what occurs. But the 888 and the number 16 have pitted at the same time. That's the number 16 ahead of the 888 here on the camera. Now, you can win the race off of pit lane with a good stop here.
Mm-hmm.
So speed is of the essence. There is a chance the 16 can overtake the 888 here. It's not likely, given that the fuel flow rates for the jugs end up being pretty similar nowadays. I think everybody's gone towards basically the same solution. Now, the problem is, I see the pit board is out for the car that's in between the 888 and the 16. So the 888, if they have to pull out with a car in front of them, is going to have quite a time trying to exit, whereas the 16 going up on the jacks right now to have a tire replaced is going to, in theory, have a straighter shot out of the pit lane. So that could be a difference maker here as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with some of the people in the WRL paddock, so it's hard to tell whose face that is on that
it's
pit
over.
board.
The 888 has made it out ahead of the 16. And it's not close. Now, that's the 9-4 Motorsports NP01 sitting on pit lane right there, right at pit out. My house is currently being burglarized, so let me mute my microphone for one moment.
Oh boy. As they say, when it rains, it pours. So,
much like the panic alarm on a car, the panic alarm on a car never goes off because somebody is truly panicking. The panic alarm on a car only goes off when somebody doesn't know how to use their key fob. Indeed, the security system on my house only goes off when my wife accidentally trips the security system, having not left the house until 11 o'clock in the afternoon, or in the morning, I guess.
yeah, it's only 11.
So,
Brendan's done. Put a fork in it.
How's everybody's day?
Pretty good. How's yours?
All right. Toasty.
I see we're up to 5 cameras now.
It must be like 86 degrees out there.
That said, the camera placements are top notch.
Thank you.
I want to be clear on that.
Finally, somebody.
Nobody in Central Florida right now is putting on a better race broadcast than you.
That might also be true in Northern California.
That is true in Northern California. That's not. No, it's not true in Northern California.
Oh, because it's over, or?
No, because the other race is taking place at Sonoma, and they have like a.
Oh, that's true. They do have
legitimate
drones and stuff. Cameras. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Well, thanks, Ryan. Jerk.
Hey, no problem. Hey, Sonoma's not real Northern California anyway, so I can take that angle.
Again, Central Florida, you are nailing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely crushing it.
So, did just like half the cameras completely dead, or just
they're
too
just,
hot?
They can't stay cool. As soon as they turn on, they overheat. I think some of it is there's battery shut off there as well, so they're charging and
consuming at the same
time. And that happened back here in January, where it was just like this cycle of it creates an unrecoverable situation very quickly.
Just goes into a flat spin.
Yeah, can't charge and transmit and everything at the same time. Ironically, the camera that's up on the little tower over there at the outside of turn 16, because there's no interference for the signal, it consumes basically no battery and therefore generates basically no heat.
Yes.
Yeah,
I have noticed that as well, that the ones that have less signal burn battery way faster and use a lot more heat. Absolutely.
Yeah. So like at NOLA, we were just burning through batteries because
flat.
There's not a whole lot of signal there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Is there an external antenna opportunity?
Again,
or a signal booster?
You want to pay for it.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. We would also need 12 of them.
Well, do we need 12 or do we need like 4?
We need probably 6 to be comfortable. I don't know. Lots of questions.
So, if I read this correctly, GTR is on the lead lap.
All right. That's worked out all right for them.
I don't know how, but I will take it.
I don't know either.
If I'm reading timing correctly. you can just really see how large the field is this weekend. It's fantastic to see.
You know, it's funny you say that, GT. I was GTR is on the lead lap, by the way.
Yes.
As is Economy Motorsport. They're the first 2 cars ahead of Thunder Bunny. As I was going around setting up the cameras, I had the realization that it kind of felt like, or feels like, the I don't want to say WRL of old, because that's too aggressive. But watching all the GTO cars stream by, right? All the variety that we have in GTO, the variety we've got in GP1, the great races we've seen in GP2 and GP3 this weekend. It's a big field, right? It's we saw 30-something at Jersey, 30-something at Hallett. We're back into the 60s here, and it feels like it. It's put on an excellent show this weekend.
Yeah.
But even the buzz around the facility with the spectators and with the packed paddock and people just kind of constantly being busy, it's got that classic WRL, classic endurance race feel about it that we've come to love out of the series.
Yeah, I mean, we've done 14 plus hours at Sebring, and we still have good 40 cars circulating.
Yeah.
But Modeka says you should walk around the paddock with the donation jar.
Mo's my first stop. Love the suggestion, Mo. I'll be right there.
I absolutely agree, 100%.
See if he'll donate a golf cart as well.
The golf cart's not a bad idea, but we don't have a trailer.
No, Mo doesn't have the golf cart. Brad has the golf.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right.
That's right.
Is that how Brad gets around?
No, Brad walks at the track. At his neighborhood at home, I'm unclear.
Oh, yeah, that's very true.
Poor guy's not even here to defend himself.
I'm just curious where he got a 15-foot tall Christmas tree when he lives in Florida.
It can't be real, right? It's not real. That won't last for 2 months. Yeah. Wayfair. Sorry, other home store shipping companies are available.
Yeah, I do have that tree. I don't think it's quite 15 foot, but it's up there.
It's up there. Pretty big.
We will not be walking around the paddock asking for donations, but if you would like to be involved in DriversEye Live and increasing the quality of what we're able to bring from your favorite amateur racing events, endurance or otherwise, get in touch.
So, as I always told my customers, and it was usually in a laughing matter, but it was true, as a salesperson, I am so good at spending other people's money. And let me tell you right now, the amount of Brendan's money I have spent in ideas, like, if you donate the money, there will be a, 1-to-1. You will 100% see where the money goes.
We've got ideas. We are going back
to green. We are going to go green.
More on spending money later.
Your money will be well spent. It will not pad our wallets.
This is important here. The 3 cars you see out in front, GTR followed by Economy Motorsport, followed by Thunder Bunny Racing. This is the battle to stay on the lead lap. And while I don't know that we're going to get the quick succession yellows that would really benefit GTR here, needs to use clean air, needs to be defensive, but not aggressively so, and hang on to this lead lap status as long as they can, in hopes that maybe they do catch another yellow or some other kind of race-altering situation that will vault them back into contention here, because without it, this is going to be the championship going Thunder Bunny number 111's way, at the very least in the Eastern region.
Real
99
quick,
does not have, JT, the 99 does not have the juice out of turn 7 and 8, and as they make their way into the braking zone down at turn number 10, Thunder Bunny is going to scoot past the Hyundai Elantra TCR of Economy Motorsport, and it's now going to be nose to tail to put that GTR 99 back 1 lap down at the head of the field. Go ahead, JT, sorry.
Just coming across the line for the green flag here, 3 fast guys in Denny were a 10th ahead of the 75 from AOA Racing, who was able to pass, I believe, in turn 1, and has taken the lead in GP3.
Very good. There are also position battles up in GTO a little bit further back. Eyes on the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes and the 166 Barton Racing TBR Toyota Supra as well. Yep, and a battle for position here as well. GTR is battling that number 16 Hyundai Elantra of Economy Motorsport. Additionally, the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes that came within a couple of seconds of winning the race yesterday is now clawing its way back into contention for the race win today. Just 2 seconds at the line, it grew and expanded a little bit, but now that Mercedes threw on the Hyundai and will get up to the back of the number 99 to try and challenge for the overall race lead with an hour and 38 minutes remaining. Down the front straightaway, the Mercedes looks right, the GTR 99 defends left, and as they come back into view of our camera down here at turn number 1, moved on. So it's a straight fight for the overall and GTO race lead. Economy is into the pit lane. The number 16.
It was just in the pit lane. That's
Yes, it was. .222s from the bulk of the GTO field. First lap back to green, 2:20 and 2:21 for your 2 leaders. 166 Supra is a little bit further back, had some traffic to work through, but it's the 4th car in line as they make their way down into the braking zone at the safety pin, turn number 7. The 123 is quick, guys. That is a very quick race car at the moment, clawing now within about 4 car lengths of the rear bumper of the number 111.
Yeah, as I was telling Ryan earlier, we're at the window where you can generally put in your final driver for the race.
Yes.
And this is where, you know, if you're in a position to fight for, you know, either good points or a podium or win whatever, this is usually when you want to put in your hot gun. We saw how quick the 123 could get yesterday, so it's no surprise to see it ready to fight right now with an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, I think the 123's shortcoming yesterday was not its lack of pace. It was just how far back it was when it started that charge to the front. Not nearly dealing with that same kind of deficit today by virtue of the fact that it hasn't picked up a 1-lap penalty for itself today. And now it is a straight fight. Instead of being inside the final couple of minutes, it's with about 95 minutes remaining. Shouts to Stratus Racing and the number 59 as well. That car still very much in overall contention at the moment. So it's about 15 to 20 seconds behind your overall race leader and firmly in the GTU class lead. But should things go awry for anybody else at the front, very much on in contention for an overall podium today. Doesn't have the pace just at the moment, but keep eyes on it. Leaders are nose to tail through turn 5 and down into turn number 6 once again. GP1, for what it's worth, still firmly in the hands of Moorhead Speedworks in the number 147, both today and for the championship in the Eastern region. 3 laps, or at least 2+ is the margin there between the 147 and the 701. Still potential for a podium for that 701, and opportunity for a podium for Big Mission Motorsports in the number 777 today as well, which we like to see. Harrison Motorsports leads RRT and MRG down in GP2. In GP3, AOA Racing leads 3 fast guys in Denny by half a second.
Yes.
Which we especially love to see. It's the 75 of AOA, just to be clear. And then they've got another 4 laps back to the number 114 of Rockwell Autosport Development, having a solid, really solid day with both of their cars inside of the top 5 in class.
Yeah, and that's actually relatively recent, too, that position change with the 85.
Oh, yeah. Has slipped back now, sits almost 50 seconds in arrears of that number 114. Now, we didn't think a championship was going to be on the cards for that 85 either. So the 123 shows its nose again down into turn 17. Sail off into turn number 1. Has the lead changed hands? Lead has changed hands. Mercedes leads at Sebring. The NFC Motorsports squad vaulting the number 111 Supra from Thunder Bunny Racing. I don't think there's a whole lot to choose between these cars, but let's wait and see now that that 123 is in clear air. If we can build a little bit of separation here, I think there is a chance to draw away in traffic, but let's wait and see. 166 as well is trapped in behind the number 99 at the moment, but is close to within a car length down into the braking zone at turn 10, Cunningham Bend, and shows the nose up to the inside on the brakes, but is not able to complete the pass. Top 3 within 5 seconds here with an hour and a half remaining. It's been an interesting one today. Much more segmented than the race we had yesterday, but it's gone through very well-defined periods of both order and chaos at various points. There's a stage right around halfway where we thought the race had been turned on its head, and then 15 minutes later, it roared right back into order with NFC and Thunder Bunny back up at the top. But had that second yellow flag not happened in the 3rd or 4th hour of the race, there's a chance we could be looking at a very different running situation than we have right now. Remember also, for the number 9 of ACP Tangerine Associates, fell victim to a 3-lap penalty for passing under red. I can comfortably say that that was really, in essence, a 2-lap penalty plus a lap to make right what was the advantage that was gained.
And that was reduced.
Was it?
Upon further review, it was reduced to a 2-lap penalty,
right,
which
so it's
was
really
1.5.
Yeah, it's 1-lap penalty plus making right the lap advantage that was gained as a result of where it came to rest on track.
And then,
which is fair enough.
The last stint, the 9 actually unlapped itself completely.
Oh, so yeah.
But that has since, because of the full course yellow, I believe, put them a lap down again. Yes.
Order, chaos. Order, chaos. Back and forth like a pendulum. It's bitten that number 9 to some degree, who I think, based on the pace they're running at the moment, last lap being a 2:19.7, had more things gone that car's way, we could be talking about a 4th car up in that lead mix. I guess technically a 5th car if you include the number 888.
Yeah.
Which I noticed Ryan has gotten away from lately. But
hey, yeah, you said it was getting annoying and irritating, and then proceeded to continue to do. Oh, you absolutely did. I'll clip it.
Did I? Well,
I'll clip
anyway.
it.
Okay.
He's been doing it since yesterday. I'm the only one who's been annoyed.
But anyway, we could be talking about having a 5th car inside this lead pack.
Yeah,
and that's just gone ever so slightly differently.
Yeah, that would all be within 30 seconds there. And then counting the 59 Stratus for the overall, that's 6 cars within 30 seconds.
Yeah. Again, it just goes to show how much the development of a race and how much getting everything right makes a difference in how you view the overall story of the race, right? That number 9 is doing everything else right in terms of its on-track pace. Consistency, it's been okay on pit stops. Everything else has kind of worked in their favor. But a red flag as it was trying to make a pass for the lead, and a pass that, okay, they probably shouldn't have made. But, I mean, we, again, are talking a razor-thin margin. Had the red flag come out 10 seconds earlier, they wouldn't have been sniffing the pass. If it had come out 20 seconds later, the pass would have already been done. But it happened at exactly the point in time where they were about to make a pass, and they didn't react appropriately to the red flag, and that's where that lap penalty came from. Right? They've done the other right things. We see it time and time again. Pit stop mistake, strategy mistake. You do everything else right, and then that one little thing that you happen to get wrong either can be brushed under the rug and mitigated by some way the race develops, or it can be blown out of proportion and cost you a chance at a podium or a top 5 if things happen a different way, right? It's just so very, over the course of 8 hours you think these things don't matter, but actually that moment in time can either, like I said, be brushed under the rug or blown out of proportion and really define the race as a whole. Which for me anyway is why I love endurance racing as much as I do, and why I love the World Racing League powered by Hagerty the way that I do. Just every race is its own unique story, it's a unique development, and even though the results may look similar at the end of the weekend, they never, ever, ever play out exactly the same. NFC Motorsports 10th by 10th is starting to eke that lead margin out, now 1.4 seconds. Barton Racing TBR is more or less matching its stablemate, the number 111, in terms of lap time at the moment, but is now 5.7 seconds in arrears of that number 111. And I actually haven't noticed whether or not they've cleared the
GTR.
The GTR 99. Sorry, the GP2 leaders just came past me, but not in the correct order. RRT was leading Harrison. Just desperately clinging on to being 2 laps down instead of 3 laps down.
The 166 did get by the 99.
Okay.
I just saw them come through turn 16.
Yeah, okay, very good.
Then I do want to note that the I'm not sure what happened, but the 86 of 3 Fast Guys and Denny did go past the 75 AOA Racing to go back to the lead of GP3. I think that was just after the initial pass. The MX-5 just didn't have the same pace as the Scion did.
It just pains JT to say that.
No,
he can't believe it.
JT likes Scions.
Yeah.
If you couldn't have a Miata, would the BRZ at all be your next choice?
No. It would definitely be one of my favorites. In terms of, that would be a very practical option. But if I'm getting rid of, a fun 2-seater, I'm probably just gonna go get another more fun
Z3?
variant.
Z4?
Have you driven a Z4, Brendan? They're not that fun.
Nope.
I like the Z4s. They're cool, but I'm thinking more of a C5.
Aha!
It's that sound is just fantastic.
The Boomer Corvette.
So what my dad had.
I was gonna say, was it a
fair
C5
enough.
or a C6?
C5.
C5. Okay.
Z06, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we got a little something working. Little Z06, alright. I'm in.
Zach believes it's the correct choice.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt to park.
I'm at tell you.
Tough life.
But it's a fun drive.
That's good. So do you still have that, JT?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's my mom currently owns it now.
Nice.
Does she drive it?
Rarely.
Got it.
There's an intimidation factor.
Of course.
I would imagine so.
Especially
on multiple levels.
Well, she works at a Home Goods, so the parking lot is not the best.
That would do it.
It's not so much the intimidation of actually driving; it's parking it and leaving it in that parking lot.
Right, to just be sitting there. Yeah, that's no fun. I keep hoping that the prices for C6 Grand Sports will come down, and it's not looking good.
Unfortunately, that 3 hasn't come back out. I keep looking. I'm like, come on, no.
If we were running 4-hour races, that would be the car to have. But we don't.
We do not.
Yeah, the question here in WRL is not go quickly for 4 hours. It's go quickly for 8 or 15.
Hey, got a podium yesterday.
True, yeah.
That is
and
true.
it has won a race this season.
You know what I think 9-4 should get?
A C6 Grand Sport.
Sure. Yeah, whatever. How about a VW Fun Cup?
Oh, okay. Brendan, I hate to break it to you. I'm as big a supporter of that as anybody else, including you. But I just don't think it's going to happen.
I know some guys.
I also know some guys.
Do we know the same guys?
I mean, we know a lot of the same people.
So several of them, yes.
I mean, you guys were talking to him yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
That is very true. We get a North Loop supported VW Fun Cup.
That'd be cool. Is it Hitman? Is that what you're talking about? Are you gonna hit Hitman to get a Fun Cup?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure the shop up in Stroudsburg would support it.
Nice.
The pride of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania.
Well, you were saying you knew someone, so.
I mean, I know them too.
We were waiting for who you knew.
Where's Matt Connolly? Oh no, I'm not name dropping. Where's Matt Connolly?
Yeah, bring that GTO out.
It'll be back. Be back for COTA. That car had its moments at New Jersey. For those of you who didn't join us back in New Jersey, and I know there are several of you because our viewership is much higher today than it was that day.
Shame on you.
No, I'm not going to shame you for it, but you did miss the return of a Prep 2, a Grand Am GT Prep 2 Pontiac GTO-R. That was the tube frame, the Pratt Miller tube frame chassis with the fiberglass GTO-R bodywork draped over it. That was, if not the best car that ever ran in Grand Am, it was top 2 or 3.
So, I unfortunately have bad news for you on that regard. It's not on the entry list.
A COTA?
Correct.
I am certain Matt Connolly made a post yesterday about having seats available.
He does have seats available, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a COTA wait list?
Perhaps. Because it's down to 89 cars now.
Maybe that's why he posted it, because he got the provisional entry slot.
Let's just
39 in GTO.
Throw a little reminder out there that there are always waitlist spots available if you don't make the registration cutoff, which I think for COTA was like 3 minutes. If you miss that, there is always this this wait list that can get you into the field.
Yeah, and it usually, we'll have a couple cars drop, in the last week or so. Just, maybe a car wasn't able to be repaired quick enough or something like that, or something comes up with a driver, whatever.
Sure, and if you happen to be there and ready to go, you can be welcomed in. It has happened before.
Yeah, come out on Friday and stay for Saturday and Sunday.
I actually can't find the entry list on Motorsport Reg.
Really?
I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying I can't find it. Oh, here it is. There we go. Entries. There we go. It just wasn't coming up in the search. Kept doing the old one. Do we want to do a rundown of the entries so far?
Why don't we talk highlights briefly? Just before we do that, let's briefly just mention where we stand in the race. 3.5 seconds is your lead margin from 123 to 111. The 166 from Barton Racing is now up to 4.5 seconds behind its sister car in the number 166 there. A little bit further back, TLM Mona and the Stratus 59 giving up a little bit of time to your race leaders at the moment, who find themselves lapping regularly in the 2 minutes 19, which is a pretty good place to be this deep into a race. Things going very much the way of the top two, kind of as they did yesterday, but a little bit more evenly matched today. Again, that margin 3.5 seconds. Meanwhile, it's a classic look-ahead spot for this team. We look out towards our next event at COTA, the last event of the season, Circuit of the Americas, which interestingly is listed as the U.S. Endurance Championship on Motorsport Reg.
That's awesome.
I think we had gotten away from that event title, but happy to be corrected.
I'll bring it back. That's totally fine.
I don't know, what's got you excited, Ryan?
You almost got me excited. 7 entries in GTU. 7.
This is the biggest GTU field we've maybe ever had.
Ever. And I think it's everybody we've ever seen in GTU bringing a car. And Stratus bringing a third car.
Polecat won't be there.
Polecat won't be there, but the other guys are there. All the other boys. Capstone, Racer, 9-4, Ageless Bio. No Polecat, though. You're absolutely right. So not quite correct there.
I'm excited to see Racer Motors back, the Scott Michaels Memorial entry.
Yes.
Because they were on the entry list for Sebring, but unfortunately the past week or so they pulled out.
Indeed. GP3, we've got the usual suspects.
Yeah, Apex V2R will be back.
EC Klein, back.
Oh, yeah. It's very good.
Team Tim Hardaway Racing.
That's not. It's just Hardaway Racing.
Oh.
But that's okay.
All right.
In the Global MX-5 Cup car.
Absolutely. GP2, we got Choice Racing back.
Wait, don't bear the lead too hard on that yet, because we've got that Global MX-5 Cup in GP3. BSI is running those cars in GP2 this weekend.
Yeah.
So there is some difference there.
I think this is going to be a balanced up proposition.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, if I had an MX-5 Cup car, I think I would want to run it in GP3 rather than to try and punch above my weight in GP2.
Sure.
Agreed.
Not that I would want to run a GP3 car anyway, but if you were, that's how I would do it.
There's just more BMWs in GP2.
That's true. Let them have them.
Deep Eddy returns to WRL in their Honda Civic.
They were at Hallett, in fairness.
Yep. That's true.
But did briefly catch fire?
Sure.
Yeah, early on.
They're on the entry
Saturday.
list.
Yeah, no, I hope they'll be there. I anticipate they'll be there.
Stans Racing, Split 5 Racing, Rapscallion there with their Miata.
2 Miatas, as a matter of fact, the 135 and the 469.
Oh, there we are. RRT making the drive out. GP1, because Brendan said he didn't want a full rundown, so now I'm just selectively picking out teams that aren't as common in the last few races.
Oh man, Palomar isn't here.
No, but they're going to be in GP1 for COTA.
Yeah, I honestly hadn't realized they weren't here.
It's a long drive out there from Escondido, California. I don't blame them. Every single time
That's why I'm not surprised that they're not here, but like, it caught me off guard.
I think, so Palomar, if you recall, Brendan, is a big historics. They all came out of historics, and there's a big event up here in Sonoma today. So
funnily enough, there is another place they could be racing in Northern California, but
there is
one that doesn't involve their endurance cars.
Yeah, their endurance cars would have absolutely blown everybody out of the water at that other race. No question. Not a single entrant at that race that wasn't the car that's currently leading, because it's a GT3 car, would podium in a WRL race this year.
I think I believe that.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. Not a single entrant.
Yeah.
And if you want to prove me wrong, RJ is prepared to discount. No. Boy, can I drum up some business, though.
I already hear footsteps above me.
I was going to say, can you hear pounding above me?
And I'm only half joking.
Whoa, the 9-4 car.
Or yeah, sorry, 9-4.
It's a good pickup. Yeah, backwards there at turn 16. It's an interesting place to stop.
But you got a good sight line to know when you can get going again.
Absolutely. Yep.
There we go. Perfect.
Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche Boxster.
Yep. I'm more of a Bombardier guy myself.
Sure.
Montgomery Motorsports and their 235i in GP1.
Yep. Sponsored by me.
Me. Yep.
As listed on.
Open throttle, of course, bringing both of their cars.
Yeah. TCS will be back in the old chill out MX-5.
Yeah. What a machine.
One of the machines of all time.
Yes. Round 3 bringing the 701.
Yeah, Chattanooga will be back.
FR 500S from Team Flying Horse, 641.
And how... You know what I really love about the production entry list? And we'll get to it when we get to GTO here in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, it's anybody that's ever entered a race in GTU. It's the same in the production classes. It's not like it's a massive flood of one-off entries that are never going to run a race in WRL again, or that just hit registration at the right time. It's people that have supported the series year on year, that run the races that they can afford to run, or that they want to run, or that their car will allow them to run, but have stayed committed to being a part of WRL in the long term, not just making a splash in the short term. I love that. And I love that that's what we're going to see across the production classes in 3 weeks.
Choice Racing in the 522.
Yeah, big fan of that.
06 M3.
Remember, that car was the new build.
Is that the paddle shift one where they had to send the gearbox to Poland or whatever to have the guy put the ZF in it?
It's the detuned GTO car that ran it.
Oh, okay, it's that one. Okay,
yes.
Got it. And then we go ahead and look at the GTO entry, including Round 3 Racing, bringing back the best car in WRL, the 911 GT3 Cup car. Big ups
the
for that.
996.
997.
That's a 997, I know.
It's never been a 996. It has never been.
Starting to upset Ryan. It's a 997 Cup. 997.1, to be clear.
And I'm sorry, it's not the best car
Ooh.
in WRL.
It is.
It is.
You're just wrong.
I think it is.
Do you guys not
wrong?
The Solstice we had in GTU?
No, this is better.
This is better.
How do you... No, you can't run a Solstice in GTU. That's not possible. I know how much that car weighs. That's not possible.
It ran.
We've got an M2 from Fast Track Racing. Haven't seen a whole lot of those recently. A couple M4s from Fast Track Racing. Automatic's going to be there.
Fast Track, I believe, ran with us last year.
Yes.
At Coda. Yeah.
Yes.
With 2 cars.
Let's see. I wonder, because that's in Frisco, Texas, with the Motul branding. Oh no, he was Liqui Moly, huh? I was gonna say, I wonder if that's Tim's cars that he sold on.
Ryan, we are a little bit burying the lead here in GTO. You've skipped past the 919.
I'm working my way there.
Okay, all right.
I'm jumping around. I'm jumping around. All right, because you said I could skim it and I couldn't go car by car.
That's 90 cars. We don't have time for that.
Exactly.
So keep in mind, on track, that gap is shrunk a little bit.
A touch.
You can see it right here coming into turn 17.
This is your lead battle.
They're drawing closer.
And importantly, about to put the 9 a lap down. The car directly in front of the Mercedes is the number 9 ACP BMW M4.
Indeed. So, as Brendan was mentioning, the 919 of Team Just Hands Foundation, we actually, and I say we, me and my buddy Joe Bradley interviewed. So I keep telling people, did you know that I interviewed the CEO of Ford last weekend? Well, I actually didn't interview it. I held the camera and introduced myself awkwardly. Somebody else interviewed him, but I was there. The 919 of Team Just Hands Foundation, it's a gentleman who uses hand controls on his race car, had brought his Porsche Cayman, which is a GT4 car, out to HSR, and we did a whole bit on it. If you go back and watch the HSR broadcast, you'll be able to find it towards the end of the first day. My apologies. I announced there that he was going to be doing WRL at COTA. And so we plan to have them up to chit-chat about the car and about his journey, etc. And it's going to be a great time.
It's Torsten Gross is the name you're looking for.
Yes.
Yeah, Torsten Gross. It was a breaking scoop exclusive.
Scoop exclusive.
Yeah, at the time. But he mentioned he was going to run the car at Circuit of the Americas in December. And our ears all perked up.
And I was like, hey, I know you.
We know what that means.
We're homies.
That will be very, very cool. And
it is cool.
I hope we have the chance to. He was a great interview as well. Not
Absolutely.
just out there doing cool things in race cars and doing cool things with his situation, but also a really good guy to talk to as well. So really
a very outwardly friendly person in the paddock that was full of stoic people.
Yeah.
Not to say that they were unpleasant. That is not the case at all. Everybody there was perfectly lovely and very nice, but a lot of them were very stoic. And
not to be confused with Team Stoic Racing, who will be
right,
as well.
Of course, right, yeah, absolutely. So it was nice. It was refreshing for sure. We've got Pinnacle making their return with the Porsche Cayman. Yeah. They have the cool paints on their cars. I love seeing those cars come out just because both of the liveries are super awesome. With kind of the gold with the trees, and then there's the blue one with the red and the gray trees. Looks really sick. Love that. They'll be here. Choice Racing has their M4 registered as well. We've got JR Motorsports in another BMW E92 M3.
That's not the...
No, not that one, no.
This is
Bruce Innovations.
Jason Reichert Motorsports.
Yes. Shift up now by AE Victory in a 2018 Audi R8 GT4. Is AE always evolving?
Could be. I don't know, actually. AE Victory.
So I wonder, because remember I thought I had done some digging, and I'm still pretty sure this is the same group of people that ran this car at Thunder Hill. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the same car. The car that's leading Thunder Hill right now is 100% the Flying Lizard car that has been sold.
Sure.
So I wonder if Flying Lizard sold that car to those people, and they sold this GT4 car to these people. I would be surprised. Hopefully we get somebody at Shift Up Now to explain that to us.
Is that the tire rubber that just fell in front of the camera?
I think so.
Huh.
Or a bug.
Could be bug.
5.2 Motorsports bringing a Porsche. Tooth bringing their TCR down. Love to see them.
Yeah.
Another M2. Lupe Tortilla.
Yep.
Hoping we can go to a Lupe Tortilla. I'm a
Is
little
Judson,
excited.
I don't have a driver's list. Do we know if Judson's here this weekend? In the Three Fast Guys and Denny?
I don't know.
There is a Lupe Tortilla sticker on that car.
Okay, gotcha. Can we go to a Lupe Tortilla while we're in Austin, Brendan?
Keep forgetting that they're a restaurant and not just a brand of tortillas.
Yes, but can we go?
Sure.
Can I get you to commit to that live right now on the radio /TV?
No, I will not do that.
Okay, well, I will be going.
Okay.
Chandler School making their return with an M2 CS. DD Autosports, and then I've also skipped over another one, the Garage 57 Motorsports 2020 Chevrolet Camaro, which is going to be a tube frame NASCAR adjacent style car being driven by some Cup drivers, is my understanding.
Amongst others, from what I have heard, but we won't delve into that any further.
Indeed. Off the Leash, returning with their Ligier.
Yeah, was hoping for a little bit of a better debut for that car this weekend. Sebring, I guess, is the place to test your car, but not necessarily to prove it. You will find all of the weak points if you make it far enough. So hopefully some better fortunes for that car out at COTA than they've had here this weekend. But I'm excited to see them back.
The Screaming Goat car makes its return, the V8 powered BMW. Chevrolet V8 powered BMW. Hitman Racing 9.4 has a 04 Ford Mustang named against their entry.
That car was here this weekend, in fairness.
It was.
Yeah, it ran yesterday, not today.
An additional Garage 57 Motorsports, so that's 2 cars that they're going to run.
Is it really?
Yes, I mean that's what it shows on the thing.
One? Oh, the 157.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting.
Stoic Racing, as mentioned, Renegade, they're all there.
DD Autosports in a
Indeed.
second Mercedes-Benz.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be mental.
Yeah, excited.
Very excited. So, with an hour and 3 to go, I think if we take a commercial break here, gents, we can get back in time to watch the last cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, and the lead battle that's going to come with it. So let's do that and step away very briefly now that we've successfully killed about 20 minutes talking about the COTA entry in a couple of weeks' time. And we'll come back on the other side from Sebring International Raceway and bring you that last hour of the East Region Championship for the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. Back in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back live at Sebring International Raceway. These hallowed grounds. 2 hours south of Orlando, 2 hours east of Tampa, 2 hours west of I don't know, like Fort Pierce, probably. Palm Beach, maybe. Yeah. 2 hours from Fort Myers. 15 minutes from the famed town of Lorida, Florida. Truly a special place, but certainly special in the lore of endurance racing in the United States, the birthplace of American sports car and endurance racing, as has been said many times over the years. It is. It's got us in the final hour of racing here in our regional championship, the Eastern Regional Championship, and bringing us that little bit closer to home in the penultimate round of the 2023 season as a whole. As we just mentioned, we head to Circuit of the Americas in 3 weeks' time. And if you've joined us for the first time this year at any point in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, I know we've made some new fans on YouTube, and it's fun, actually a lot of fun, to see the same names in our YouTube chats and our socials that I encounter watching European Le Mans Series broadcasts at 7 in the morning and Creventic broadcasts at whatever hour they happen to be on. Also following along and playing along with us here on DriversEye Live. We appreciate you all, and it's been a lot of fun to have you along for the ride in 2023. We've got the best event of the year still to come, at least for my money. So please do join us in 3 weeks' time. The first weekend in December is a special one for us here at DriversEye Live, because it is always the weekend that we got our start in broadcasting amateur motorsports, for whatever that happens to be worth. So we have a lot of fun with the event. It's always well subscribed, being at the only permanent Grade 1 venue in the United States, FIA Grade 1 that is, and always delivers on on the racing as well. It delivers on the names, delivers on the visibility and the intrigue and the excitement and the atmosphere that goes with it. Plus, a weekend trip to Austin is never really a bad thing. Some cloud has fallen over the circuit here at Sebring. Some graying clouds out to the west a little bit, and as Zach Johnson pulls up the National Weather Service radar, just off to the east there is, I think, kind of what we're looking at. That's sweeping in from the northeast to the southwest, and yeah, that is where the bulk of our concern would come from. The weather app of choice saying rain within 30 minutes, now 23 minutes, lasting for about 10 to 15. I did hear you earlier, JT and Ryan, discussing the idea that if it does rain, maybe not even enough to make the track greasy. Remember that we'll have what I would have to assume is 100 plus, 110 degrees of track temperature. That is going to ward off a lot of that moisture accumulation for some time if it doesn't turn out to be very heavy. And again, these aren't your classic Florida summer storms that build on the Gulf Coast and march across the state. These are just limited showers that pop up and spread themselves around. And maybe, just maybe, throw us a little curveball here in the final stanza of our Sunday 8-hour enduro. The lead margin out to 3 seconds. The gap back to Barton Racing TBR is only out to 10 seconds. And in a way, this kind of has an IMSA race feel about it, right? That's not just within this last hour or so. It's not to say that it's uninteresting or anything like that. But these are three actually very evenly matched cars.
Yes.
The two Thunder Bunny Supras in second and third, and the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. And we actually don't have that much question over strategy between now and the end.
No, I believe they all have one stop coming up.
If they can make it another 3 laps or so, it should be a guarantee that they can make it home with just the one more. Our timing monitor information will confirm that. And saying 3 laps and 4 laps respectively for the 111 and the 166. 6 more laps for the Mercedes. Although that car is being driven substantially more quickly in this stint, at least consistently, than it was earlier on today, and therefore probably be using a little bit more fuel.
Last lap, all 3 cars at a 19.5.
But I say all that to say that in IMSA, everything's going to be pretty neck and neck, right? The fuel fill time is going to be basically similar. The cars are running pretty similar paces. Nobody's really separating themselves from the bulk of the rest of the field. And you're just kind of waiting for the next thing to happen, knowing that nobody's really got a massive advantage in any one direction. And you're starting from basically from scratch. Right, a 12-second margin across 3 cars in endurance racing terms is basically nothing.
Yeah.
So let's wait and see. Pit stops to be expected here in, again, the next 2 to 3 laps, and Thunder Bunny should be the first ones to jump. Team's already beginning to break down their easy up canopies. Sit in the cloud cover here for the next little while. Bruce Innovations is packing up for the day. That 333 car has been parked in the paddock now for some time, waiting to be loaded onto the trailer. They were pitted just underneath me here at start finish. Into the pit lane comes the Kenda Tires number 88 Renegade Racing BMW. Currently in 8th spot. Worth noting also, I think missed this during the commercial break, but the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW has taken 5th place overall from the Stratus 59. Zach Johnson, our producer, tells us the driver standing in front of the 702 is getting a helmet and a Hans on. So that car, hopefully, getting ready to come back out.
Okay. That's relatively recent as well. It had been running alongside the 134 from Big Mission, having that position as 6th, but unfortunately it was losing ground, I think.
Yeah, GP1 has, I wouldn't say failed to deliver today, but this race has not developed the way that GP1 races sometimes do, frequently do.
No, but there is a good amount of resilience in there as well.
3 fast guys and Denny into the pit lane. Sorry, JT.
All good.
Is your GP3 class leader. We'll do one more driver change.
We'll just
Out
need to keep
jumps a black helmet with a black fire suit, and then gets a black helmet with a gray fire suit.
We'll need to keep an eye on where they come out of, as the 75 head pit first.
Oh, that's a good point. So they'll be done on stops for the rest of the day, now with 53 minutes remaining. This will be the last stop for the 86. Second can of fuel goes in the right rear corner of the Scion FRS. He says having to make sure he's using the right brand.
Any of the 3 is fine.
Yeah, but this one's a Scion. Fueling is done, the tray is removed, and now waiting on the driver. So this is your... Well, we'll get into a discussion about back timing here, but you've got a little margin in hand here, so make sure you get everything right. But you can't waste too much time waiting on the driver change here. You want to be in a position to make sure you're taking the fight to that number 75. I think one of the cars has come through. I think it's a 55 in this case. And it's just come through start finish. And eyes to my left here across from the starter stand to pick up the yellow-ish number 75 Mazda MX-5. Here comes the 85. That 9 is fighting to stay on the lead lap here. Actually, it's unlapped itself, hasn't it?
Which
the
car?
9.
59? Oh, the 9?
Yeah, I think that car's unlapped itself.
Yes.
Yeah, it was behind the Stratus number 59 at the restart, and that was, I mean, almost an hour ago already.
Yeah.
As we get a quick spin up at turn 7 for the 9-4 Motorsports NP01.
Yeah, 2 minutes 18 behind.
Yep. So, I mean, you could do the, if we get a full course caution thing, but it is true. Like, whatever slim chance there is of something like that happening, the 9 has put itself in that much better of a position to compete inside these last 40, what are we at, 49 minutes or so now. I can now comfortably say that I can start to see a little bit of rain out the window up to the northeast. Just don't know that it's... I don't know. It's so highly localized, I don't know if it's going to get here. If it does, I don't know if it's actually going to make a difference.
It's only going to hit the airport. We're fine.
I mean, oh, stop number 9. The BMW M4 has stopped just past the bridge at turn 6. And the Alan J. safety team has come to the attention of that car. Is it possible that the pace of that car has been rapid enough so as to guzzle itself dry?
Maybe. I have to think that you'd have a lot of warning for that sort of thing.
It is possible. But it does keep happening in race cars.
It does.
Which suggests to me that if it can continue happening to other people, it can continue happening to them, or can happen to them. But I know, the interesting thing is I wouldn't think you're in danger here, right? You would want to stay on the lead lap as much as you can, or try and keep whatever slim chance at some extra positions that you have alive. But you also don't want to risk being caught in exactly this position.
I mean, I think the gamble was, hey, look, we all pit together under the last full course yellow. You know, keep an eye on your competitors. Are they getting ready to come in right now?
That's actually a good point, JT. Sorry about that. I don't think now is going to be the move because I'm pretty sure this will be a recovery under a local yellow only, so I wouldn't be too worried about... Oh, it's actually gotten restarted, so probably not a fuel situation. The car is very much not up to pace, though, and is being nursed home by the driver of that number 9.
It doesn't have a reserve, does it?
You know, I don't know. It might.
Maybe a stop to switch to a reserve? I don't know.
It seems unlikely that you'd have to stop to switch it to a reserve.
Yeah.
But then again, this is also, well, the sister car is the one that used to need to stop and reboot. And
right. We haven't seen that from the Supra.
No, or the G82 to this point.
Yeah, that's what's... But I mean, we saw Black Forest having to basically redo the same thing just to get it out of emergency mode for their gearbox.
Yeah, that was specific to the gearbox. Whereas, was it wheel speed sensors on the
BMWs?
On the BMWs, yeah.
So it may have been related to the traction control, though, right?
Yeah, no, I don't remember. It's been so long since we've had to address it. Both because teams were figuring it out, and because we're seeing fewer and fewer of those F82 M4s.
Well, Brendan, the good news is, in spite of a potential starter issue, the 45 was able to get the win.
Is it over already?
By only 30 laps.
Yeah.
Over a GT4 car.
I mean, I think last year it was like 50 or 60 laps, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was an LMP3 car being driven by someone who drives an LMP3 car all the time. Scott should have been in that car. If Scott had a chance to get a seat, it would have been that one. And I'm surprised he didn't try to jump on that harder. That was he and Sam's opportunity right there. They each could have got one stint. It wouldn't have mattered. We'll never know.
Was he there?
Yeah, it's who won.
No, I didn't realize that's who it was. The 9 has made it to pit lane. The 21 is in. Do you know who Dayglow Orange Helmet is, Ryan?
I don't.
Okay. He's getting out, and Turner Motorsports Northwest is getting
Okay, so that's Chris. Chris wears the Turner Motorsports suit.
Yep. That'll be Chris Davis getting into the Spec E46 GP2 class Northwood Motorsport entry.
I do know...
GTR in and out.
I do know that CJ has the EJ Viso suit.
Oh, you know what? I didn't notice the suit. No, it's blue and white with a little bit of black trim. I think it's just a generic suit, but it is a bright orange helmet.
Gotcha.
Like way brighter than the car itself.
That's the orange of the helmet that NASA used to want you to run if you were going to be the fueler.
Interesting.
And that was like a rule thing.
Move. Driver change for the number 111 in the final stop of the race. Again, a very interesting move here. I'm sure some of this is going to be... Oh, that's a stop GTR, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the 99.
That's just out of the pit lane.
Oof. So this yellow...
You want to stop on pit lane, not on track.
They should be able to get that recovered.
Wholesale stops here. NFC is in and out. I think that they have not changed the driver there. Fueling has been done on that car. The fueling has been done on the 111 as well. Driver change is complete. Maybe it's not been done. Nope, they're not going to clean. Not going to clean the windshield. And now the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra is sent. So this margin is going to go out to probably 15 seconds from the NFC Mercedes back to the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Supra.
Yeah, I'd say so.
They're being held up a little bit right here because they were not allowed to pass in a yellow zone.
Yes, but did everything exactly right. That is exactly what you want to see. It's heads up, number one. And number two, remember, as you come out of pit lane, okay, you're kind of pointed at the flag station at turn one, but you don't have the massive visibility from the other end of the front straightaway, right? So being heads up enough and paying enough attention to that flag signal down at the end of the straight is really heads up driving from the 123 to stay behind that lap car.
Mm-hmm.
Barton Racing Thunder Bunny is going to be our remaining question mark here. Across these three. We'll be interested to see if they do a driver change when they get down here into the pit lane. Remember, too, that doing a driver change at this stage, it's not the fact that you're doing a driver change that would be costing you time. It's the fact that you're doing it on a short fill, right? Because you're not putting an hour or an hour five's worth of fuel into the car. You're only putting 40 to 45 minutes worth of fuel in the car. And that shortens your pit stop time maybe from 40 seconds down to 30 or 35, and that is, or, you know, something proportional to that. And now that driver change becomes your limiting factor. Zach.
Bad, Zach. Bad. Where's the squirt bottle?
That would pretty well, yeah, anyway. Zach, can we take a look at the weather real quick and just try to hedge our bets here?
My bet is it will sprinkle, but it won't matter.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter either. Yeah. I think it's going to be fine.
It's all that Lake Okeechobee induced rain.
Yeah.
Like lake effect snow, but it's...
Lake effect rain?
Yes, kind of.
I would get lake effect snow at my apartment in Reading.
Is that
because
right?
Because I was up by... No, because I was up by Shasta Lake. And so like the rest of town wouldn't get it, and then I would get the lake effect snow. There's like one part of town that would snow in, and nowhere else would.
I did not care about or understand lake effect snow until I moved to Rochester, and then it was... For a while, it was mind-blowing, and it was all I cared about, and then it just became like, well, it's every day now. For 5 months out of the year, this is just what I deal with, and...
that's why people don't live in Duluth.
Yeah. I mean, genuinely, I would get up to go to work every morning and have to wake up 20 minutes earlier in the winter months, so I'd go out and brush the car off before actually getting in and leave for work.
The only advantage to being in Duluth, as far as lake effect snow is concerned, is that occasionally it's too cold for it to snow.
Oh,
and so that you end up with no snow, and it's just
that is
frigid.
A fascinating life situation for those residents of Duluth. Well, we could have lake effect, and there could be 2 feet of sno on the ground, but thankfully it's entirely too cold for it to
It's
snow.
minus 18, so
That's
it will not
crazy,
snow. It's
man.
Wake up, sun's out, go outside, minus 23. Like, this is great. Love it. Hopefully my van will start.
Are the only people who live in Duluth the people who work for Cirrus?
And people who go to the university.
Sure.
And people who work in shipping.
Ah. 166 is into the pit lane. Your erstwhile race leader. And our next car of interest on the front straightaway will be the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes GT4. I don't expect to see it just yet. This will probably stay pretty close as I peer over my right to the right-hand side of the commentary booth up here. No driver change for the 166.
Could have waved. I don't think we'd see the bridges in the way, but it was a good idea.
Through goes the Mercedes. 166 is, wow, another can of fuel.
Interesting.
Drip tray is pulled. Car restarts. Maybe. Car restarts and is sent. Through goes the sister car, the number 111. And with all that having been addressed, your lead margin between the 123 and the Thunder Bunny 111 is 17.5 seconds. We didn't mention this at the time, but that is really cruel luck for the number 99 GTR BMW. Not just because they were in contention for a championship coming into the weekend, but because they left the race yesterday with almost exactly the same amount of time remaining and almost exactly the same spot on track. That car came to grief at the turn 1 flag cut, which is sort of right side middle of your shot, right side top of your shot, and instead it made it to the school course cutout at turn 2. May not have made it quite this far into the race yesterday, but anyway, it's not that far apart.
Nice. The Mustang that just blew by the front straight there, Brendan, just set their fastest lap.
Oh, nice. Came up about 45 laps short yesterday, so that's about an hour and a half, hour 45 that car would have missed the flag by in the 99. So made it a little bit further today. Stratus 59 also setting a PB. Down in the 217s. So the top 4 cars here are kind of going to all come together, not in one bunch at one time. But that Stratus is going to have a case to go chase down the number 166 in a battle for an overall podium. And not going to matter massively, but it is out there as a carrot if it wants to go chase it. And if you're going to go set 217 flats, you might as well have something to motivate yourself. The 111 is going to set chase to the 123 from 16.5 seconds behind with 35 minutes remaining. And if the 166 has the pace, could also play spoiler here as well, just 18 seconds in arrears of its teammate. Also worth keeping an eye on the number 88 from Renegade Racing, who I think we have an onboard with, or had an onboard with, as they attempt to chase down the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates. There they are, heading into turn 7 in a battle for 7th overall, 6th in GTO. That margin right now 22 seconds, but not exactly going the correct direction for the number 88.
Yeah, unfortunately, they did lose a lap recently due to a pit lane violation.
That is very un-Renegade-like. Shouts to TLM Mona as well, and TLM in general, who have had 2 pretty good to very good days with those new Aston Martin V8 Vantages. It's been a little while since we've seen the TLM guys. Those cars have run really, really well today when they haven't been tripped up by penalties.
They've had great onboard too.
The 888 especially has been very, very consistent 2:19.8 for the 111 last time compared to the leader's 2:20.6. So if this is going to happen for Thunder Bunny, it's going to happen very, very gradually.
Yes.
2:20.1 for NFC this time around. And we wait for the equivalent lap 161. It's a full Bathurst, by the way. And full Sandown, actually. 2:19.8. Couple of wheels off for one of the open throttle cars up at turn 5. One just ahead of the overall race leader, who sneaks through as they head through Big Bend. $19.8 for Barton Racing TBR as well. So we know exactly what those Thunder Bunny Supers are capable of.
Yep.
And Stratus 59 gradually catching them both into the 19s, 19 flat last time around. 19.3 here. Zach, or just a little bit earlier, commenting in our Discord about the opportunity for rain, and says, like, in my opinion, it's going to linger. But do you have to?
I was just thinking of that reference.
Do you have to?
I do like the cranberries.
Sure. My late father-in-law, who loved just about every type of music known to man, absolutely could not stand Dolores O'Riordan's voice.
Ah, it's
Right.
yeah. It's I can see how it's an acquired taste. You either really like it or you really do not.
He had such an eclectic taste in music, but like, nope, that one's not good.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, my wife was a big fan of the Cranberries. I am also a fan. So, just coming up to a half an hour remaining here, 162 laps completed. Our margin at the front of the field is right around 16 seconds. Slower lap from the NFC car last time around. Slightly slower in turn from the 111 as well, but still picking up time. Remember that where the championship is concerned, it was only about the 111 and the 99 of Team GTR, and that 99 is going no further after coming to rest at the turn 2 that only kind of exists, but that's exactly where it was on track. Yep, center shot, right where Zach has pointed our direction to. Came to rest a little while ago and has not returned. And unfortunately, short of, I think really the only thing at this point that could cause an issue would be a disqualification for Thunder Bunny, and I absolutely do not see that happening. This puts the championship pretty firmly and provisionally, to be clear, in the hands of the number 111 from Thunder Bunny. .218.2 last time from the Stratus number 59. So if things continue at this rate, the lead battle is going to converge, and the battle for third overall is going to converge between the second Supra and the lead GTU Sebico. Some fairly imposing clouds there behind turn 16.
Yeah.
It's always fun to see the pros get behind the wheel in these last stints. And if not pros, then the quickest AM you've got. It kind of gets, for lack of a better word, kind of get turned loose sometimes.
Go like hell.
Yeah. big chunk taken out of the lead there by Thunder Bunny Racing.
Yeah, they're consistently just running at that line, at that 220 flat or under.
Yeah, it's such a balancing act, isn't it? If you're on board that Mercedes, we know what that car is capable of. There's a little bit of traffic that's still out there, although we've thinned out considerably in the last 2 hours or so here. Cars that just are not returning. But you've got to be careful not to overheat the tires on that car. Running 200 treadwear in a big, heavy GT4 car. The 166 is just, or I'm sorry, the 160 has just come by in the pit lane. That's the Moorhead Speedworks GP2 car, and that car has taken an absolute beating today. From the very earliest moments of the race, found itself in the tire wall down at turn number 10.
Yeah, but the important part is it came back out.
It did. It's been turning laps all day. The North Loop car we were mentioning in the pit lane earlier, we mentioned the margin when they came out this morning was 12 laps. They missed the first 12 laps of the race, got themselves out, and we were wondering how high they might climb. It is limited to 12 laps. I think they briefly had it down to 11, but weren't really able to get much past that. They are 2 laps in arrears of the Tooth Autosport Honda Civic, but not really pressuring them unless things were to go awry for that number 122. So hopes for a top 5, not likely to materialize, but they did do exactly what they said they were going to do, which is we'll get the car out there as soon as we can. Once all of our repairs are completed, and we'll go out and we'll turn laps and we'll see what happens. The 99 is back as well.
Nice.
Out to complete the final 26 minutes or so.
Well, gentlemen, with 25 minutes to go, we've gone an entire race without me pulling up racing junk and reading things that I've seen on the internet.
We made it.
I did do Racing Image yesterday, but not racing junk. I did. There's a lot of TRG stuff on there, which is too bad.
Also worth noting in the race control log, the 111 picked up a warning for Bicycross on the pit stop.
Hey,
gotta be careful.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have to use your one warning on the pit stop, make it your last stop.
True. True indeed. Nice. I love race car noises.
Sure.
It just sounds so nice. I like it. I know I've thrown a lot of shade at the other event that went on in Northern California, but it is nice to go to a racetrack and just listen.
I mean, we had this discussion yesterday, right, about the in-person experience. That's not just fan engagement, although that is part of it if you're a professional series. For those of us that already love the racing, it is actually just the sensory experience of being at a racetrack.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman sitting over at turn 7 in the braking zone a little bit earlier. There's no camper around. It was just his ND Miata, their ND MX-5, an easy-up canopy, and his camper chair. And he was just sat in his lawn chair, enjoying whatever his beverage of choice was, and listening to and watching race cars. Oh, big cloud of dust over the exit of turn 5. Impact is listed. Driver's left, which will be opposite the normal location where you will drop wheels. It's the 721. The RRT Racing BMW 325i. Car's been pushing hard. Last lap at 31.7 to get within a second of its in the race overall. And maybe just overstepping the limits a little bit. Setting into the wall opposite on driver's left there at the exit of turn number 5. Your race leader, having taken a breather there a lap or two ago, back into the 2 minutes 19 bracket. Look at that, top 4 all underneath 2:20. 2:19.9 for the leader, 2:19.3 for second, 2:19.1 for third, and a 17 flat for the 4th place overall in GTU leading Stratus number 59. 19 flat also for the number 9 of Tangerine Associates, ACP.
Is that like Chip Ganassi with Felix Sabates?
Yes, but without the cheating. Allegedly, in NASCAR. No, it was a thing.
Well, it doesn't matter. He doesn't own it anymore. It's fine. It's fine. We're just going to forget about it. It's fine.
There is a Ganassi trailer here as well, over near turn 1.
There was a test for the Fittipaldi brothers, I believe, right before the race started, frankly, like on Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, one is already announced and the other is in a good chance for another.
Yeah, I'd much rather have the Fittipaldi brothers in IndyCar than Callum Ilott.
That's a hard disagree.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, that was sarcasm.
I'm not like,
okay. They have not earned it.
Gotcha.
That's instead, Callum Ilott will end up with a GTP ride or something, which will be nice.
Do you think so?
I do. I think he's too good to be.
For Callum?
I think that there's definitely an opportunity for that. I think that if he had played his cards right a little bit better, which like he's just had bad timing, he could be the lead driver in the 499 right now too.
Ooh, there's a take.
Because he was part of the Ferrari Drivers Academy.
Yeah,
so that was something that was probably in play for him.
We are expecting a third Ferrari 499P next year in the World Endurance Championship, potentially.
Right. Yeah.
And I say potentially because the grid is limited to 37 cars. Slow 702 here exiting turn 13. Can I get to driver's right and get to the cut? Can we get there? Car's not out of fuel, is it? Can't be.
Remember, they've been having fuel pickup issues this weekend.
Yeah. It does seem to be surging a little bit. I can't hear it, to be clear. But based on what I'm seeing... No, it is under power again. I say potentially for that 499 because I don't think the Asada Freschini wasn't included in that mix of 18 hypercars, was it?
Thank goodness.
So
no, we need that car.
It hasn't been confirmed, but they have been testing quite a lot. They have already shown off their street legal version of the car.
Right, that's why I'm pointing this out.
Yeah.
Because that made the splash the other day.
And perhaps might be in a better position than Van Wall to run next year.
I mean, I don't think that's I would rather Van Wall be replaced with Isotta Franchitti, but I would also rather neither of those work out and have like an actual customer car be a part of it.
I disagree. I would rather see the privateer, like Garage East entry as a one-off than see another representative for an existing brand.
Yeah, and Van Wall says they're going to try to source a Mercedes engine.
Right, but
for their car.
Okay, so
what Mercedes?
Van Wall had their shot.
I don't know.
Van Wall had their shot, and they dropped the ball. Right. If we're going to limit the field, and we've got more interest than we can sustain in the World Endurance Championship, let's turn it over to Asada Freschini. Partially because the car looks and sounds great. And partially because we need the more boutique manufacturers, please. Big fan of that. And they have a road-going car, which Van Wall does not. Though
kind
I would not mind if it does go the way of Ferrari. I wouldn't mind seeing Robert Schwartzman in a top class sports car effort. I'd be fine with that.
Supposedly, Eilot was linked to that Haas seat as well at one point when Romain Grosjean left. So he's
Has
had a
Alpine
lot of.
announced their hypercar driver? Has Alpine announced their hypercar drivers yet? Could he end up in an Alpine?
No, but I feel like there's people in that stable that are probably going to get that before Callum Eilot does.
Are there?
I mean, any of the Alpine drivers from before.
Who all race for other teams now? Already?
Do they all?
Renault and Alpine, yeah.
It says Alpine retains driver line. Oh, it's for the hypercar.
Yeah.
Lapierre. This was last year.
Oh, I see. From the old
from the Rebellion.
Yeah.
That's what. They're.
That's fair.
Yeah, all these Signatech guys that have been doing it forever. Boxivier, Negrao. Yeah. That's
Thomas Laurent.
I mean, props to Signatech, who managed to stay not tangled up with Nissan.
Well,
and continued to be a worthwhile team and parlayed it into running a hypercar.
Factory effort, yeah. I mean, it's kind of Nissan, but kind of not.
Right.
Man, look at that wall of rain coming.
Guys, I gotta go get cameras. Guys.
Come on, I was gonna make that joke. I'm like 18 minutes from now, it's gonna hit.
I better leave now so I can be at camera 1 when the checkered flag drops.
There it is. Did you get fuel for your Hyundai yet?
I did.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I put like 3 gallons in it. Just made it as quick as I could.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
What is it? A Shell station?
It's
intersection of 90?
It is a Shell. It's Circle K is the store.
Okay.
But yeah, it's at the intersection of 27 and 98.
I mean, you could have got fuel from the track.
For $8.03 a gallon, yes, I could have.
You were talking about speed, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I really only probably needed a gallon anyway, but
right. See, there you go.
We're covering racing on an amateur.
Who's wrecked out right now? Who's not running? Let's see. JNR. See if JNR has some fuel.
Bruce Innovations hasn't packed up yet.
Perfect.
The lead margin is 13.7 seconds. It's kind of stabilized there between 12 and 14 over the last little while, but the 166 and 59 battle has not let up in terms of the overall podium. Again, not worth really anything other than a little bit of pride. That Stratus 59 twice in the last 2 days has come on really, really strong in the final hour.
Yes. And they are on the lead lap.
Yes, actually, and only 43 seconds behind the race leader. It's not going to get there.
No.
But it will probably get to the 166 here in the next lap or two. Yeah, we've got 5 cars on the lead lap still. The TLM monocar is just hanging on there.
So, just a real quick look at GP2. We could have a fight on for 4th in class. The 160 from Moorhead Speedworks last lap by was 8 seconds quicker than to Autosport. So that gap right now is about 44 seconds. Going to be probably under 40 this time by, and they've got what, 6 laps ish left in the race.
Looking to my left here to try and pick up the Thunder Bunny number 111, and also the cars which you referenced, JT. I think the 122 just came by. The 166 comes through. The 59 comes through. So all the cars we're concerned with are all basically right in a bunch at the moment. Another 2 seconds taken out of the overall race lead by the Stratus number 59, but the margin that he is chasing at the moment down to 41.8 seconds. That move's already done. That NPO1 is so much quicker through the high-speed corners because of all that downforce and the lightweight. Just sticks through turn 1, late on the brakes into turn 3, and really late on the brakes down into turn 7. You can visually see it. Now, it loses a little bit under acceleration and down the straightaways, but makes up all of that and more in the braking zones in the medium to high-speed corners. So change for third overall has already occurred. And we tick inside of the final 13 minutes of racing from Sebring International Raceway in the Eastern Region Championship for 2023 draws to a close.
The Thunder Bunny racing car with the bad luck for the 99 there will clinch the championship.
Yeah, I mentioned that kind of offhand earlier, but it was basically game over for the title, barring any type of post-race action. And
I mean, even really then, I don't think the 99 is going to score any points, are they?
Yeah, they'll. I don't know how much time they lost.
12th right now.
Oh yeah, probably not.
So even if they get disqualified, they're going to be moved to 11th and still not make any points.
Well, but the point would be that Thunder Bunny would be forced to take a 0 as a score.
Okay, I see what
it's
you're
not
saying.
eligible for a drop at that point. That is really the only scenario where things could swing that wildly.
Yep.
But I mean, the car ran faultless yesterday. It's run faultless today. I don't see any scenario where that would happen intentionally or not.
And I have to imagine that if you were... I'm not implying that they were cheating or anything like that, but I'm saying if there was a day that you wanted to make absolutely sure that the electronics on your car weren't going to mess up and that you were going to make sure you were the right weight and maybe put an extra 5 or 10 pounds in, like whatever, today would be the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely agreed. Yeah. I mean, all it was really ever going to take from this 111 is to just run a perfect race. You know, no problems. Just don't make any mistakes. And that is obviously far easier said than done. But if anybody can do it, it's that Thunder Bunny squad. We see them do it time and time again. You look back through their results, and it's podium, 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 all the way through the season.
Absolutely.
I think we're clear of any threat of rain inside the final 10 minutes, but we have finally gotten ourselves a little bit more consistent cloud cover. It just couldn't have come like 2 hours earlier. It would have been really nice. Instead,
well, Brendan, that's racing.
How many times did we hear that last weekend?
A lot.
Oh my gosh, so many. Both of the race leaders inside 219 last time around. Or inside 220, excuse me. 219.2 and 219.1. 19.2 as well from the Stratus number 59.
And that GP2 gap is now under 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're calling that one, JT. That is, it's battle for fourth, so not quite a podium position. But it is a good fight back for that 160. Shouts to Moorhead Speedworks and the 147 as well for getting a GP1 car into the overall top 10. At least for now, because I think the 12 may have something to say about that. The GTR 99 has not made it all the way back around. Came to rest at turn 8, apparently, which I missed in the race control log there. And it's just come through the midway lane here on the back of the flatbed.
And look at Black Force with a top 10. Considering the gremlins they've been facing this weekend. Well,
yeah, it's a great result. It's an excellent result.
FPRS Motorsports Mustang behind.
Top 15 for round 3 as well. Currently lapping in the 230s, which is kind of going blow for blow with the Moorhead car here. PMW with the top 5 in GTO as well.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend for that team.
Yeah.
Getting a 5th place result yesterday. Looking to do that again. .21.5 seconds gap between Tooth and Moorhead with 8 minutes left.
The Tooth car is headed down into turn number 7. Moorhead there through turn number 3, so the gap is coming down all the time.
And it's looking to come down on the final lap.
It will about take us there, yeah. 8 minutes remaining. And I've got to pick out where our race leaders here and start timing this thing down to the white flag.
And they're doing 2.5, 2 minute 40.
So you should just be about at start finish. Actually, it's just come through. Another 2:20. We'll get probably for this lap and 3 more, I think is where we're going to land.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. That's for the race leader, to be clear, whatever that means for the 160 and the
122.
122 remains to be seen. There's a non-zero chance that they end up right in the area of where the overall race leading number 123 Mercedes is at the end of this. And with 172 laps completed, right around the 7 hours 54 mark, should get the leader here by start finish. There goes the 122. Leader's at 16 now. So it should be 3 to go here at the line. They may catch that number 122.
Yeah, I'm thinking the last lap.
So 160 is not up to speed. 2 minutes 45 last time.
Ooh.
I thought it wasn't at full chat headed down into turn 1. It's the silver E46.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't at full Chattanooga.
It definitely wasn't. I thought they might be here actually.
I did too.
No, that the car definitely wasn't giving it full beans, as it were, down the front straightaway.
The full beans.
98 reported as smoking. And it's the FPRS Mustang. Well, it's back up to speed now. Maybe out wide at turn 17 on the last lap or something like that. 702 returns to the pit lane. Although I can't quite tell if that's re-emerging from the paddock or coming back to the attention of its crew. It is coming back to the attention of its crew. Time for one more. Oh, well. Maybe just sending it to the paddock. I mean, don't bother. Right-hand turn? Yep. That's a shame. There's always going to be a tall ask for that car to do 2 8-hour races at Sebring. Car has seen some things.
That car's been around.
As it were.
It's got the t-shirt.
Lead margin stabilized at 12 seconds. I'm very impressed with that 123 squad, and in particular the driver on board right now. They gave up some seconds early on to the number 111, and as soon as they realized what the Toyota Supra's pace was going to be, it was head down and reel out the 19s and the 20s. And they've kept that 111 Supra at arm's distance. Tell you what, though, the Barton racing car, the 166, has not let that Stratus NP01 get away for the overall position. It's still only 2.8 seconds. So there was no phoning it in once the pass was done. Continued to push on in that Super GT. Really good stuff on debut weekend, mind you, for Barton Racing. A double podium on the cards in GTO. And for those of you who watch and follow along with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, note that it seems to be the same 2 or 3 teams and cars that are up at the top in GTO. You're correct, and it is because they are the teams and the driving squads that do this most often, do it with the fewest number of mistakes and the maximum amount of consistency, and that understand strategy and understand all the calls and all the decision making that goes into running a successful 8-hour race or 9-hour race. There's a reason that they're back up on the top step of the podium, even as the ACP number 9 is out there turning 2 minutes 19, and as the Stratus number 59 is out there doing 2:18s, 19s, 20s, right? It's because they've been doing this all day and all weekend, have the Mercedes and the 111. Everybody else finds these little flashes, has these opportunities to peek their nose in, but keep this up a little bit more often, and we could get 5 or 6 cars fighting for the win on any given weekend. Cody's going to be a barn burner, though. I'll tell you what.
It's going to be outstanding. I'm so excited. So excited.
Always looking forward to the next thing here on DriversEye Live, and that will be the next thing to come for us. 3 weeks' time, remember, the National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas, 8 hours on Saturday, December the 2nd, 8 hours on Sunday, December the 3rd. And that'll close out our WRL season. Not quite closing out our DriversEye Live season. We'll have one event to come back here at Sebring. More details to come on that just before Christmas. And hopefully those of you that enjoy racing in the off-season will tag along for that one. But eyes on the starter stand now for us here. The white flag is pulled and waved by the starter, and the number 123 Mercedes, having completed a 2:19 flat, begins its final tour of the 3.7 miles Sebring International Raceway in defense of the overall race lead, and looking for a little bit of redemption after an unforced error yesterday demoted them to second. They've come out swinging again today and have another 14-second margin to hang on to here. Bring the car home with an overall and GTO race victory. Stratus number 59 sitting in third overall, just giving up a little bit of time to the 166 last time around. So not all quite settled there. Oh, I think the 166 either has an exhaust problem, or I'm sorry, the 160 either has an exhaust problem or it's dropped a cylinder. It is not very happy. Barton Racing's gone through on the Stratus NP01. Third place overall has just changed hands again. Don't know that anybody at Stratus is in desperation to try and get that third place overall back. But in any case, they will come home with a GTU class victory on the Sunday today as well. GP1 is going to be led home here by the Moorhead Speedworks number 147. GP2 by Harrison Motorsports, and GP3 at the moment by Three Fast Guys and Denny, although that is still on the same lap, just not particularly close at the moment. We await the arrival of the number 123 Mercedes at our camera up here at Jean de Bien Bend and the entry into Le Mans. And that NFC Motorsports squad makes the right-hand bend onto the Ullman Straight for the final time to complete lap number 176. Mercedes shows the nose, the inside of the Zellus BMW. We'll head under the bridge for the final time and arc onto the front straightaway. The checkered flag waves. And NFC Motorsports, redemption on Sunday, wins GTO, wins overall, with Thunder Bunny Racing to come home and claim second and third on behalf of the number 111 and the number 166, respectively, for Barton Racing TBR. Stratus number 59 be our next class winner, due home the GTU class winner in pretty decisive fashion with a fourth place overall, excuse me. And our production class winners across the line as well. It's been an interesting one. A little more start-stop than we had yesterday. A little more element of chaos thrown in throughout the course of our day today, as does occasionally happen. So 164 crosses the line and comes home with the GP2 class victory for Harrison Motorsports. Sets the PB on the final lap, which we love. 2 minutes 30.1. But in the end, it was a really solid, really entertaining and enjoyable run to the checkered flag. The 59 has cross start finish in the pit lane.
I guess that works.
Not under motive power.
That's all right.
They didn't run it dry, did they? Nope.
Maybe.
Gets a bump start.
Oh,
Off it goes. They didn't have to put fuel in that car so it would make fuel at the end of the race, did they?
Maybe. Not sure.
I would love to get to the bottom of that story.
No, because they drain and fill when they check fuel.
Oh, true, but if you don't have anything to drain and refill with, because you basically run it dry.
Right. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. We did go to our checkered flag flyover from a Mitsubishi MU2.
Still better than the flyover for the Rolex 24.
That's true.
What was the Rolex 24 flyover?
There wasn't.
Okay, got it. Copy. Cool.
Hey, the year before it was like a Cessna or a Piper taking off.
Nice.
We did have a lot of Embry-Riddle aircraft last weekend. Can't believe I didn't share this anecdote, but I did once spend a night in the Sebring 7 hotel, as it's called now, thanks to an Embry-Riddle aircraft that couldn't fly at night.
The aircraft couldn't fly at night, or you couldn't fly it at night?
My roommate was on a commercial flight down here at night, and they were just down to Sebring, do a lap, circle the track, land, take off again, and come back. We landed over here at the airport, and the landing light wasn't working. It was like 12 at night. So we called the university, and they're like, hey, actually, you can't fly that airplane home tonight. We're going to put you up in a hotel. We'll see you in the morning. And so my roommate, his flight instructor, and I all crashed in the 7 hotel.
Nice.
That would have been good about 3 hours ago, Brendan.
Yep. Yeah,
anyway,
absolutely.
Anyway, we have come to the conclusion of another 16 hours of racing, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. We've got one more weekend to go for the National Championship out at Circuit of the Americas. CMU2 lands in the background. Out at Circuit of the Americas in 3 weeks' time. More on that just in a moment. But we've escaped the heat and the chaos today. Some very happy gestures out of the window of the number 166 Thunder Bunny Super there as it rolls down pit lane. Involving any number of fingers, actually, I think. And some waves up and down the grid as well. Let's wrap up the GP3 East Region Championship for the moment here, gentlemen. I'm sorry, any of the East Region Championships, GP3, 2 and 1, and of course GTO as well. The GP3 East Championship, the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing, appears to have provisionally locked up the lowest of the general production classes, and that title, that regional title, the margin of 9 points was going to be too much to overcome. We will get you exact totals when every car clears tech, as posted on the World Racing League Facebook page. So keep an eye out for that. But provisionally, it should be the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing that maintains the GP3 East Region title in 2023. The GP2 East Championship, Harrison Motorsports 80-71 over RRT Racing. They'll add a race victory, a class victory for today, which should allow them to stay in first place and therefore take the GP2 East Region Championship. In GP1, the regional championship, they're already sewn up by Moorhead Speedworks in the number 147. Despite their trials and tribulations over the course of the season, they have retained the top spot in terms of the point standings. And in GTO, provisionally for the East Region title, Thunder Bunny Racing in the number 111 will come home ahead of the GTR 99, who gave it their best shot this weekend. And unfortunately, at the most inopportune time, that GT4, that M4 GT4, just didn't have it in it to get them the finishes and the points that they needed to dethrone that number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra. Shouts also to the 123 of NFC Motorsports, who I believe was too far back to do anything with the number 99. But we'll pick up a handful of points here, and we'll get darn close in the process. So congratulations to all four of those teams, and thank you for being a part of our 2023 World Racing League season, and in particular the Eastern Region Championship. We're awaiting news on the format of next year, by the way, but I do like this regional format schedule. Kind of adds a little urgency and a little interest to these last three events for the season, and we do like to see that and hope that we have all of that to look forward to in 2024. Gentlemen, I'll allow you to wrap up first and foremost up here from Sebring, and then we'll give our programming notes for our season finale here, and we can all be on our way.
This was a great race. The whole weekend, fantastic. This is what we love to see. Deep classes all the way through the field. GTU, multiple entrants. GTO, multiple entrants. Not just multiple entrants fighting for the lead, fighting for the top five. People in the bottom half of the field fighting with each other. Absolutely fantastic. GP1, multiple entrants. We had a little bit of issues with reliability, I think, that could have robbed us of some really close stuff. But Moorhead, Round 3, PC Racing, Liberty, Big Mission, just like the list goes on and on. Open Throttle Car was up there yesterday. They're in fourth today. Great racing from them. GP2, Harrison and RRT really slugging it out at the front. North Loop had an opportunity there, had some reliability woes. Moorhead Speedworks, their entry stayed really consistent. BSI, unfortunately, I think had a really rough day today. But just up and down all the classes, lots of competition, lots of stuff to watch, and I think it's what got us into endurance racing in the first place. Being able to look anywhere and something's going on. So it's been absolutely fantastic to have a nice loaded field again, and we're going to have even more of the same at COTA. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, in that regard, it was a classic endurance race, both yesterday and today. We saw the cars that were rewarded the most were the ones that relatively stayed out of trouble, executed good pit stops and good driving out on track, and it was really interesting to see how today played out. And it was just 8 hours of great racing today, just like yesterday, and it's always good to see these events play out like this whenever WRL comes to Sebring.
I'll turn the PA back over to the WRL staff here so they can make their announcements in a moment. But I do want to note, Ryan said you can look up and down the field and you'll find something going on at basically any given point in time. And that's true. And the earlier we look in the race, the more obviously there is going on. But what I think we're finding here is that as we get through the season, more and more teams and more competitors are staying in the races longer. And even though we have a couple of teams at the top that have found a way to perfect the way these races are run and to call the strategy and the dynamic nature of these WRL endurance races, more and more teams are getting closer. right? And there is no reason we can't get to COTA in 3 weeks' time and legitimately have 10 or a dozen cars fighting for an overall race victory at the end of on Saturday or Sunday. Doesn't mean it will happen, but such has been the progress that's been made over the course of the season for so many drivers, so many teams. There's a lot to be proud of there across the WRL paddock, not just in GTO, but the production classes as well. And I think it's going to deliver something pretty special, as frankly the 2 races this weekend did when we get to Circuit of the Americas in 3 weeks' time. It is our national championship event. As we've mentioned, we will award more titles at the end of at the end of Sunday down at COTA. It is a classic. There will be 90 cars there. DriversEye Live will, of course, be there. Myself, Ryan West, will also be in attendance if everything goes according to plan. And we'll be able to do some really cool and really special stuff from the WRL paddock down there in Austin. So please join us for that. Please be a part of our big celebration weekend. Tell your friends. We've got some big names that are going to be a part of that event as well on the driving side, and we really do try and make it kind of a more fun and a really special way to end a great season of endurance racing in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Thank you also to the spectators who joined us this weekend on our final spectator event of the year. Really looking forward to that continuing into the future. Not so much at COTA in the next race, but well into 2024. It's been a great experiment, and it's been great having you all here. Thank you for being a part of it with us here at DriversEye Live. For Ryan West and for JT Tammy, and of course for Zach Johnson, who sat tirelessly behind his desk and his keyboard watching monitors and onboards and like 4 trackside cameras by the end of today. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. This is DriversEye Live. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And we will see you the first weekend in December from Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas for the National Championship, the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Till then, take care.